So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on Imaging If Sanin level Naruto had Harem with Hinata movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The sound of an infant crying could be heard through the night. A blonde child cried in the arms of his mother, who was unconscious and unable to tend to the infant. Over them stood the hero of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, Konoha's yellow flash. He smiled softly at his family, who he was thankful were alive. His fight with Madara proved to be anything but easy, but in the end, he pulled through. He did find it odd that Madara suddenly ran off, but with the Kyuubi sealed in his son and his wife still breathing, he couldn't find much to complain about. Although his wish to spare his son from the curse of containing a chakra beast, he was at least grateful everyone in his family was in one piece. He called for his Anbu to recover the victims of Madara's spontaneous attack and to send them to the morgue. He watched sorrowfully as Hiruzen and his wife, Bawako Sarutobi, were taken away. The life of a shinobi was an unpredictable and dangerous profession, not only for the ninja him or herself but for their families as well. If it wasn't for Hiruzen, he would have been the one lying on the ground, dead. He summoned one of his clones and ordered it to summon a meeting with Konoha's council, clan heads and all other Jonins. The clone left with a nod and Minato shifted his gaze to Kushina. He walked over to her and picked her up with her cuddling in his arms, wary of their child. "Little Naruto," Minato said pridefully as he watched his son begin to calm down. "My son." "Our son," Kushina added weakly, and Minato chuckled softly with a nod. "I'm sorry, our son," Minato said as he used Hiraishin to send the three to their home. The use of the jutsu disturbed Naruto and caused him to cry loudly. Kushina groaned. "It's your turn to deal with him," Kushina mumbled. "He's in your arms," Minato told her, and she mumbled incoherently before remaining quiet. Minato's sweat dropped. "Fine, but I'm only doing this because you gave birth to him," Minato said, and a smile appeared on Kushina's lips. "Now she hears me," Minato commented to himself as he headed for their bedroom. Somehow managing to open the door with his foot, he gently laid his wife on the bed and watched as she rolled to her side, taking Naruto with her. Kushina lay him down next to her, opening her eyes and smiling motherly as she hummed a tune and ran her fingers through his small, blonde hairs. "I thought it was my turn?" Minato teased, and Kushina giggled. "You had your chance, Daddy," Kushina taunted, and Minato smirked as he lay on the other side of the bed. Staring at his wife, he rested his head on the pillow. Just the motherly way Kushina touched her son made Minato indescribably happy. "I get a second chance, though, right mommy?" he asked with a pout, and Kushina nodded, never taking her eyes off their child. "You get no arguments from me," she answered softly, and Minato chuckled and started to do what Kushina was doing. The softness of his hair felt almost as if it wasn't real, and Minato could have sworn Naruto was smiling. "He's going to look like you," Kushina stated after a moment of silence, and Minato smiled widely. "No, he's going to have my hair, but other than that, he'll look like you," Minato said. "He'll probably act like you too," he added, and Kushina softly placed her forehead against his. "I'm sorry, Naruto-chan," Kushina said with a smile, and Minato placed a light hand on her cheek. "Why should you be sorry? With my hair and your looks, we'll need our best jutsus just to keep the girls away from him," Minato joked, and received a playful hit over the head by Kushina. "What did I say?" he asked with a playful pout. "He's too young to be thinking about girls," she scowled, and Minato chuckled. "He's still my little Naru-chan. My sweet, lovable baby boy," she said lovingly as she shifted her gaze to her son again. She was too busy looking at her son to see Minato staring at her as if she grew two angel wings. "You're going to be an amazing mother to our child," he whispered, and Kushina's violet eyes connected with Minato's azure ones. "You think so?" she asked, and Minato nodded his head. "Databane," he mocked, and Kushina closed her eyes tiredly and smiled. "I'll get you for that tomorrow," she said sleepily. "Until then, rest. We have a big day tomorrow, what with the welcoming party and all," he said as he got off the bed. Kushina nodded and held Naruto close to her as they both slept silently. He kissed Naruto on the cheek and gave an innocent but loving kiss on the lips to his wife before walking out of the room and stepping into the hall. He slowly closed the door, so he wouldn't wake Kushina or Naruto up. Making hand signs, another Minato appeared, and Minato ordered it to stay to guard his family. He then walked down the hall and to the front door with much on his mind. A knock came from the door just as he opened the door and was greeted to the sight of Kakashi. "Minato-sensei." Kakashi greeted as he bowed. "Kakashi." Minato greeted and walked by. "Make it quick, I got a meeting to attend to." Minato spoke quickly and seriously, and Kakashi nodded. "I wanted to see how you and Kushina are." Kakashi said just as quickly, and Minato nodded his head with a thumb up. We're fine. Naruto's great too. Minato added with a smile, and Kakashi's eyes smiled. And Sandame-sama? Kakashi asked, and Minato stopped walking. Kakashi blinked, watching his sensei think to himself quietly and somberly. Minato slowly turned his head and stared at Kakashi with solemn eyes. He's not with us anymore, he stated before continuing on his walk. Sadness crept into his heart and he felt his mood darken a bit. Kakashi didn't notice that Minato had continued walking without him, and before long, he walked in a different direction. After a couple of minutes, Kakashi felt someone a few feet in front of him. Kakashi Teme. Kakashi looked up and was surprised to see his best friend up so late. Minato shook off his sadness and replaced it with a stoic and serious expression and demeanor as the Hokage Tower was in sight. He went up the steps and through the hall until he stopped in front of blue double doors. He took in a deep breath and opened the door to see Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane sitting behind their seats in a giant room. They were sat beside a chair that was in between them. Minato waved to the Genin and clan heads that resided in the room as he made his way to his seat. What's going on, Minato? Homura asked, but Minato didn't acknowledge him, he just faced the clan heads and Genin. As you know, we were attacked by the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox. The Genin and clan heads nodded. The battle was difficult, but in the end, it is no longer a threat to us. You managed to kill the demon? A random Genin asked, and Minato shook his head. Something like the Kyuubi is too much to handle, even for me. Minato informed them, and they started muttering to themselves. However, I managed to seal it in a human container so it would not roam free. Why don't we kill the container? Shouted another Genin. That way, the Kyuubi dies with it. A couple of agreeing murmurs were heard before they were all hushed by the sound of Minato's fist hitting the table in front of him and the feel of his killing intent. No, he shouted and glared at everyone in the room. Killing the host will not kill the Kyuubi. It will only be released and all our hard work would go to waste, he scolded. The Genin and clan heads remained silent. On top of that, I won't allow anyone to kill my son. Shocked gasps and looks of shock were seen and heard throughout the room. So, what you're saying is, Heishi began, and Minato nodded. That's correct, my son is the Kyuubi's container. If anyone wants to kill my son, I suggest you go through me first. He directed his gaze on every person in the room and watched as everyone averted their gaze. Minato noticed that his friends, Shikaku, Shoza, Inoichi, Sume and Heishi seemed to support him and showed no ill will toward his son. Others, like Shibi, and majority of the Genin seemed to be neutral on the subject. Minato's eyes narrowed when he saw a man with black hair make his way towards him. The man had short, brown hair and onyx eyes with visible creases below them. He wore the standard ninja vest, a black t-shirt with the Konoha Military Police Force symbol, and a black cloak with white diamonds on the bottom that stops just before his ankles. His black eyes stared challengingly at Minato's blue eyes. The Kyuubi is a menace and a hazard to Konoha's safety. As leader of the Konoha Military Police Force, I propose we keep the child locked up and under constant supervision, Fugaku Uchiha said. I second that. Minato's eyes glared holes into the second man who spoke. Said man was Danzo, an old warhawk who was always looking for potential future root members. Minato had yet to discover the forbidden group, but he had a gut feeling it was still alive somewhere. He is my son, my wife and I defeated the Kyuubi together and helped seal it in my son. If he was a danger to the village, I would not be here, Minato assured as he glared at Fugaku and Danzo. As you said, he is your son, so how do we know you're not lying to us just to save your son's hide? Danzo asked. The Kyuubi was sealed within my son. The choice was heartbreaking, but I knew it had to be done. I sacrificed my son's future for this village's safety because I am the Hokage. And I won't let anything obscure my duties. I give you my word, the Kyuubi will not be let loose in Konoha. Minato declared and noticed that many of the people in the room became more relaxed. But, Fukagu was about to say but was interrupted. Silence. Minato shouted, silencing everyone. The subject of my son and the Kyuubi is over. Not another word. He scanned the room and saw no one try to argue. He saw a few faces that seemed angered by the current news, but Minato knew they wouldn't dare do anything to go against him. I've got more news. His voice became solemn and harsh as he continued to speak. I know we've lost lives today, none of which can ever be replaced. However, today was the passing of an old comrade and a person who was like a grandfather to us all. Minato said, and some people immediately knew who he was talking about. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, the professor, passed away. Minato said and fought back a single tear. Let us bow our head, not only to show respect to his passing but also of the others we've lost. Minato bowed his head and everyone did as well. After a few moments, he raised his head and saw others staring at him. "This meeting is adjourned," he said, and many shinobi started leaving. The Ino Shikacho walked up to him and smiled. "So your son is finally born, troublesome," Shikaku said, and Minato smiled for the first time since the beginning of the meeting. "Don't listen to him. Having a child is a blessing," Inoichi said, and Minato nodded. "Babies are expensive and they sure love to eat," Shoza said, and Shikaku chuckled. "No, Shoza. Yours just loves to eat. My kid just sleeps all the time. My troublesome wife has to wake him up just to feed him. Brad is too lazy to even wake up for food," Shikaku said, and the four started to laugh. He then looked at his other longtime friend, Inoichi. "Yours probably never stops crying, am I right, Inoichi?" said man blinked as the other continued laughing. "That's right, you did end up having a girl," Shoza stated, and Inoichi looked away. "I have nothing to be ashamed of," he said, and the others started to calm down. "She will be Konoha's best kunoichi," Inoichi declared. "I beg to differ." The four men turned to see Heishi making his way towards them. His stoic face was looking at each of them. "My daughter will be born in 2 months from now. She will give your daughter more than a challenge." The 5 men became deadly silent before Minato started to laugh again. Shikaku, Shoza and Inoichi followed, and Heishi smiled. "It seems that the next generation will be an interesting group," Heishi stated, and they nodded. They continued to talk among themselves before Minato yawned. "Damn, the yellow flash is tired," Shikaku taunted, and Minato lightly glared at him. "Hopefully there won't be another attack." Minato bade them a farewell before leaving and heading home. He entered his home, dispersed his clone whose memories showed that no one tried to attack his family, and climbed into bed. He saw Kushina open a magenta eye before it closed, and she smiled. "I'm home," Minato said, and Kushina nodded, feeling Minato caress her cheek. "I love you," she mumbled sleepily, causing Minato's smile to widen. "I love you too," he said before looking at his son. "And you as well, Naruto," he added before falling asleep. Asterisk. Minato's eyes sprang open as his heartbeat raced and cold sweat traveled down his face. His dream, it felt so real. His heart felt heavy as the images of his dreams replayed in his head. He shook his head. Thankfully, he was forgetting some of the more gruesome details of the dreams. His cerulean eyes scanned the room and saw the still night sky from his window. However, according to his clock, dawn was nearing. He turned to see his son still sleeping soundly but his wife missing. He propped himself up and rubbed his eyes. He got off the bed and out of the room. Down the hall, he saw a light coming from the kitchen. Suddenly, his nose was assaulted by an alluring and delicious aroma. He followed it and wasn't surprised when he saw Kushina standing over the stove. "Why am I not surprised?" Minato said as he hugged his wife from behind. She smiled and put her left hand on top of his head. "You hungry?" she asked, and Minato took a deep breath. "Now I am." Kushina laughed as she served herself and Minato some salt ramen. They sat down on the table and were about to eat when Naruto started crying. Minato got up but was stopped by Kushina, who placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, I'll get him," she said as she walked out of the kitchen. He stared longingly at the ramen as he waited for her to come back. His senses suddenly steeled and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "Minato!" Kushina's blood-curdling scream broke the night's silence. His heart pounding, Minato jumped out of his seat and ran to his bedroom to see Kushina staring fearfully at the other side of the room. He slowly turned his eyes to the other side of the room and his eyes widened. Standing near the open window was a masked man holding his crying, newborn child in one hand and a kunai in the other. To Minato, it seemed like time slowed down as the masked man brought the kunai over Naruto and stabbed him with it. His cries abruptly stopped and still silence covered the room. Tears appeared on Minato's eyes while Kushina shook with dread and shock. Even under the mask, Minato could see a smile on the man's lips. With reflexes developed through years of training, Minato grabbed his 3-pronged kunai from his kunai pouch and tossed it at the man who killed his son. The man turned his head to the side, avoiding the kunai. His eyes widened when Minato disappeared. "Bastard!" Minato grabbed the man by his collar and threw him through the window. The sound of glass breaking could be heard as the man rolled and stopped. Minato jumped out to follow him and took out 4 more kunai. He threw them and surrounded the man with them. The man looked around and saw more of the 3-pronged kunai. Minato used the Hiraishin jutsu and the man found himself surrounded by yellow flashes. With a kunai in hand, Minato began to cut the man up through various angles and sides. The man rose from the attacks, and when the attacks finally stopped, he headed for the ground. The man's eyes slowly opened and the last thing he saw was Minato heading for him with a blue, spiraling ball of chakra in his right hand. Rasengan! Minato shouted as he slammed the Rasengan on the man's stomach, drilling his stomach and causing the man to create a crater in the ground under him. Minato took a step back, inhaled deeply and was suddenly hit by the grief of losing his only son. He fell to his knees and tears fell from his eyes. Summoning another Rasengan, he slammed it into the ground, letting off his frustration. He was about to do it again but was stopped by a hand. He looked up, his cold, hard eyes glancing back at violet ones. Minato-kun, Kushina cried as she held her side with her right hand. Minato looked down and saw blood staining her white robe. Nar. Minato grabbed her as she fell and held her tightly. She sobbed in his chest and shook violently. Minato held her as tightly as he could and cried in her shoulder. The pain he felt was worse than any feeling he's ever felt before. He felt like he got kicked in the chest by Tsunade and found it difficult to breathe. By the way his wife sniffed and cried, he had no doubt she felt the same. "He killed my baby boy," Kushina shouted and Minato nodded somberly. A team of Anbu appeared, hearing Kushina's earlier scream and took note of the environment. Minato composed himself long enough to stare at the four Anbu with cold, steeled eyes. "Get him to Ibiki. Now." The four nodded as one of them recovered the unconscious man and disappeared. Minato focused his attention back on his wife and saw her shivering. He picked her up and brought her back into the house. He placed her on the bed before she stood up and walked out of the room. He followed her and saw her go to the living room and sat on the couch. Minato sat beside her and she rested her head on his shoulder. He looked down at her and saw silent tears falling down her cheeks. He felt his own tears quietly traveling down his cheek and he quickly wiped them away. They sat quickly, neither saying a word nor looking at each other. They just sat there until they fell asleep. Off in the distance, a man smiled as he held a sleeping, blonde-haired baby in his right hand. He looked down at the baby and he chuckled. He stopped laughing as he felt a second presence nearing. Turning around, he saw the mask of his leader. "Madara." Two voices said simultaneously as the man bowed as best he could with the child. Madara walked out of the shadows and looked down at Naruto. His lone, Sharingan eyes spun slightly as he focused on him. "So your mission was to abduct the Yondaime Hokage's only son, Zetsu?" Madara asked and the half-plant, half-man smiled. "That's correct," Black Zetsu said as his white side chuckled. "It was really easy actually," White Zetsu said. "What of your client?" Madara asked and White Zetsu laughed while his counterpart scoffed. "TCH, the fool was just cannon fodder," the black side said with disgust. "Haha, what a baka," White Zetsu said with a laugh. "Very well," Madara said and was about to walk away but was stopped by Zetsu. "Didn't you come here for the Kyuubi?" White Zetsu said, nodding his head to Naruto. "Baka, shut up," Black Zetsu scolded as Madara turned. Zetsu smirked as he walked through the hall with a silent Naruto in his hands. Currently, he was disguised as the man who hired him. All he needed to do was report in, give his boss the baby and he'd take a dead man's pay along with his own. Life as a conman was good. He appeared in front of double doors and knocked. He waited for a few seconds but an answer never came. He knocked again but still no one answered. He scoffed as he pushed the doors open and saw a giant room with a desk on the opposite side of the room with a chair with its back to the door. Zetsu walked up to the desk and placed Naruto on top of the table. He grabbed the chair and turned it with enough strength to make it face him. The man sitting in the chair gasped and let out a surprised yelp as he woke from a nap. He blinked when he stared at the man in front of him. He wore a black jumpsuit with a mask concealing the bottom half of his face. His brown hair looked ruffled and unkempt as his tired green eyes stared at him. His brown Iwagakure flak jacket was placed over his black jumpsuit. The man in the chair glared at the man in front of him. "What do you want, Haru?" the man asked angrily. Haru just stared at the man. His facial features included a triangular beard and a mustache with angular corners. He had a big red nose and thick rectangular-shaped eyebrows. The top of his head was completely bald, although he had some white hair at the back and sides of his head, the back of which was tied with a yellow ribbon into a topknot. "My apologies Tsuchikage-sama, but I have brought your package." Onoki blinked and looked down on his desk to see a small child wrapped in a white, ragged blanket. Onoki noticed that on the side of the blanket was a word. He turned his head slightly and saw the word, Naruto, stitched on it. "This is the Yondaime Hokage's son?" Onoki asked and Haru nodded his head. "Yes sir." Onoki stared at Naruto before he pulled out a suitcase. "Here, this is what you wanted, right?" Onoki asked as he tossed the suitcase at Haru. He caught it and opened it in a single motion. He looked inside and after a moment of silence, he nodded his head.
If you need anything else. Haru saw Onoki shake his head. Very well, I shall go give the Akatsuki their pay. Onoki seemed to be in his own little world with Naruto, so Haru just left without another word. Haru stepped out of his office and as soon as he did, he sunk into the floor and disappeared.
Finally, he started as he held Naruto up in the air with a twisted smile. I have the means of repaying your father back for all the shit he's put me through, he said as he saw Naruto open his blue eyes. Asterisk. Asterisk. Old man. Onoki sighed as he heard running coming from outside his office. He waited another second before a small child ran into the room. He had short silver hair and wore a dark orange shirt with blank shorts. He had lively blue eyes and odd whisker marks on the sides of his face. His name was Naruto. Old man, help, Naruto yelled as he closed the door and put his back against it. A second later, there was a knock and Onoki raised an eyebrow. Open this door, Naruto-kun. Onoki sighed at hearing his granddaughter's voice. Why he introduced Naruto to her, he would never remember, though now he wished he hadn't. Ever since they could walk and talk, Kuretsuchi has done nothing but torture Naruto. They were great friends, no doubt about that, but Onoki could see that Naruto was at the age where girls were nothing but a hindrance. He chuckled as he remembered when he was in that phase. Help! Naruto said with distress in his voice. What happened this time? Onoki asked, a little stressed out from the amount of paperwork on his desk. I don't have time for this. I tripped on my foot, fell and made all of Kuretsuchi-chan's lunch fall to the floor. Naruto answered quickly and Onoki only understood half of it. Now she's gonna kill me, Naruto said as he kept the door shut. Onoki sighed. Come over here. Naruto gulped as he prepared himself for a run and in a flash, he appeared by Onoki's side as a young girl fell on the floor. She had short black hair and wore a red shirt with black shorts. Her pink eyes blinked before she looked up. You're dead, Naruto-kun, she said as she stood and sprinted towards Naruto only to be stopped by her grandfather who moved in front of him. Stop this racket right now, he yelled and the two children became still and silent. The two stared at the floor with sudden interest. Onoki looked at Kuretsuchi and saw that she was blushing. He rubbed his temples as he sat back down on his chair with a groan. I'm getting too old for this shit, he mumbled as he looked back up and saw his granddaughter stealing glances at the silver-haired boy. Kuretsuchi, I don't want to have repeat this in the future. I need Naruto alive, he said, stressing out the word, alive. Kuretsuchi turned her head to the left. I wasn't really gonna kill him, she muttered under her breath and Onoki raised an eyebrow. Go home, Kuretsuchi, he said and Kuretsuchi took one last look at Naruto before walking out of the room. Naruto stuck his tongue out and pulled down his bottom eyelid. NYH. Onoki coughed in his balled-up fist and Naruto turned and stood at attention. As for you, Onoki stood and walked around the desk. I need to have a word with you, he said as he closed the door of his office. He took his time as he turned and walked back to his desk. He stood in front of his desk, facing Naruto. He just continued to look at the floor. You are 7 now and one of Iwa's promising academy students. You are even strong enough to challenge a fresh Genin and win. You don't see that a lot these days, Onoki said proudly and Naruto finally looked into his eyes with a smile. That's why, Onoki continued as he walked back into his chair. I'm going to spend more time training you, he said and Naruto's eyes widened. F4. For real? Naruto asked and Onoki nodded. Not only me though, Onoki added and Naruto's eyebrow raised in confusion. Han and Roshi will be helping me as well. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks as a smile graced his lips. Han ni and old man Roshi? Really? Naruto asked in hyperactive eagerness. It then vanished when a question popped into his head. Why? He asked and Onoki's mood became solemn. We need you to learn how to use the Kyuubi, he answered and Naruto looked at his stomach. He was told of the Kyuubi sealed inside him 2 years ago. It took him a while to completely accept it. They heard stories about Konoha being attacked by the Kyuubi and even managing to kill it. At first, that confused Naruto, but when Onoki explained that it was actually peace offering from Konoha, Naruto just shrugged it off. He frowned at the thought of Konoha. Those peace-loving fools should have been destroyed during the last Shinobi War. However, they ended up winning because of the Yondaime Hokage. That man irritated Naruto. He was a cold-hearted killer who was the bane of Naruto's existence ever since Onoki told him that he was the reason why his parents died. Thinking about your parents? Onoki asked. At first, he didn't even hesitate to lie to Naruto. He never felt bad. In fact, he felt rejuvenated knowing that he was turning the Yondaime Hokage's son against him. But recently,
It's been getting harder and harder to do it. At least, consciously.
I didn't even get to see them, he said sadly. It's all his fault, he stated angrily as he wiped away his tears. Easy, boy, Onoki said, and Naruto took some deep breaths before nodding and looking at Onoki. Now, the training will be hard and will push you to your limit. Emotionally, physically, and mentally, but, in the end, the results will be remarkable. Onoki leaned forward and motioned Naruto to come closer. By the end of the next 6 years, you'll be strong enough to participate in the Chunin exams. Naruto's eyes shined as a huge smile graced his lips. You think so? Onoki nodded and sat back down on his chair. However, I'm gonna need you to be serious while we train. Onoki said seriously, and Naruto gulped. No jokes, no laughs. Naruto nodded after some hesitation, and Onoki smiled. Good, now go look for Roshi. He'll start your training with the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded and ran out of the room. Onoki watched him leave with a sad smile before returning to his paperwork. I see great things in your future, Naruto. Asterisk. Asterisk. A figure hid behind a bush. He saw 3 men stationed in front of the double doors of the warehouse he was watching. They were talking amongst themselves. To any normal person, these men would look distracted. However, he knew that was far from the truth. He took a deep breath before flashing a brief smile. He then covered the bottom half of his face with a mask. The figure looked up at the moon for a moment before jumping out from behind the bush and speeding towards the guards. The figure was so fast that the guards were barely able to react before he was on top of them. The center guard managed to throw a kunai, striking the person trying to kill them between the eyes. The figure's face had a shocked expression just before it broke down into pebbles. The guards looked on in shock as they were not expecting it. The figure that was clad all in black appeared directly in front of the center guard, smashing his elbow into the guard's face. The figure then turned and drove his right foot into the second guard's gut. The third guard tried to kick him in the face, but the figure grabbed his leg, spun and tossed him to the second guard. Both hit the wall behind them, knocking the second guard out and making the third fall to the floor. The figure jumped on top of the third guard and smashed his right fist into the man's face, successfully knocking him out. He flinched when he heard a sickening sound come from the hit, but he shook it off and proceeded with his plan. With all 3 guards disposed of, the figure walked into the building and saw tons of guards around the place. There were countless boxes, platforms and levels everywhere. There were 2 stairs on each side of the building, leading to the second floor. Did you hear that? The figure moved behind a box and heard footsteps heading his way. The man was taller than the figure, but the figure smirked as he flipped into the air and landed in front of the man. The man blinked, but before he could say anything, the figure jumped and kneed the man in the gut. The man doubled over and the figure grabbed onto the man with a bear hug and bent back. Using his strength, the figure threw the man back and the man went through the wall. The sound resonated through the warehouse and the figure knew his cover was blown when he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Don't move, the figure cursed as he felt a kunai tip rest on his back. He put his arms up and was led through the warehouse. He saw every guard looking at him with anger. He smirked and slid to the side as he grabbed the man with the kunai and slammed his face into the box in front of him. The man fell with a thud and the figure looked around. Get him! A man yelled. The figure fell to the floor and kicked his legs out just as a man stood over him. The man fell and the figure grabbed the man's kunai before stabbing the fallen man behind the neck and ducking into a group of boxes as the other guards started throwing their kunai and shuriken. The figure threw his kunai at a man on top of a pile of boxes and hit him in the middle of his chest. The figure took out more kunai and hit 3 other guards. 2 on the ground and 1 sitting on the second floor. The one on the second floor fell off and landed on incoming guards. Forcing a kunai free from the box next to him, he aimed it at the light over him and threw. That portion of the warehouse became shrouded by darkness and the figure smirked as he heard footsteps suddenly stop in the middle of the darkness. The only thing the 4 guards heard before they died was the sound of an object flying through the air. The other guards began to panic when they heard 4 bodies hit the ground unceremoniously. On the lower levels, a handful of guards appeared and the figure jumped from the darkness and kicked the guard standing in front of the group. The guard fell back and knocked the other 4 guards down. The figure grabbed one guard by the neck and used his strength to drag the man through the floor and slam him into a pillar holding the level above it. Everyone heard it crack, but the pillar didn't fall. The figure ducked as one guard tried to attack him from behind and instead kicked the guard plastered to the cracked pillar. The figure grabbed the surprised guard and sent him through the thin and cracked pillar, making it fall on him and tilting it. The figure looked at it for a second before ducking a kick from a new guard and jumping back. He climbed up the tilted platform before jumping down and kicking a guard in the face with a roundhouse kick. Another appeared and the figure rolled to his back after grabbing the new guard's collar. He placed his feet on the guard's stomach and monkey flipped him into a wall. He jumped to his feet and smiled. He growled when a kunai dug into his shoulder, and, before another could be thrown, the figure yanked out the kunai from his bleeding shoulder and tossed it back at the guard who threw it. The wound healed in moments. He cursed when an alarm went off and ran to the door nearest him. He climbed up the wall and held on to the alarm that flashed a red light. A second later, the door burst open and 4 guards appeared, looking around the room, confused. The figure dropped down and kicked one guard behind his head and landed in between the 3 remaining guards. He then punched one guard, sending him flying through the door. Turning, the figure dropped just as a punch almost hit his head and kicked the guard's legs from under him. The guard fell and the figure cartwheeled over the guard, grabbing onto his shirt and tossing him into a box, shattering the box and knocking him out. The last guard stood in fear, too afraid to turn around. The figure waited until the guard finally turned and threw a punch. The figure caught it, pivoted and shoved his elbow in the man's chin. He was airborne for only a second, but that's all the figure needed to turn and kick him in the gut, sending him flying into a pile of unconscious men. The figure climbed up the wall and made it to the platform above him but froze when 15 guards appeared out of nowhere. The figure then ran in the opposite direction before jumping and grabbing onto a railing above him. He turned his body and kicked the pursuing guards in the face. They fell off the platform and the figure swung himself to the adjacent platform just as more guards appeared. He slid and knocked the guards off their feet and into the ground 10 feet below them. The figure stood, facing the other guards and gave a harsh kick to one in the face with sickening sound, turned and kicked another in the gut with the same foot. He spun and grabbed a guard's face and shoved his left knee into it. The figure groaned as he got punched in the back of the head. He used the momentum from the punch to roll, appear under a guard, place his hands firmly on the ground and push himself up to kick the guard in the face. Jumping to his feet, the figure grabbed the airborne guard's feet and threw him at the guard who punched him. The other guards caught up to the figure but were stopped when the figure ran in between them. He kneed a guy in the gut, turned, sent a sharp palm to the face, kicked a third in the stomach and without looking back, kicked the guy he kneed in the face. Predicting what was to come, the figure backflipped just as another guard appeared and kicked him in the chin. Still on his hands, the figure kicked the next guard in the face repeatedly before the guard fell, unconscious. 3 more guards fell from the second floor and the figure spun, extending out his legs and efficiently kicking each one in the face. He then jumped and landed on another guard and saw more heading for him. He rolled back, avoiding a man's punch, then rolled onto his feet and leapt up, shoving his knee into the man's stomach and punching him in the face as the man doubled over. Another crack was heard. The figure ran away from a guard, ran up a wall, backflipped and drove his knees into the man's shoulders. He jumped off the guard and grabbed onto a higher platform's edge and flipped onto it, kicking a guard in the face and making him fall off. He landed on his butt and looked around, seeing other guards climbing the pillar holding the platform. He slid across the platform and kicked a man in the face just as he reached the top. The figure rolled back onto his hands and kicked his legs back, connecting with a guard just as he was about to shove a kunai into the figure. It suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, about 30 guards appeared and surrounded the figure. He looked around and was suddenly dog-piled by the guards. They punched and kicked the figure, thinking that they had finally won. Unfortunately, this only angered the figure. The figure stood on an adjacent platform and eyed the group who were still unaware that he had replaced himself with one of the guards. He eyed the group intently before snapping his fingers with a brief smile. He made hand signs before putting both hands to the side of his mouth as if he was shouting. A small fireball shot out from his mouth and headed for the group of guards. The guards turned their heads and their eyes widened. They separated and smirked as the fireball passed by them harmlessly. The figure only smirked as the fireball hit the platform and erupted into a firestorm, catching all the guards in its wake. The figure hid behind a pillar until it died down and stepped out. He surveyed the area and saw that no more guards were coming, so he climbed the nearest stairs and jumped onto the second floor. He looked around and saw a guard standing on top of the highest pile of boxes while the others were scattered around the room. Standing 10 feet in front of the figure, a giant of a man smirked as he eyed the figure. "We've been waiting for you," the man said, and the figure narrowed his eyes. The giant stood 6 feet tall and wore a green shirt and black pants. His hair was brown and his onyx eyes showed confidence. "I get first dibs." The other guards nodded as the giant ran at the figure. The figure jumped and tried to punch the giant, but the giant grabbed his fist and tossed him into the nearest box, sending him through it. The figure recovered quickly and jumped on the giant's back. The giant fell on his back and the figure yelled out in pain at the man's weight on him. He squirmed out from under the man and ran to a wall. He ran up it,
and, just as the giant man was over him, he turned, pushed himself off the wall and kicked him in the face.
It didn't affect the man much as he kicked the figure in the stomach as soon as the figure landed. The figure hit the wall, but before he could slide down, the giant grabbed his neck and tossed him to the group of guards. He went through a box but burst out of it as he zoomed back to the giant and kneed him in the face. The giant took a step back, giving the figure time to jump down the stairs. However, he was caught by the giant and tossed in the air. The giant jumped and punched him in the gut. The figure crashed into the wall and created cracks around himself. He started to slide down and the giant drove his shoulder into his chest. "Gah!" he yelled as he was then grabbed and sent flying by a cruel elbow to the chest. The figure slid to a stop just as he reached a smiling guard with red hair. "Need help?" the man asked, but, before the figure could answer, a bow staff with a sharp end appeared in the figure's hands. The figure jumped to his feet, twirled the bow staff around his body and ran at the giant. The giant just smiled but wasn't expecting the figure to disappear. He then received a harsh hit to the back of his head and fell to his knees. The figure landed in front of him, hit him a few more times in the face and then shoved the entire bow staff through the man's head and then removed it.
The other guards watched in shock before throwing kunai at the figure. A cloak of red chakra appeared, surrounding the figure, and the figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. He appeared in the middle of 5 guards and used the sharp end of the bow staff to cut the throats of each guard before they could stop him. He avoided a kunai thrown at him by the guard on the highest box pile and appeared over 3 more guards. He kicked one in the face while he struck the second guard with the pointy end of the bow staff. It went through his chest while the third guard kicked the figure in the back. However, the chakra cloak burned the man's foot and effectively nullified the kick. The figure turned and punched the last guard with all his might. Dodging another kunai, the figure harshly removed the bow staff from the dead guard and threw it at the last guard. It went through his neck and he fell dead. "Look out behind you," the red-haired guard said, and the figure turned to see a woman running up to him. Aside from the giant of a man, all the guards and bandits wore black pants with either a white shirt or no shirt, but the woman running towards him, the figure could see this one was different. She seemed more skilled than the others. The figure met the woman in the middle and threw a punch, but the woman turned her head to the side and kicked the figure's feet from under him. He rolled, jumped to his feet and sent both his legs towards the woman while keeping himself up with his arms. The guard jumped over his feet and when she landed, the figure was already on his feet. "Who are you?" the guard asked, but the figure never spoke. "My name is Neko," Neko said, but the figure yet again denied him a response. Instead, the figure just ran at her and threw a second punch, but Neko deflected it with ease and kicked him in the stomach, sending her sliding back as her long blue hair flowed freely behind her. Her gold eyes stared at the figure's eyes and the figure's eyes widened as seeing her slit pupil. The figure stopped and fell to a fighting stance as Neko smiled cutely at him. "Kitsune." Neko blinked at the figure's sudden spoken word. "You can call me Kitsune," Kitsune said, and Neko smiled like a Cheshire cat. Kitsune noticed that she was around his age, but she was more developed than girls her age. He was glad he wore a mask that covered the bottom half of his face, otherwise, he wouldn't want her questioning the sudden pink tint in his cheeks or exclaiming about him being a perv. Over the mature body was a dark blue jacket with a black shirt under it. Her black pants seemed to be 2 sizes too large, but she kept it up with a dark blue obi. She was barefooted with long, claw-like nails on her hands and feet. Kitsune had to admit though, the girl was pretty cute. The red-haired guard disappeared sometime after she attacked him and Kitsune had to growl. "What's wrong, cutie? Looking for someone?" she asked with a smile, and again, Naruto found himself fond of the mask over his face. "I'm your opponent now," she said as he dropped to her hands, looking like an animal on all 4s. "Who the hell is she? This is not part of the plan," a silhouette thought as his chakra flowed around the warehouse. Neko tensed her muscles as she watched Kitsune dash towards her at incredible speeds. In a quick progression, Kitsune sent a punch to Neko and then turned and extended his leg out to kick her head. She blocked the first strike before ducking and jumping over a third kick to her legs. Kitsune had his back turned to her and kicked his leg back to hit her stomach. She caught it with ease and lifted her leg up, hoping to knock his balance off. He only used her hand as leverage to flip to his feet and smoothly turned to punch her. However, Neko was quicker as she sent a backhand to Kitsune's face, sending him tumbling into a couple of boxes. He looked up and rolled to the side just as Neko appeared over him and about to send a strong foot to the chest. He jumped to his feet and ran at Neko only for them to grapple each other and fight for dominance. Being the stronger of the two, Kitsune was able to lift Neko off her feet. Neko was well aware of what he was about to do, so she spun her body and slapped his arms away.
She landed on her hands and feet and looked up in time to dodge a kick from Kitsune.
She got up to her feet and swiftly dodged a punch from Kitsune. Kitsune followed it up with a left fist to the face, but Neko was able to dodge that one as well. He sent a kick to her body, but she back-flipped away from him. He ran up to her but was stopped by a kick to the sternum. She thrust a palm to his face, but he parried it off with his left forearm and sent his own palm to her face. She ducked and back-flipped away, but not before having kicked him in the chin.
Kitsune was sent in the air as he tried to recover from the vicious kick. He managed to flip his body and land on his feet. His azure eyes scanned Neko as she ran at him, and at the last minute, he dodged her leg sweep with a jump and managed to land a foot to her chest. The kick knocked all of the oxygen from her lungs while sending her through 2 boxes. With quick hand signs, Kitsune placed a hand on his hands to the side of his mouth as if he was shouting. Fire style. Searing pain. Kitsune shouted as a fireball escaped his mouth and headed for the down Neko. Suddenly, a wall of earth appeared and protected the down girl. Kitsune sneered as he ran and leapt over the wall with the grace of a fox. He landed behind the wall but was not expecting another wall to appear in front of him. 2 more appeared from the side, boxing him in. At the sound of a cat's meow, he looked up and saw Neko smiling at him. Without further warning, she spat out a stream of fire and completely enveloped Kitsune.
She landed on top of the earth wall and stared at the fire pit with passive eyes before they lit up at the sight movement and heard a loud growl from the fire. A smile graced her lips as the fire was suddenly rising from the pit and reached the sky. A second growl was heard and Neko was sent flying through the warehouse.
Kitsune climbed the earth wall and glared at Neko as she hit the wall. She slid down the wall and sat unmoving. He cursed under her breath as his singed mask fell off his face. He yelled out in anger as he ripped out the rest of his mask and his shirt. They were holding him back anyway. He walked up to her and picked her up by the collar of her jacket. Her golden eyes popped open and she smiled as she grabbed onto Kitsune's arms and drove both feet into his chest, making him fall on his back. She landed on her feet and fell into a fighting stance as Naruto rolled back and jumped to his feet. "You're a lot of fun." She eyed him with lustful eyes and smile. "And well built. Now show me what the container of the Kyuubi can do," she said, and Kitsune's eye narrowed. She saw the expression in his eyes and scoffed. "Don't give me that bull. I know exactly who you are, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened. "Who are you?" Naruto asked, and Neko giggled. "I told you, my name is Neko." Her features suddenly became more feral. Her animalistic eyes became more defined as her canine teeth and nails grew. Her ears suddenly disappeared under her long blue hair and a pair of blue cat ears popped out of the top of her head. Naruto's eyes were close to popping out of his head as a tail suddenly formed from behind Neko. Blue chakra surrounded the girl like Naruto's chakra cloak. It was as potent as his, but Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "Show me," she purred as she was suddenly behind Naruto. Naruto blinked as he felt Neko's breath on his neck. "I didn't even notice her move," Naruto thought as he activated his fox eyes. Everything became clearer and he turned to elbow Neko in the face but was surprised when he saw that he was too slow to touch her. She seemed to be in a different league and Naruto doubted he could touch her while in that form. She punched him in the face and sent him crashing through the warehouse and into a tree. He groaned as he opened his eyes and saw Neko walking over to him, her hips swaying seductively. She had a mischievous smile on her face as Naruto picked himself up with the help of the tree. The night air felt cold as it passed over his sweat. "Show me now," she said as she ran and thrust a palm forward. Naruto ducked, causing Neko's palm to go through the tree. Naruto jumped away from her. She let him dodge that one and he knew it. "You know I let you get away with that one," she stated with a knowing smile, and Naruto cursed. "Show me what your beast can do." Sprinting, Naruto came face to face with Neko, but before he could punch her, she sent a smart knee to his gut. He doubled over and took a step back. He looked up and jumped over Neko as she tried to drive her shoulder into his chest. However, he wasn't expecting Neko to jump as well and punch his chin with an uppercut. He fell to the ground with a harsh thud and slowly got up. He made hand signs. "Fire style. Running fire," he shouted as he pat out a stream of fire and surrounded Neko. Making more hand signs, he sucked in a deep breath. "Wind style. Divine wind." Small tornadoes appeared from Naruto's mouth and headed for Neko. The tornadoes sucked up the fire and became tornadoes of flames as they engulfed Neko. She jumped out of the flames without a scratch on her and surprised Naruto with a knee to the face. Naruto stood with a growl as his canine teeth grew and his whisker marks became more defined. His red irises darkened but his pupil remained circular. Red chakra surrounded him, giving him ears on the top of his head and a tail. "That's better," Neko said.
She blinked when he disappeared before feeling a hard fist connecting with her left cheek. She then felt an elbow to the back of her head, a knee to her stomach and a kick to her back. She skid to a stop and giggled. She hadn't had so much fun in years. Naruto disappeared and slammed the bottom of his foot on Neko's back, sending her crashing into the ground. She tried to stand but Naruto forced her down with his foot. He took a step back but she still refused to go down. Clasping his hands together, he brought it down and sent her further into the ground. He jumped back, not surprised that she stood up from the hit. He stared at her with impassive eyes and she couldn't help but smile charmingly. "You're gonna make me blush if you keep staring at me like that," she said coyly as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her tongue. Naruto fought down a blush as Neko slowly walked towards him while her more animalistic characteristics began to vanish as if it was a mirage. As she walked, Neko was very captivating. Her golden eyes shined as they stared intently at him. Her hair seemed like ice shining brightly from under the moon's light. Her jacket was long gone and her black short was ragged with some holes on it. In fact, the bottom half of her shirt was burned and ripped off during the battle. Along with the shirt, her pants were completely destroyed and some blood traveled down his nose. He wiped it off with his left arm. Her creamy, long legs looked really soft. "Like the show?" she asked with a perverted smile and Naruto growled. She then became serious. "There are more like me, others just like us," she said and Naruto eyed her cautiously as she stopped just a foot away from him. "What do you mean, us?" Naruto asked. "Don't trust the hunters, any of them," she said before cutely smiling and brushed her hand softly across his left cheek. "You're going to need my help in the future, don't forget me," was the last thing she said before she ran into the forest. Naruto stood in the middle of the silent night before he heard clapping. "Good job, Naruto. 7 years of training and the results aren't disappointing," a red-haired man said and Naruto sighed as his cloak disappeared. There was no doubt the red-haired man heard what. He smiled as he felt his sweat drip from his head. He brushed his silver hair with his right hand and chuckled. "Thanks Roshi-sensei. Your taijutsu is at least mid-chunin," Roshi stated and Naruto frowned. "Mid-chunin," he whined. "You did get hit by a bunch of henchmen," Roshi observed and Naruto pouted. "You have incredible stamina and chakra, and you managed to pull off that jutsu without a sweat." Naruto smiled and Roshi walked up to him, placing a fatherly hand on his shoulder. "If it were up to me, I'd promote you to chunin now," he said, making Naruto smile brightly. "However, you know we can't do that." "Well, we shouldn't," he said and his smile left him. Naruto put his hand on his stomach and Roshi nodded. "When you take the graduation test tomorrow, don't go overboard. That way, no one will say anything." Naruto nodded and Roshi patted his back. "Make us proud, kid." "Whoa wait," Roshi blinked. He started walking, heading for home but Naruto stopped him. "What about the mission?" Naruto asked and Roshi flashed the briefest of smiles. "This was the mission. Take out the bandits and kill the big, bad boss." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "While you handled the small fries, I sneaked into the big man's room and finished the job." Naruto growled. "Bastard." Roshi smirked as he began to walk away. "When was the last time you dyed your hair?" Naruto blinked as Roshi's voice echoed from the forest. "Your blonde hair is starting to show. You might wanna take care of that, brat." Naruto looked around and saw a lake 20 feet from him. He ran over and from the light coming from the moon above him, Naruto saw that he had blonde roots. What the? Naruto didn't know why he had blonde roots, he always thought he had silver hair. He stood and walked to the Tsuchikage's tower with a purpose, he didn't know why he had blonde roots. But he knew someone who would. Watching him leave, a silhouette cursed under his breath as he felt someone appear behind him. "Well, I'm guessing that girl wasn't part of the genjutsu," Roshi guessed. "No, she wasn't," Onoki answered as he stepped into the moonlight. "Still, he did pretty well," he added and Roshi nodded. "No doubt. Still, what do you think she meant?" he asked and Onoki sighed. "Let's worry about that later. For now," Onoki punched Roshi's left arm but inadvertently caused his back to pop. "Ow, my back," he whined and Roshi rubbed his left arm. "Old fool, what was that for?" After composing himself, Onoki glared at Roshi. "He isn't supposed to know about his blonde hair, that's why." Roshi said nothing as he headed for home. Onoki disappeared as his body seemed composed of dust being blown away by the wind. Asterisk. Naruto walked down the Tsuchikage's tower hallway. His mind was unwavering and his purpose steeled. He burst through the double doors and watched as Onoki jumped from his desk and looked around, clearly confused. Old man, we need to talk, Naruto said seriously as he sat down on the chair in front of Onoki's chair. Ah, Naruto, you've returned. How did the training go? He asked, oblivious that Naruto was atypically serious. Great. Took out about 60 men. Onoki smiled. Don't get too excited. Most of them probably dropped out when they were Genin. Onoki shook his head with a smile. He wasn't sure why he hadn't mentioned the Neko girl, but he couldn't ask him about it or else he'd sound suspicious. Still, 60. That's quite the feat. Naruto scoffed with a smirk of his own before his solemn demeanor returned. Old man, Naruto started as he stood and bent forward. The hell's the deal with this? Onoki eyed his head and they immediately went to the blonde portion of his hair and his eyes widened. Interesting, Onoki stated before leaning back on his chair. Naruto, when was the last time you shampooed? Naruto straightened his back and raised an eyebrow. What? When was the last time you shampooed? Onoki asked again, and when he saw Naruto open his mouth with the same confused expression, he sighed. Just answer the damn question, boy. A month, maybe 2. Onoki held his head as he sighed. Why should that matter though? Naruto asked. There is a reason why you have blonde roots, because your natural hair color is yellow. Onoki said, and Naruto's eyes narrowed. That shampoo I gave you was to help keep your hair silver. What? He asked in a low voice. You showed me a picture of my parents, none of them were blonde. He said. It's probably somewhere in your family tree. Onoki said, which was not really a lie. Either way, I decided to dye your hair silver. He said, and Naruto sat down in the chair behind him. Why, have you seen anyone in Iowa with blonde hair? Naruto shook his head. Do you know who does have blonde hair? Onoki let Naruto process the information and try to answer the question. Finally, Naruto got it and looked away while mumbling something under his breath and crossing his arms over his chest. What? Onoki asked as he placed his hands behind his ear. Speak up. The Yondaime. Exactly, and I didn't think you'd want to look like him. Naruto said nothing, but he lost his angry look. Instead, he had a hurt look. I don't like that I've been lied to for most of my life. Naruto turned his azure eyes to Onoki and Onoki flinched. Even if it's something small like this. Understandable, Onoki said, and Naruto stood. He was about to walk out of the room but stopped before walking out of the threshold. Is there anything else I should know? He asked, and Onoki looked straight into his eyes. No, he answered, and Naruto nodded before walking out of the room. With his head hung low, Naruto closed the door and just stood there for a second. I guess I know who I can trust, he commented to himself before walking out of the tower. Asterisk. Naruto walked down the street with his hands in his pockets. 2 days have passed since the mission given to him in Roshi by Onoki, and the same day he met an interesting girl. Now, today, he passed his graduation test. Just as he thought, some of the teachers were hoping for his failure. So he took the advice of Roshi and did just enough to pass but not seem like he's hanging by a thread. With his forehead protector tied to his forehead, Naruto continued to walk down the street with pride. However, there was no smile on his face and no skip to his step. There was something weighing his happiness down. Under different circumstances, Naruto would be jumping around the entire village, proclaiming his advancement to Genin to any and everybody in sight. Hell, he'd probably invite some friends to ramen. He would be that happy. Still, Naruto wasn't in the mood to celebrate. He knew why, but he had yet to swallow it, the idea. He couldn't accept the idea, the words alone would break his spirit down. Yet, he knew, deep down, somewhere in his mind, he knew cold hard truth. He couldn't trust the old man. He couldn't trust Kuretsuchi because of her connection to the old man. He couldn't trust Iwagakure, at least, not completely. He knew he could trust Roshi and Han more than Roshi. They knew his pain, the loneliness every Jinchuriki felt deep in their heart. They could never connect to people the way normal people can. However, it didn't matter how many people Naruto convinced to be his friends, he was glad to at least have Roshi and Han. He cared about the quality, not the quantity. He watched as the sun began to set, painting half of the sky with reddish pink and orange while the other side contained a sea of dark indigo. The stars have yet to reveal themselves, but the moon was out and about. Hey, Naruto-kun. Naruto stopped and turned to see Kuretsuchi running up to him. She decided to keep her black hair short, which didn't look bad on her. She wore what Naruto guessed was a long, red kimono with the sleeve on her right arm missing as well as the bottom left side of the kimono, fishnet tights and shorts over them. Her pink cheeks were almost as pink as her eyes. Naruto had known of her crush for a while now. In fact, looking back on it now, he had to guess that it started around the same time he began his intense training. He had seen very little of her since he started the training, but she was still his friend, so when he got the time, he'd hand out with her. Still, he wished she would stop running after him and stop to smell the roses, or at least notice the quiet boy who would stare at her in class. "Hey Kuretsuchi," Naruto greeted with a forced smile. Whether or not she noticed how fake it was, she didn't show it and continued to smile happily. "Aren't you happy? We're Genin now," she asked, and Naruto nodded with a chuckle. "At least we won't have to listen to Sosuke-sensei talk about boring stuff." Kuretsuchi laughed. "True, so, Her blush darkened and Naruto smiled as he put his arm around her and started walking. She was surprised by his sudden action and walked beside him. "Spit it out," Naruto said. "Whose team do you think you'll be in?" she asked, and Naruto hummed, looking thoughtful as if he was truly giving it some thought. He found that piece of information trivial at the moment, but thinking about it, oh hell, he still didn't care. "Hopefully with someone I'm close with." Naruto turned to look at Kuretsuchi. "What about you?" "With you." Naruto knew she was going to say that. "And not because I like you or anything, I just don't want to paired with some weaklings," she answered with a blush. "Smooth," Naruto thought sarcastically. "Smooth," Kuretsuchi thought. She had to smile at her skill and tact. "I guess we'll see tomorrow. Though, knowing that old fool, he'll probably put us on the same team and then cry out from his back pain." Kuretsuchi laughed and Naruto couldn't help but laugh with her. After walking in silence for a couple of blocks, and a couple of awkward glances, Kuretsuchi bumped her shoulder against Naruto's. "What's wrong?" she asked, and Naruto forced another smile. "What do you mean?" He saw that he wasn't fooling her and put his smile away. What's the word?" "Awesome," she joked, and Naruto shook his head. "I think troublesome is better." "You're troublesome." "Hey, wonder if anyone else says that." Asterisk. Off in a different village, a boy sneezed and wiped his nose with the sleeve of his shirt. "That's disgusting," a woman yelled, and the young boy sighed. "Shikamaru." "Troublesome," the boy muttered. Asterisk. Kuretsuchi stared at Naruto, a little hurt. "Anyway, it's nothing you should worry about," Naruto said and looked at her. "Honestly, I'm fine, I just got a lot of things going on in my head," Naruto assured her. She opened her mouth but no word escaped as she saw someone walking towards them. "I guess I'll see you later then," she said before entering a random shop, just so it looked like she had to go in there. Unknown to her at that time, she walked into a lingerie store. Naruto laughed and it became louder when he heard her yell. "Naruto," a rough voice said, and Naruto smiled. "Han ni, what's up?" Naruto asked as he stood in front of the mountainous man. Han was a very paranoid man, up to the point that he reminded Naruto of a tank with feet. He was heavily armored, wearing what he called steam armor, with a furnace on the back that would emit steam when he used it. He had brown eyes and his armor extended all the way to the bottom half of his face, covering it up. Aside from his red armor, he also wore a red conical straw hat that seemed to be composed of the same material of his armor. Over his armor, Han had a black GI, with the sleeves seemingly torn off, and black gloves. "I heard you graduated today. Congratulations," he said, and Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and smirked. "I know you can do better than that, Han ni." Han's brown eyes softened as he knelt in front Naruto and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I'm proud of you, Naruto." Naruto smiled. "Thanks." Ever since his training finished, Naruto felt like he was a man. When he graduated and became an official shinobi for Iwa, this feeling got stronger. He felt like a man who could do no wrong, who did everything the right way the first time. He didn't care if he had to live on his own, he knew he could do it and be successful in doing so. Still, whenever he was around Han, that feeling flew out the window and was replaced with the feeling of a young boy blindly following his older brother around. He didn't hate it, but it did make him wonder if it made him a bit dependent of Han. He shook his head, he had a lot to think of as it was. He didn't need any more thoughts running through his mind. "Naruto." Naruto blinked as he saw Han standing over him with a questioning gaze. "Man, I zoned out for a good while. I asked if you'd like me to treat you to ramen." Han repeated, and after thinking it over, Naruto shook his head. "Thanks, but maybe later. I need to go to my thinking spot," Naruto said, and after waving goodbye to Han, he continued to walk around the village. He stopped at the edge of the village where the village ended and the mountains began. He used his chakra to stick to the wall and he began his trek up the mountain. When he finally reached the top, he sat down at the tip of the mountain. He remembered when he had problems climbing the dammable mountain with his chakra. From top to bottom, he hated doing it, but in the end, it proved to be useful and he was sort of glad he spent half a year doing it. He sighed contentedly as he watched the sun shine its final rays before going over the horizon and completely welcoming night into the village. He always loved climbing the mountain and just watching the sun set. It was his favorite place to just sit and do nothing or just to think. A sudden flashback hit Naruto and he remembered seeing the look Onoki's eyes had when Naruto asked him if there was anything else he should know. Naruto wasn't the smartest person in Iowa, but he knew how to read body language and tell when he's being lied to. It was all in the eyes. "What aren't you telling me, old man?" Naruto asked no one. The wind whistled as the night air coolly blew over the entire village. Unknown to Naruto, a certain blonde-haired man was also sitting on top of a mountain, staring over his village as it slept. Minato-kun. Minato slowly turned his head and saw his wife hesitantly walking towards him. She wrapped him in a hug and held him tightly. 13 years later and it still affects them. "I know," he said as he felt his wife shake under his hold. "Next month will be 14 years. What do you think he's doing?" Kushina asked and Minato couldn't stop the smile from reaching his lips. "Probably eating ramen," Minato said and heard Kushina giggle. He didn't believe his son was dead. If he was, the Kyuubi would have escaped and alongside his child's death. He'd have to worry about the Kyuubi running around. His kid was out there, somewhere in the world, and one day, he'd find him and bring him home. After standing there a while longer, Minato and Kushina headed home. Minato stared intently at the papers in his hands. The mission was simple. There's been some suspicious activity near the Land of Fire's borders. It was nothing special. Go there, check out what's going on and report back. He put down the mission scroll and grabbed the file that contained available teams. There weren't that many and he needed a team specifically designed for tracking. 2 teams fit that description perfectly. Making a decision, Minato closed the file and rolled up the mission scroll before pocketing it and leaving his office. Upon hearing the Hokage's door open, his secretary looked back and a blush automatically appeared on her tan cheeks. She shyly brushed aside a stray black hair and her brown eyes shifted to the scroll in Minato's hand. "Why, Yondaime-sama, are you going to assign someone that mission?" His secretary asked and Minato put on a smile and nodded his head. "Here, let me call someone to deliver it in." "No," she was about to pick up her phone but was stopped by Minato's sudden proclamation. "It's fine. I need a break from the office," he said and waved to her as he left. He sighed and shook his head when he had his back turned to her. 14 years of marriage and the fangirls were still everywhere. Stepping into the sunlight, Minato couldn't help but smile as he noticed how peaceful his village was. Even with the death of his son, he had somehow managed to successfully lead his village into prosperity and peace within the 5 great nations. Sure, they weren't really allied with the other 4 nations, but they weren't at war either. He smiled and waved at the villagers he passed by, occasionally making small talk with the shinobi he ran into. He knew where he was going. The team he was looking for would always train at the same training ground. After walking for about 10 minutes, he walked into the borders of Training Ground 12. He was about to call for the team sensei when he saw the 3 genin working together in a spar against her. Their sensei had black, shoulder-length untamed hair, and very unique eyes that were red in color, with an additional ring in them. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her regular outfit consisted of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Over this was very broad material which resembled bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs were also wrapped in bandages and had the Konoha forehead protector and regular shinobi sandals. Their sensei, one Kurenai Yuhi, swiftly dodged a drill while also avoiding being captured by the Aburame clan's Kikaichu bugs. The drill that she so easily avoided stopped in midair and Minato could see a boy growling. His attire consisted of dark grayish pants reaching to his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with the hood usually placed on his head, over an apparent plate of armor and fishnet undershirt with a blue forehead protector and blue sandals. Another boy appeared from a column of bugs. He had bushy dark brown hair, pale skin, and was the taller of the 2 boys. He was sporting the same style as the rest of his clan, consisting of dark sunglasses and a sea green jacket with a high, upturned collar. A wave of insects appeared and with a simple motion from the taller boy, the insects rushed towards Kurenai. Minato noticed that both boys were leading their sensei to the edge of the training grounds where he saw, from his angle, a young girl hiding behind a tree. The girl had dark blue hair and fair skin, traits Minato knew she inherited from her mother, and lavender eyes. Her hair was a Heim-cut style, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. He smiled softly at seeing Hinata again. He'd been there for Hiyashi when she was born. He was freaking out and Minato had to laugh at his usually stoic friend's expression. She was such a beautiful baby, just like. Minato looked away, down to his feet as a mental image of a newborn Naruto in his beautiful wife's arms entered his mind. He shook his head and looked back up just in time to see Hinata jump out of her hiding spot and try to hit her sensei with a chakra-powered palm. Minato couldn't hold back a chuckle as he watched Kurenai back flip over Hinata, whose eyes widened at her sensei's limberness and agility. Kurenai landed with the grace of a veteran ballet dancer and extended her left leg as she knelt down and spun in place, making Hinata fall to her left side. Minato was amazed but not surprised when Hinata immediately rolled away from her sensei, used the momentum to raise herself up with her hands and flip away. She landed beside her two teammates, her breathing a bit labored. Minato was surprised when Hinata turned her head in his direction, but his surprise was wiped away when he noticed that Hinata still had her Byakugan active. "Someone's here," Kiba stated as he took another whiff of the air, along with his furry companion who barked in agreement. Hinata bowed her head as Minato walked toward Team 8 whilst clapping his hands. "That was a very inspiring display. You have an extraordinary team here, Kurenai," Minato complimented, causing Kurenai to smile pridefully. Her team also smiled but Hinata blushed as well, enjoying Minato's kind words. "It makes me more assured about Konoha's future and the continuation of the Will of Fire. It also makes me confident I won't have to worry about you four while you're out on your mission." Team 8, Kurenai included, blinked in surprise and confusion. "Mission?" Kiba asked and Minato nodded. He tossed Kurenai the mission scroll. Kurenai caught it and unrolled it. After reading it, she looked at her leader with questioning red eyes. "Question?" he asked with humor in his voice, his smile widening and his eyes crinkling at seeing her reaction. "Are you sure you want us to do this mission, Hokage-sama?" Kurenai asked and Minato raised an eyebrow in wonderment, though his smile never wavered. "Are you doubting your team's abilities, Kurenai?" Minato teased and Kurenai shook her head. She was about to say something but Minato beat her to it. "Very well then. Not that I mind getting another mission, but what are you doing here?" Kiba asked and Kurenai leveled him with a light glare. Kiba's eyes shifted to the ground under him and Minato laughed as he focused his gaze on the scolded boy. "I needed to get out of that cramped office, so I came to personally deliver your mission to you." Minato turned his gaze back on Kurenai. "Unless, your sensei doesn't think you're capable enough to complete the mission." Team 8 looked at their sensei with an inquiring expression and Kurenai's sweat dropped. "It's not that I'm doubtful, just curious as to why us," she answered and Minato shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "For the past 2 months, your team has been completing D-rank missions without complaint. Think of this as a reward for making my life as a Hokage that much less troublesome." He laughed and watched as his laughter caused everyone to adopt a smile on their face. "Well, I should probably head back, I think I've procrastinated enough as it is." He waved to Team 8 as he left. Kurenai and Hinata bowed while Kiba was talking animatedly to Shino, who seemed as passive as ever. "Ah, to be young," he muttered as he headed back to work. When he left, Kurenai turned to her team and smiled. "All right team, this is a fairly simple mission. We're going to go to the Land of Fire's borders and investigate some suspicious activities. If we can handle the threat, we are allowed to confront the target and eliminate it. If it proves to be too much, we call for backup and run. No ifs, ands or buts. Is that understood?" Team 8 nodded their heads and Kurenai sighed. "You are to go home and prepare for this mission. It will take at least a day to go there, 2 days to search the area and then another day to return. Pack accordingly." Dismissed. "Hi," Team 8 shouted before turning and heading for their respective homes. Kurenai saw Kiba talking to both his teammates with so much life, waving his arms around and smiling like a child at a toy store. Hinata giggled and even though Shino didn't show it, Kurenai knew he was enjoying the companionship with his teammates. After watching them disappear from her line of sight, Kurenai headed for her home. Asterisk. Naruto ducked as he jumped back and stared passively at his sparring partner. He sighed, his mind occupied by his memories of the last 2 months. He was assigned to his team and was teamed with Kuretsuchi, Daichi and his sensei. He was somewhat surprised that Kuretsuchi was on his team, though he should have known better. Damn that old man. Kuretsuchi sat on the side of the training field, watching him and Daichi spar vigorously. She seemed so focused on him that Naruto felt a bit anxious. Why exactly was she staring at him like he was freaking Kami? Girls were weird. Pay attention, came the voice of Naruto's sparring partner. Naruto barely avoided a kick headed for his head but wasn't prepared for Daichi to spin and then send a kick to the chest. Naruto rolled and used the momentum from the kick to jump to his feet, just in time to see Daichi heading towards him. Taking out a kunai from his pouch, Naruto met Daichi in the middle and parried off the kunai Daichi took out earlier. Staring into his gray eyes, Naruto smiled as he easily pushed Daichi back and slammed his knee into Daichi's chin. Naruto waited passively as Daichi tried to catch his second wind. The boy Naruto stood over was easily a foot taller than him. He had short brown hair and wore a long-sleeved shirt that covered his hands, along with dark red pants and black shinobi shoes. Naruto took a sharp jump to the left as Daichi shifted his right arm and threw a kunai at Naruto. Having easily dodged Daichi's kunai, Naruto took out more kunai and tossed them at his fallen comrade, sparring partner. Daichi jumped to his feet and leapt back, away from the kunai's destination. He held back a gasp when he saw Naruto appear behind him with a kunai positioned at the small of his back. Nice move, Daichi said as he stared back at Naruto with a smirk. Naruto responded with a smirk of his own and pushed Daichi forward. Not bad Naruto, Naruto turned to his sensei. Even though Onoki, Han and Roshi trained him in the last 6 years, he had also received guidance from his sensei. He looked up to him, being a Genin sensei at such a young age. He was only 16. Your head still seems to be in the clouds, but as long as you avoid getting distracted, you'll define in future missions, Thanks, Deidara-sensei. Deidara smirked at his charges. He was wearing the standard outfit of an Iwagakure shinobi. When Naruto first met Deidara, he was surprised to see that he had blonde hair. Naruto touched his own hair. He decided to let it grow out and return to its natural blonde color. It was an odd look, but Naruto had to get used to it. It was his way of rebelling against the old man. Besides, it wasn't all that bad. It sort of made him look related to his sensei. Deidara clapped his hands once and his eye crinkled as his smile widened. I got a sort of surprise for all of you. His team groaned. If it's another clay sculpture of us, no thanks, I have enough at home. Kuretsuchi said as she held her arms up in rejection, but Deidara laughed. No, it's nothing like that, but you could at least pretend you like my art, Deidara joked and Kuretsuchi shook her head with a soft smile. The mission is almost over, we'll be heading home soon. Naruto smiled. Yes, this boring mission is almost over. He shouted with glee and Kuretsuchi and Daichi laughed at his energetic cheer. All we have to wait for is the Hoshikage's reply and we're done. Deidara continued. While we wait, practice on your evasion skills, Deidara said as he created a couple of clones and they stood on both sides of him. Naruto, come with me, I need to speak with you. Naruto nodded as the two Deidara clones ran past him and towards the remaining two charges. Naruto followed Deidara, who led him to the far side of the training ground. What is it, Deidara-sensei? Naruto asked as Deidara faced him with a smile laced in his lips. There's a jutsu I want to teach you, He answered bluntly and Naruto smiled at the prospect of learning a new jutsu to add to his arsenal. However, his joy was overcome with his inquisitive nature. What about Kuretsuchi and Daichi? He asked and Deidara looked back at his team as they ran away from his clones. They can't handle this kind of jutsu just yet. His light blue eyes shifted back to Naruto, whose eyes never left his sensei. Their chakra reserves aren't at the level this jutsu requires. You, however, because of your tenant, can probably perform this jutsu without breaking a sweat, Naruto's eyes lit up again. Okay, so what is it? Naruto asked, his energetic need to learn jutsu shining in his cerulean eyes. Deidara motioned Naruto to turn and focus on his two teammates. Naruto turned and saw Kuretsuchi narrowly dodging the clone's kunai while Daichi stared at his clone intently, anticipating its moves. Very good, Deidara shouted, loud enough so his team could hear him. The two clones stopped in their tracks and all four focused their attention on the blonde sensei. I want you two to spar with the clones. No ninjutsu, strictly taijutsu. Begin. Daichi and Kuretsuchi jumped back as the Deidaras ran at them with a kunai in each hand. So, Deidara shifted his eyes to Naruto who was looking at him expectantly. What's the jutsu? What kind of clones do you think I made? The question threw Naruto off and he shifted his gaze back to the clones. He shrugged his shoulders. Rock clone. Deidara's smile widened, his eyes never leaving his charges. Just watch, Naruto kept his eyes on Deidara before switching to the clones. His eyes narrowed, their movements and characteristics weren't different from the rock clone. That is, until Daichi managed to land a solid punch on the clone's chin. Naruto's eyes widened when the clone just exploded and left a cloud of smoke behind. Daichi blinked in surprise, having expected the clone to crumble into pieces of rock. With his eyes in danger of popping out of his head, Naruto could only stare at his sensei, who laughed at his expression. That is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Deidara answered Naruto's unasked question. A useful jutsu, better than the rock clone jutsu. When the clone expires, its memories and any remaining chakra is sent back to the original. Deidara said as he tapped his temple. So why teach it to me? Naruto asked, and Deidara raised an eyebrow. Do you not want to learn it? Naruto shook his head feverishly. Then let's get started. Asterisk. Deidara watched as Naruto smirked with confidence as his clones were successfully pushing his teammates to their limits. The boy was a genius, easily learning the jutsu in under 2 hours and even summoning about 20 on his first successful attempt. All right, stop, Deidara called out, and the Narutos froze in their place. Daichi and Kuretsuchi let out an inaudible sigh of relief as Daichi promptly fell on his back. Oh Kami, thank you for showing mercy. Naruto chuckled as he dispersed his clones and felt the clones' memories rush into his mind. He flinched, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. He turned his attention back to Deidara. Team training is over, good job, Deidara said. You can do what you like, so long as whatever it is you do doesn't give Iwa a bad name. Hi, sensei, his team replied. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll go catch up on some sleep, and you all should too. We're heading out first thing in the morning, Deidara said as he disappeared, and Naruto turned to his teammates. I'm hungry, let's get some ramen, Datbeo, Naruto said, and Kuretsuchi groaned while Daichi rolled his eyes. What? You're always eating ramen, ramen boy, Kuretsuchi answered, a bit irritable. Daichi nodded in agreement. Don't you ever get tired of that stuff? He asked earnestly, and Naruto looked flabbergasted. How could anyone ever get tired of ramen? Naruto asked, truly befuddled. It's only the best food on the planet. Kuretsuchi groaned. She had come to expect comments like that from her blonde teammate. Daichi just rolled his eyes again, but all three were smiling. In spite of their needling and teasing, they enjoyed one another's company immensely, and, if asked, all three would claim the other two as friends. Oh, all right, let's get something to eat, the girl said, glaring at Naruto before adding, but no ramen. Naruto groaned and rolled his eyes. Daichi chuckled and patted him on the back. Hey, Naruto, don't forget, you've got your private stash with you, I saw you pack it, he said. Naruto's eyes brightened as he remembered Daichi was right, he did have about 24 small cups of instant ramen with him. He always packed that when he was going anywhere. All right, I guess I can go a meal without ramen, for you guys sake, he said, giving them his trademark grin. Kuretsuchi smiled at Naruto, knowing what he was up to, but flattered by his words nonetheless. Come on, you two, she said. Let's see what we can find to eat around here. Asterisk. Naruto and his team had found a small restaurant on the edge of the village and were enjoying their tea at the moment. Naruto hadn't seen anywhere to get ramen anyway, and this place seemed nice enough, so he was satisfied. Kuretsuchi liked it because it was one of those places that seemed to always have lit candles on every table and very little light otherwise. This made for a very private and, in her mind, romantic atmosphere. She blushed lightly at that thought. Naruto noticed Kuretsuchi blushing and wondered why, but he shook it off. He and Daichi sat on one side of the table they'd been shown to, Kuretsuchi on the other. Naruto found her staring at him again and once again felt a bit anxious because of it. What in the world was she staring at him like that for? Kuretsuchi, why are you staring at me? Naruto, tactless as ever, asked. She blushed at being caught and tried to say that she wasn't, but all she could manage was a series of unintelligible sounds. Naruto was even more confused than before. Daichi, realizing what was going on, burst out laughing. Now Naruto was totally lost. First Kuretsuchi was staring at him earlier while he was sparring with Daichi, then she was staring at him here at their table, and now Daichi was laughing uproariously for no apparent reason. Naruto, frustrated with his confusion, turned and glared at Daichi. What is so funny? He asked, annoyed. This only made Daichi laugh all the harder, to the point he was almost falling off his chair. Naruto folded his arms and humphed in irritation. Kuretsuchi, who was still stammering, finally stopped and began giggling hysterically at the, to her, very cute pout Naruto put on in his frustration. Even knowing it was in large part because of her, she couldn't help laughing herself. It didn't take long for Kuretsuchi and Daichi's laughter to become infectious. Naruto finally lost his pout and began laughing as well, even though he wasn't sure why, really. By the time their food arrived, all three were smiling and talking lightly about their mission and about going home the next day. Asterisk. This is far enough, Kurenai said as her team stopped behind her. We'll set up camp and continue in the morning. Team 8 nodded as they set their packs down and began to set up camp. Hinata took out her tent, but before she could start to set it up, she felt Kiba's hands go over hers. Don't worry about setting up the tent, I'll do it for you. He smiled and Hinata blinked. She shook her head in amusement and released the tent. Thank you, Kiba-kun. Kiba's cheeks gained a pink tint to them as he was exposed to Hinata's charming smile. He looked away and Hinata blinked again. Are you okay? She asked and Kiba nodded his head and smiled back at her. Seeing him smile was enough for Hinata, so she turned her attention to her sensei, who was leaning against a tree, lost in her thoughts. Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai looked at Hinata with a questioning gaze. Yes, what is it? Hinata turned to Kiba and then Shino while they set up the tents. Is there something I can do? She asked with a smile. Kurenai hummed to herself before returning Hinata's smile. How about you go find some firewood? Hinata nodded her head and with a skip to her step, she went deeper into the forest. While she collected the firewood, she hummed a soft song, enjoying nature in all its glory. Looking skyward, she saw a clear blue sky just starting to turn pink with the evening and a brilliantly shining sun, both enjoying the luxury of being uninterrupted by blemishes. However, Hinata knew there was probably about an hour before the sun would leave and night would take its place as ruler of the sky. A breeze flew past Hinata and she took the time to just stand there and take in the scent of nature that came along with the breeze. She let out a deep breath and continued to collect firewood with an even wider smile. Off in the distance, a figure watched Hinata vigilantly with a cynical smile on his face. He slowly sneaked up behind Hinata and was about to cover her mouth with a cloth in his hand when she suddenly turned around and landed a solid palm to the man's stomach. The man's eyes widened before he was engulfed in smoke and replaced with a log. Hinata dropped the firewood in her hands and fell into her battle stance, her Byakugan active and her senses on alert. She gracefully avoided a kunai aimed for her stomach and took out her own kunai. She deflected another kunai and then another before she faced her attacker as he ran towards her. He thrust his kunai forward, but Hinata turned her body at the last second, getting him close enough for her to drive her fingertips into his left arm. She sent chakra through her tips and the man winced as he felt his arm losing some feeling. He jumped back and held his left arm with his right. He glared at Hinata before shifting his left arm up and started to make hand signs. He sucked in his breath and then released a huge tidal wave. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw the giant wave head for her. It hit her and the man smirked under his mask. The jutsu wouldn't kill her, but hopefully it would knock her out. His right eyebrow rose a few inches when the water over her began to expand until all that was left was a spinning dome of water and chakra. Hinata stopped her technique, facing her attacker with cold lavender eyes. Water droplets surrounded her before she disappeared in a blink of an eye. The man ducked under Hinata's roundhouse kick and jumped back when she spun on her heels and tried to hit him with a double palm to the chest. Suddenly, Hinata found herself surrounded by 5 men dressed all in black. She defended against 3 of the men successfully, causing them to turn into water and fall to the ground. The other 2, however, gave her a harder time as they seemed faster than the others. She parried a punch from one clone and then kicked it in the chest, but the other managed to grab her right arm and slam her into a nearby tree. She cried out in pain but retaliated quickly by shoving her elbow back and making it land on the clone's chest. With the chakra running through her elbow, she was able to disrupt the clone and cause it to crumble into the ground before returning to its natural element. With her Byakugan, she saw the last clone heading for her before jumping into the air. Before it could reach her, however, she spun. Kaden, she shouted and the clone collided with the spinning dome of chakra, dispersing it. She stopped, the water from the clone's death still over her. Water style. Water prison jutsu. The man shouted and Hinata's eyes widened when she was trapped in a dome of water. She looked behind her and saw the man smiling arrogantly under his mask. I finally have you, Hyuga. The man said. Hinata glared at him while she began to panic and began to feel claustrophobic inside the water prison. She was losing oxygen and it was only a matter of time before she lost consciousness. Before she did, though, she saw the man remove his mask and shivered at seeing his sinister smile. Asterisk. After the 3 of them ate, they all made their way back to camp. Kuretsuchi crawled into her tent and was asleep within moments. Naruto and Daichi entered their tent as well. The two sat and talked a short time, then Daichi laid down and fell asleep as well. It was about then that Naruto had a sudden surge of claustrophobia. He had no idea what it meant, but he knew he couldn't stay there in the tent any longer. He crawled out of the tent silently and made his way to a nearby clearing to get some training done. He made a handful of clones and began training with them. As he did feel a little better, but something was still nagging at him. Something wasn't right, he could feel it. He just had no idea what it was. Shaking off this foreboding feeling, Naruto returned his attention on his training. During his training with his team, he would occasionally be found among his clones and either Kuretsuchi or Daichi would try to attack him. He smiled as he remembered instinctively replacing himself with a clone. He remembered Kuretsuchi cursing her luck and admitting that she thought she had the original. At the time, Naruto laughed, telling her that she should work on her detection skills. But if he were honest with himself, he'd admit that she would have landed a hit, or close to one, if he hadn't replaced himself with a clone. That's what he's doing now, practicing to replace himself among his clones. Of course, it wasn't that hard to do, but he wanted it to be second nature. After making sure he got the hang of it, he then divided his clones into two groups. One to replace himself with and another to attack him, to simulate an actual battle. After some time, he chuckled tiredly as he fell flat on his back and let his eyes rest for a minute while the sound of the night entered his ears. Compared to the nightlife in Iowa, every living creature was awake out here. Wiping sweat from his brow, Naruto sat up and looked up at the sky. The moon looked beautiful as always and the stars shone dully over the dark sky. Unknown to him, a pair of eyes were also staring at the moon. Tears flowed down her cheeks as Hinata's lavender eyes blinked away the stray tears. She closed them and whimpered under her gag. More tears escaped their imprisonment as she thought of her previous life being thrown away by her kidnapper. She hoped that Kami would send someone to save her, anyone. She blinked before her eyes became cold. She grew frustrated with herself, hating that fact that she was just crying, feeling sorry for herself, and wishing for someone to save her. She was a Hyuga, and not just any Hyuga, the Hyuga clan's heiress. She had enough skill to get herself out of this mess, and when the opportunity presented itself, she would take advantage of it. For the moment, Hinata had to be patient. Kiba sniffed the air for the 1000th time, but still he picked up no scent. He growled, frustrated that Hinata's scent just suddenly vanished. That doesn't happen. It shouldn't have happened now. So why did it happen? Kiba turned to his sensei, who walked and held herself with control and had a passive expression on her face, but Kiba knew better. Kurenai was the only kunoichi Hinata really bonded with and vice versa. This was affecting Kurenai more than she let on. It was hurting her not knowing where her surrogate daughter was. We need to head back. This threw Kiba for a loop. What? He shouted as Shino appeared beside Kurenai. We have no leads. We can't find her no matter how hard we try. With all this water, any scent left behind is erased now. We need to return to Konoha and report this in. Kurenai explained, but she saw that she wasn't getting through to Kiba. If you really want to help her, you need to believe me and come back to Konoha with us. Kurenai-sensei's logic is sound, Kiba. Shino added, hoping to persuade his friend to think reasonably. Kiba looked away from his remaining teammates, not wanting to admit that they were right. It feels like we're abandoning her. Kiba muttered solemnly after he bowed his head. Kurenai felt the same, as did Shino, but they both knew that they were no help to Hinata now. They needed to go back home so they could send experienced tracking nin. We feel that, too, but this is the best course of action. Kurenai said, and Shino nodded in agreement. Kiba looked at them again before closing his eyes and nodding his head. Fine. Kurenai sighed and turned her back to them. Let's go, Kurenai said before turning and sprinting away. Shino hesitated to follow right after, taking the time to glance at his comrade. He was looking around, taking last-minute sniffs and observations before he had to leave. Akamaru rubbed his head against his owner, trying to get him to go after his sensei. After a defeated sigh, Kiba turned and nodded his head to Shino. He nodded back and they followed after Kurenai, wanting to get to Konoha as soon as possible. We'll find you, Hinata-chan, I promise. He murmured under his breath, getting a worried look on Akamaru's face. Asterisk. Wake up, a rough voice said, and Hinata's eyes sprang open. She couldn't believe she fell asleep. This isn't good. Now I don't know where we are or in which direction we've headed, she thought as she sat up, her arms and legs still tied up. She noticed that her arms and legs were still tied, but the gag was removed from her mouth. She stared angrily at her kidnapper as he searched through his pack. Finally, he took out a ration bar and quickly peeled back the wrapper and held the ration bar in front of her mouth. Hinata blinked, staring at the bar in confusion. "Eat," the man demanded, and Hinata looked at him again. She pouted and looked away with a scoff. The man growled, "You're not eating anything else." Hinata turned her cold eyes to the man. "I don't like to be fed, I can do it myself." Hinata hissed at the man with some pride. "I'm not a child," she added, and the man shook his head with some patience. "Fine." The man threw the ration bar at her lap and got up. He grabbed more rope from his pack and tied it around her waist before tying the other end to a nearby tree only 2 feet away. "I'm going to give you only one warning tonight. Try anything funny and I'll slice your throat open with the nails on my fingers. My clients would prefer a whole hyuga, but they'd accept it if I only bring your eyes, if you catch my drift." The man threatened with a devilish gleam in his eyes, and Hinata knew, staring into them, that he'd keep his word. She nodded slowly, but her expression was still harsh. She didn't want him to know that his threat had shaken her to her core with fear. He untied her arms and stood back as he watched her grab the ration bar and examine it with a calculating stare. He wondered why her brow furrowed and she mumbled under her breath, but then he got the idea when she closed her eyes for a second and opening them again. "Forget it, those are chakra-absorbing ropes tying you down," the man explained, taking out another ration bar. "I'll let that one slide, but the next one will be your last mistake." Hinata glared at the man before taking a bite out of the bar. It wasn't exactly a cinnamon roll, but she was too hungry to care. The two ate in silence, and when Hinata finished, she continued to glare at her kidnapper. "What?" he asked with irritation. "Why are you kidnapping me?" Hinata asked, and the man sneered. "Don't worry about it now," he answered offhandedly. Hinata just shook her head stubbornly. "Tell me," she ordered with an air of conviction, and the man closed his eyes. "It's my mission to kidnap a hyuga. It's just your luck that I ran into you and your team." His answer seemed carefree, as if he was talking about getting groceries at the store. "Any other questions?" Hinata hummed to herself. "Well, too bad, we need to keep moving." The man stood and without hesitation, firmly grabbed Hinata's hands and tied the rope around her wrists. She groaned at how tight he was tying the rope. However, before she could voice her pain, the man had the gag over her mouth again. He then untied the rope around the tree and her waist, rolled it up and put it in his pack. He turned to her and saw her glaring at him again. He smirked menacingly before landing a harsh kick to her midsection. She gasped under her gag and moaned in agony. The man could only laugh at her pained expression. "That was to show you that I will carry out my threat," he said as he grabbed Hinata by her short raven hair and pulled her to her feet with a harsh yank. "This is just for fun," he said as he picked her up and carelessly tossed her to his shoulder. He grunted and found his equilibrium before walking forward. Hinata yelled fiercely and incoherently, but the man only laughed. "Shut up." Hinata glared at the back of his head before sighing, making her body relax. Being patient was harder than she thought. Asterisk. The water felt fresh and cool on Naruto's face and hands. He drank a bit from it and sighed happily as he downed the reflecting pool's water. Theirs was nothing better than drinking fresh natural water under a full moon. Besides ramen, of course, but that didn't need to be said. His stomach growled and he deadpanned, holding his stomach with his right hand. A thought popped in his mind and he smiled brightly as he ran to the knocked-down tree and picked up his pack. He brought it over to the river and stuck his hand in it, fishing around for something before yanking his arm out and taking out 3 cups of instant ramen in a pot. He began to fill the pot with water from the reflecting pool. He placed it down next to the pool and grabbed branches from random trees and piled them together near the pool. With quick hand signs, he summoned up his chakra to his mouth and spat out a small flame onto the branches. When the fire began to grow, he took out a camp grill and placed it over the fire. With his body shaking with eagerness, he placed the pot on the grill and waited impatiently for the water to boil. As he waited, he began to think of the old man again. His smile faltered as he wondered what secrets he was keeping from him. He stared absent-mindedly into the fire as it crackled and added extra light into the area. His smile returned when he snapped out of his thoughts and saw the water in the pot boiling. He grabbed 1 instant ramen and filled it up with the hot water and then set it down to fill the 2nd cup. After filling the 2nd and 3rd cups, he waited for the water to cook the ramen and sighed. "This is taking too long," he whined as he stared at the cups, as if staring at them will cook them faster. He couldn't take it any longer, he had to eat the ramen now. As he reached down to grab his first ramen cup, he stopped just inches away and his ears twitched. He heard sounds that reminded him of muffled cries and groans. He closed his eyes before reopening them, his fox eyes scanning the area around him. After adapting to the dark, Naruto was able to make out movement to the left of him. He squinted his eyes and saw two people, one was upright and the other was slung over that one's shoulders. He heard muffled cries coming from one of the two, most likely from the one who was being carried. Too curious for his own good, Naruto got up, climbed a tree and slowly tailed the two mysterious figures. The closer he got, the more detail he took in. He saw that the one holding someone on his shoulders was a man at least twice his age and a Genin at the most. He wore a black mask with a black jumpsuit. On his shoulders was a girl around his age. She had raven hair with lavender eyes and a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves and navy blue pants. Her wrists and ankles were tied by what Naruto assumed was chakra-absorbing rope. Her mouth was gagged and had a trail of dry tears on her pale cheeks. He hated seeing any woman in distress. It was his thing, his flaw. If he could do anything to help a woman in any way, he would. Obviously, he made exceptions for women who stubbornly rejected his help or were clearly his enemy. Still, he knew this could lead to his death in the near future, but old habits die hard. The girl looked up and her eyes widened at seeing him. She moaned under her gag and Naruto's fist tightened. Naruto then stopped on his branch just as the man stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed, suspicious of the man's motives. He heard something creeping up behind him. Moving at the last moment, he narrowly avoided getting a kunai embedded into his back. The kunai scratched his left flank as he jumped down from the branch and landed in between his newest attacker and the man holding the girl. He stood side to side, quickly alternating from watching his attacker and the man holding the girl. "Who the hell are you?" the man asked, and Naruto's eyes landed on his attacker, who charged. With quickness given to him by training, Naruto ducked under his attacker's kunai and kicked his feet from under him. The attacker fell, and that was when Naruto noticed that he looked exactly like the other man. It's probably a clone. But what kind of clone? Naruto thought as he got on top of the clone without a beat and landed a solid punch on the clone's face. Naruto quickly got off the clone when he saw it burst into water and tried to engulf him. He turned his back to the puddle and faced the man. He pulled down his mask with his free mask and smiled sinisterly. "You're quicker than this girl was," he said, and Hinata moaned loudly, clearly offended by the comment. Naruto just shrugged. "So, what are you doing with this girl?" Naruto asked, his chivalrous attitude getting the best of him. "Certainly doesn't look like you're escorting her home." The man smirked arrogantly. "What makes you say that?" he asked, and Naruto couldn't help but smile himself. "It might have been the fact that she's tied up and being carried by you at night," Naruto mused with his right hand caressing his chin. "But mostly, it's because you don't look like the escorting type." "Not true. I'm escorting this girl somewhere right now." The man mocked with a fake hurtful expression on his face. "You don't even know me." Naruto raised an eyebrow, but his smile remained. He was clearly amused. "Now why don't you beat it, brat? I'm busy at the moment," the man said before turning and walking away. Naruto took one look at Hinata and their eyes connected. He could see the rage in her eyes, along with disappointment and wonder. "Sorry," Naruto said as he took a step forward. His voice made the man stop and face him. "But I can't let you go without a fight. This seems too suspicious," Naruto declared, and the man's smirk returned tenfold. "You're willing to die for someone you've never met before?" he asked. Naruto took in a breath and sighed. "This is something I just can't walk away from. Not if I want to live with myself afterward," Naruto answered, and the man slowly put Hinata to the side. "If that's how it's going to be," the man said as he took out a kunai. Hinata was just staring at Naruto with wide eyes. She couldn't believe who she was looking at. It couldn't be, it wasn't logical. Could it be that the Yondaime Hokage's son had survived after all, just like he said? He hadn't told everyone, but, because her father was close friends with Minato, he was told almost everything. Of course, the boy had shorter hair than the Hokage and whisker marks on his face, but he did look like a carbon copy of him. But his name, at the moment, Hinata couldn't remember Minato's son's name. It was on the tip of her tongue. Before she could come up with his name, her attention was torn from her thoughts as she watched the man make hand signs while accumulating a huge amount of chakra. "Round 1. Naruto said as he watched chakra surround the man. "Water style. Storm upheaval." The man shouted as water began to shoot down from the sky and head for Naruto. Making a quick hand sign and taking in a huge breath, Naruto let the wind in his lungs go and he was sent flying backwards, away from the falling water. He skidded to a stop and watched as the water drenched the soil under them. Running, both enemies met in the middle in a clash of kunai before the older was able to push the younger back. Naruto flipped back continuously as the man followed after him. Naruto stopped short of a flip and rushed forward, catching the man by surprise. Naruto landed a strong punch into the man's gut and sent him rolling back. Another hand sign later, Naruto was surrounded by smoke and the man was already on his feet. Without warning, 7 Narutos popped out of the smoke and ran towards the man. The man's eyes widened but he regained his composure and defended against the clones with some trouble. He kicked one clone in the stomach, making it disperse before jumping away and making the tiger hand sign. 6 water clones ran at the remaining 6 shadow clones while a 7th water clone headed for the original Naruto, who stayed back. The Naruto in the back narrowed his eyes and appeared in front of the clone and sent a kick to its head. The water clone blocked it with his left arm and sent a straight jab at Naruto's chest. Naruto groaned before it blew up into a puff of smoke. The clone's eyes widened. Shadow clone jutsu. More clones appeared from the trees and ambushed the lone water clone. The clone had no chance, it was outnumbered 10-1. The clones easily disrupted the one water clone and went to join their brethren to defeat the other water clones while others went to deal with the original. While they did, the original Naruto climbed down a tree and sneaked over to Hinata. She saw him take out a kunai while eyeing her. She blushed, thinking he was staring at her body like a pervert. She was surprised when he ran the kunai through the rope and freed her arms and legs. He stared into her eyes, his eyes mere inches from hers, causing her blush to deepen. "Get out of here," Naruto said, but before Hinata could ask any questions, he got up and went after the kidnapper who had dispersed the last clone. Making hand signs, Naruto sucked in his breath and let out a large ball of fire. It headed for the man but he blocked it with a wall of water he summoned beforehand. Steam surrounded the battle but that didn't stop Naruto from charging through the steam and using his fox eyes to locate the man as he tried to make water clones to surprise Naruto. Wind style. Divine wind. A gust of wind originated from Naruto's mouth, blowing away the steam, and then formed into tornadoes that tore up the ground as they headed for Naruto's attacker. The man's eyes widened and he began to yell as the tornadoes tore at his sides. Naruto wasn't surprised when the man turned into water but he wasn't expecting him to appear behind him and kick him behind his back. Naruto was sent flying into the reflecting pool. Naruto popped his head out of the water, taking in a breath and shaking the excess water from his hair. Water style. Water prison jutsu. Naruto cursed as he was trapped in a dome of compressed water. The man laughed as he held the water prison with his left hand. "How ironic. This is how I captured the girl you were trying to save. Now you're going to die and she's still coming with me," he said with a devious smirk on his face. 8 trigrams 64 palms. A feminine voice roared from behind the man. He growled as he released Naruto from the prison to avoid getting hit by Hinata. Hinata glared at the man as she stood beside Naruto. Naruto looked up at her with a questioning look before seeing something reflecting from her neck. "Is that a forehead protector?" he thought as Hinata moved to where the man stood on top of the reflecting pool and began assaulting him with chakra-powered fingertips and palms. The man was fast and knew some water jutsu. Hinata guessed he was a Genin. She didn't stand a chance against the man but with the boy who saved her, maybe they could defeat him together, even if he was from Iowa. Naruto ran on all fours up to the man and swiped his claws at him. The man saw it coming and accordingly dodged with a jump to the left. He smirked at Naruto's failed attempt until he felt his left side get 3 long cuts coming from his chest down to his waist. He growled and jumped away from the 2 Genin. "You brat!" he snarled at Naruto who smirked in an animalistic manner. "How did you do that?" he barked. "Wind chakra," was Naruto's response before he charged again. Hinata was right behind him, backing him up. "Don't get cocky." The man jumped and slammed his hands on the surface of the water. Water style. Mouth of a serpent. As the man uttered the jutsu's name, a giant column of water appeared behind him. It changed into a large water serpent and engulfed Naruto in a single gulp. Hinata watched in surprise as the serpent changed into a river that carried Naruto away into the forest. "Pay attention." Hinata blinked as a tidal wave swallowed her up and pushed her into a tree. The force of the hit caused her to lose her breath and had her on all fours, trying to catch her second wind. Her vision blurred for a second and her brain was pounding against her skull. She moaned in pain when a hand shot out, grabbed Hinata by her neck and raised her to his eye level. The man ripped Hinata's forehead protector from her neck and tossed it aside. "You bitch!" the man hissed as he tightened his hold. Hinata squinted her eyes in pain as she held on to the man's wrist. "I told you I'd kill you and take your eyes." The man laughed insanely as he propped his free hand's index and middle finger over Hinata's eyes. She squirmed under his hold as she tried to free herself. It can't end here. It's still not my time. Hinata's mind shouted in rebellion. She would not blindly follow fate and destiny's words. She would fight till the very end. Suddenly, a hand made of red chakra grabbed the man by his waist, shooting forward into the water, making the man's back crash against the bottom of the pool. The hand retracted back to Naruto, who panted. He smirked as he walked back to Hinata's side, who was kneeling and rubbing her neck. "You all right?" he asked, his eyes not leaving the reflecting pool. Hinata nodded and stood. Naruto was about to say something, but his eyes landed on something near the pool and he gaped. Hinata soon noticed his expression and raised an eyebrow. What is it?" Hinata asked, a bit thrown off by her own stutter. She hadn't stuttered since she was 8. In a blink of an eye, Naruto appeared near the edge of the reflecting pool and knelt. Why? Tears appeared in his eyes as he held his fallen ramen cups. They were innocent bystanders. Hinata's sweat dropped. She walked up to Naruto slowly. While she did, Hinata was unaware of the moisture in the air slowly coming together over her. Water needles appeared over the two as the kidnapper smiled sinisterly from under the water. Naruto, however, could sense the extra moisture in the air. He turned and saw the needles in the air. He quickly replaced himself with Hinata as the needles moved to pierce her. Gah! Naruto's eyes widened as he felt the water needles pierce him from every side. Blood flowed through his mouth, but he spat it out and gasped, his breathing starting to become more labored. Are you okay?" Hinata asked as she knelt beside Naruto, who was staring at the ground with blank cerulean eyes. The water needles dispersed and flowed out of his wounds only to be replaced by his blood. Naruto's eyes closed and he fell on his face. "Hey! That brat is dead," Hinata gasped as she looked up and saw the man standing passively over the pool. "You should have ran away when you had the chance." A smirk appeared on his lips as he slowly made his way towards them. Hinata stood in front of Naruto and fell into her gentle fist stance. "Stop right there," Hinata shouted, glaring at the man with her Byakugan active. The man ignored her as he continued to get closer to her and Naruto. Her muscles tensed. She couldn't do much to harm this man. His power and skills were above hers. She would most likely die before she could successfully land a hit on him. He was in her face a second later and kicked her back. She rolled back and flipped to her feet only to see her kidnapper grab Naruto and toss him into the pool. The last thing Naruto saw before he lost consciousness was the moon's image rippling from under the water. Asterisk. Kushina sat up, gasping for air and holding her neck with her right hand. A sudden rush of oxygen filled her lungs and she found herself panting heavily, forcing her lungs to accept the air and expelling her breath. That dream felt too real, Kushina thought. She wiped the sweat from her brow and took the time to catch her second wind. When she did, she lazily threw the blanket back, revealing creamy legs which she swung over the edge of the bed and got up. She only wore black satin panties and a black tank top. She gracefully floated to the bathroom and straight for the sink. She turned it on and splashed cold water on her face. She sighed and propped herself up with her arms. She needed to see Minato. She needed to talk to him now. And she knew exactly where he'd be at this time. Asterisk. Kushina found Minato exactly where she thought he'd be, in the same position as she pictured. His head was drooped forward, his shoulders hunched and his arms still as they remained on his side as he stood in front of a large stone. In his right hand a photograph, but it was too dark to see what picture was on it. It didn't matter though, Kushina knew whose picture it was. She slowly made her way towards him, her posture and demeanor solemn. When she stood only a few feet from him, his body shivered and he leisurely turned to face her. He stopped when his sad azure eyes rested on his wife and he couldn't help but smile. Kushina had to smile as well, mostly because she noticed a bit of life shine in Minato's otherwise dull eyes when he saw her. She hugged him from behind and rested her head on his shoulder blades, nuzzling them affectionately while she hummed comfortingly and groggily. "Shouldn't you be asleep?" Kushina could feel his body slightly vibrate because of his voice and she moaned tiredly. "I should," she answered, half her mouth muffled by his back. He chuckled with slight mirth. "Another dream?" he asked and felt her nod. "What happened?" He waited patiently as he let his wife collect her thoughts and verbalize them. He was drowning, sinking deeper into the water, but the water was red, like blood, but I could tell it wasn't. His eyes were glassy and lifeless and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Then, she paused, chewing her lower lip and causing Minato to turn and hug her with all his might without squeezing the air from her lungs. "It's okay, take your time." His words comforted her more than she thought they would as she sighed and shivered under his hold. Out of nowhere, The Kyuubi comes from the abyss and swallows Naruto whole. Tears stained Minato's shirt, but he didn't notice, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He looked so young. She added with her voice quivering. Minato silenced her with a tighter embrace and a soft hum. It was just a dream, Minato assured her, rubbing her back softly. Kushina blinked and looked up at Minato, some fight sparking in her violet eyes. That's just it, Minato, I don't think it's just a dream. Her voice sounded stronger as she spoke, and Minato could only wonder why. They both had a small feeling that Naruto was still alive, but for whatever reason, they never went in depth. Seemed like the time had come. What do you mean? He asked her innocently, and she looked to her right, some embarrassment in her eyes accompanied by a pink tint to her cheeks. You're going to think I'm crazy. Minato raised an eyebrow, noticing her reluctance to speak her mind. He shook his head. There are millions of reasons why I should think you're crazy, he chuckled at seeing the glare she gave him. But I don't. Now tell me. She sighed. Maybe he is alive. Minato could hear the conviction backing up her words, and he smiled. Actually, I'm willing to bet anything that he is. Kushina was a very strong woman, Minato knew this. She was proud to be one and had no problem catching up with any male that challenged her success. Overall, she was a fortress, strong, powerful, defensive, and hard to overcome. However, there were times when she seemed like a damsel in distress. Minato could count the number of times she's played that role with one hand. For her to show vulnerability was as common as a lunar eclipse. Now was one of those uncommon times. As he stared into her eyes, he saw desperation and vulnerability dancing in them. Me too. His response seemed to be what Kushina wanted to hear because her eyes lit up. But for now, we have to be patient. One day, Kushina-chan, we'll see him again. His azure eyes looked up at the moon and he smiled. And when that day comes, we'll be a family again. Kushina just stared at him with love and a bit of disbelief. How can you be so sure? Her voice brought Minato's eyes back to her. His eyes crinkled as his smile widened. He has Uzumaki and Namikaze blood, he's alive out there. That much I can be sure of. Tears accumulated in Kushina's eyes just as she smiled happily and hugged him with all she had. He returned the gesture and stared back at the large stone he was staring at before. Just under the name, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was a name dear to his heart. The words, Naruto Namikaze, disappearing from the stone reflecting the moon's light. Asterisk, asterisk. Naruto opened his eyes, his vision blurry and vague. It didn't matter though, even if his vision was perfect, all he would see is water. Not just any water either, the water had a dark red shade to it. His mind was scattered, his thoughts rushing left and right, each hazy and alien. After taking the time to compose himself, Naruto noticed that he wasn't sinking but was actually rising to the surface of the red water. He blinked and noticed another strange fact, he was breathing even while he was underwater. He just waited until his head and the rest of his body surfaced and he saw that 3 walls surrounded him from all sides except for his right. The room was spacious and even the ceiling disappeared in the shadows. There was a red light coming from somewhere but Naruto couldn't see from where exactly. To his right were metal bars, continuously stretching down into the water and up to the ceiling. On the center bar was a note that read, "Seal." Why am I not surprised? Droned Naruto as his eyes stared into the darkness. His body slowly floated to the bars and he continued to stare into the dark. He didn't flinch when red eyes suddenly popped out of nowhere, nor did he blink when 3 nails 10 times his size tried to pass the bars and rip him to shreds. Still hostile. I'm guessing you still don't like me. A growl echoed through the room and Naruto took that as a, yes. You brat. An angry, rough voice shouted from inside the steel bars. Set me free. I am done being your battery. Naruto shook his head. No can do. I still need you. Naruto denied as he sat up and rolled his shoulders to get rid of the crick in his neck. Speaking of which, I need some of it now. Naruto got to his feet and walked over to the cage and touched it with his right hand. The steel felt cold under his palm but Naruto paid no mind to it as he saw the Kyuubi's red chakra start to go up his arm and surround him. He could feel adrenaline pump in his veins and his heart begin to race as his eyes changed from cerulean to crimson in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened as he was hit with a sudden fit of coughs, causing him to double over. He clutched for his heart as he tried to catch his breath. Fool! The chakra fox sneered as he watched Naruto compose himself. Serves you right, you know you're at your limit. Then, the Kyuubi made a vague gesture with his shoulders, almost like a shrug. It's not like I care, though. I enjoy seeing you suffer. Naruto sneered at the Kyuubi and reared his right fist back and punched the bars. The bars vibrated and it sent a high-pitched tone through the room. The QB winced and growled. "Shut the hell up," Naruto growled as he pushed himself off the bars and walked towards the opposite side of the room. A door suddenly appeared and Naruto stepped over the threshold. Before he left the QB's sight, he turned and gave the beast one last passive look. He shook his head and left, the door disappearing, with the QB glaring at another wall. He growled as he thrashed against his jail with fury for his host. Releasing the anger in him, the QB stopped and let the remaining aggression in him go by growling once in a while. Suddenly, his face changed to a devious smile and he started to chuckle as he closed his eyes and retreated into the darker side of his cage. "When you return, my host, there will be a surprise waiting for you." His voice echoed and his chuckle quickly turned into a full-blown maniacal laughter. Naruto's eyes popped open and his eyes were not looking up at the moon. They narrowed as he summoned up the QB's chakra, encircling him with the chakra. A violent cough escaped his lips but he ignored it as he readied his body for the upcoming fight. Round 2. Come out, little Hyuga. Hinata panted as quietly as she could as she hid from her attacker. She tried to fight back, giving her all, and yet the man was able to survive all of it. She still had one jutsu she hadn't tried but it was still unsafe. She wasn't completely sure of her own abilities as she led on, more so when the jutsu was of her own creation. Hinata gasped when she heard water rushing, slowly becoming louder. She jumped and a wave of water tore at the tree she hid behind and she watched as it was washed away. "Gotcha," Hinata gasped when her attacker grabbed her right arm and twisted it behind her back. "Thought you could get away?" the man asked while twisting her arm and raising it to painful levels. Hinata whimpered but not a gasp or cry of pain escaped her lips. She bit down on them, preventing her attacker from enjoying her pain. He snarled at her silence and with a sharp pull, he dislocated Hinata's arm from her shoulder, eliciting a loud yell from the Hyuga heiress. He released her arm and kicked her back, sending her to the ground. She clutched at her arm as tears flooded out of her eyes. She lay flat on her stomach, letting out occasional cries and howls of pain. The man walked up to Hinata, and with a sick smile, he stepped on her right shoulder. A sickening popping sound rang through the forest. "What's the matter?" the man said in mock worry. He grabbed her right shoulder and harshly turned her to her back, causing her to scream again. "Does it hurt that much?" Even in pain, Hinata wanted nothing more than to silence the man for good. She turned her head, not wanting to look at him as she held her arm. She failed to notice him take out a kunai and place it right over her heart until the tip of the kunai touched her skin. She didn't move after that. "Here, let me put you out of your misery." Hinata closed her eyes as the man reared the kunai back. He stopped short of thrusting the kunai into Hinata's heart when a sudden foreboding feeling caused him to shiver. He looked back at the reflecting pool to see bubbles. "He's not dead yet," the man cursed as he returned to focus on Hinata and ending her life. Before he could even move his hand, evil tainted chakra filled the area and caused the man to gasp. "What the hell is this?" Hinata's eyes sprang open and she felt fear crawl into her heart. "This chakra, it isn't human." Suddenly, from under the attacker, a red chakra hand burst through the ground and grabbed the man. It shot up in the air before coming down and slamming him into the ground. Dust was kicked up and surrounded the man as the chakra hand retracted to the hole it came from. "What the hell?" The attacker drifted off as he held his head, hoping to stop his vision from shaking. He looked back at the reflecting pool and saw Naruto, in his demon cloak, standing over the water. His eyes were cold and hard as they stared at the man. Who the he? The man was cut off when Naruto started to chuckle. "Just who the hell do you think I am?" Naruto asked. "I'm Naruto of the Blazing Gale, and I won't fall to you." Naruto raced down the gap between him and his attacker in a blink of an eye. The man wasn't able to respond fast enough as Naruto grabbed his neck and forced him deeper into the ground. The man grunted as he gripped Naruto's wrists. The man smiled and collapsed into a puddle of water. "Why do you continue fighting? She's a lost cause." Naruto turned and received a sharp punch to the face, sending him flying back. He righted himself and glared at the man who stood in his previous spot. "This is your last chance. Leave now and I'll spare your life." Naruto could see that the man was dead serious. He was willing to let Naruto walk out of this fight alive. He growled. "Don't underestimate me," Naruto shouted as he ran at the man again, with renewed energy and conviction. "Fire style. Running fire," he shouted as he spat out a stream of fire that surrounded the man. Making more hand signs, he sucked in a deep breath. "Wind style. Divine wind." Multiple tornadoes rushed out of Naruto's mouth and headed for his attacker. The tornadoes sucked up the fire and became tornadoes of flame as they assaulted the man from all directions. The man's eyes widened as he made fast hand signs and summoned up a wall of water to protect himself. Unfortunately for him, the first wave of flaming tornadoes collided with the water wall and blasted it away. The man landed on his butt and looked up in time to see the second wave of tornadoes clash and explode on impact. Water and dust was kicked into the air, blocking the man from Naruto's view. Naruto waited patiently for the dust to clear, and when it did, he didn't see his attacker anywhere. He looked around and the only other person he saw was Hinata, who was cradling her right arm while staring at him. He flipped away just as a rain of kunai came rushing towards him. He glared in the direction they came from, but he still saw no one. While he searched for the kidnapper, Hinata couldn't help but stare at Naruto. That's the Yondaimi's son's name. Naruto Namikaze, Hinata thought with her heart pounding against her chest. This can't be a coincidence. Come out, you coward. Datbeo, Naruto shouted with anger and adrenaline. Hinata's sweat dropped. That sounds like something Ka-san would say. Naruto. Naruto turned and was surprised to see his sensei staring at him with confusion. What happened? Deidara asked, and Naruto looked around. He took the time to sniff the air and found that the man's scent wasn't anywhere near him. He growled and was about to find the bastard, but he collapsed to his knees in a fit of violent coughs. The Kyuubi's demon cloak receded and Naruto felt all his energy leave him. His eyes became glassy and his vision blurred as he fell on his face and lost consciousness. Deidara rushed to him and checked Naruto over. He wasn't going to die, but he needed to see a doctor. He heard a small voice groan and he looked up to see Hinata trying to sit up. You okay? He asked, and Hinata struggled just to nod. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital along with my student. Deidara summoned a clone and the clone picked up Hinata while the original tossed Naruto to his shoulders. The clone could feel Hinata tense and he let out a small chuckle. It's okay, you'll be healed in no time. Hinata just stared at him before turning her eyes to the unconscious blonde. If you don't mind me asking. The clone tilted his head and hummed. Who is that boy? Hinata asked, and the clone smiled in a brotherly fashion at Naruto. He's Naruto. The clone said and paused to think. Although, he is trying to add, of the blazing gale, to the end of his name. Not bad, but it'll be a while before it catches on. The clone shook his head and began to follow the original as they headed for the hospital. As they did, Hinata couldn't help but think of the boy who saved her. Naruto of the blazing gale. She smiled softly as drowsiness began to take her. Not bad. Hinata hummed to herself as she stared at the ceiling before blinking, sighing and turning to her left where a sleeping Naruto was. After she woke up from last night's events, a doctor came and informed her of her injuries. Her right arm was dislocated and it'd take about 2 months or so before it'd be completely healed, so it hung in a sling. Then, the doctor turned his attention to her temporary roommate. To say that the doctor was shocked would be an understatement. The fact that Naruto was even breathing surprised the hell out of him. The only word the doctor said before rushing out was, damn. Hinata wasn't sure what that meant, but she was sure that Naruto was anything but normal. Considering what she knew about him, even before the kidnapping, she wasn't totally surprised that she'd see that kind of reaction from the doctor. Ka-san did mention that Jinchuriki always had an impressive healing rate. Still, even Hinata had to admire Naruto's own determination to live. Ka-san also told her that even with the healing rate, it'd be worthless if the Jinchuriki didn't have a desire to live. Considering how horrible he looked the other night, yet only needing to sleep away the injuries without being hooked up to machines, his determination was admirable. But that wasn't the only word Hinata thought of when she thought of the blonde-haired boy. He was an honorable man, teen with a powerful arsenal of jutsu, strength and speed. Not to mention, he was physically attractive. His muscles all looked rock hard and unmoving, like a boulder. Blushing, Hinata looked away and continued to stare at the ceiling, mentally scolding herself. She didn't even know him, at least, not on a personal level. All she knew about him was that he was the Yondaimi's son. Yondaimi's son, Hinata muttered as she redirected her gaze at Naruto. She heard footsteps and averted her gaze just as the blonde man from yesterday appeared. He blinked when he saw Hinata staring back but recomposed himself and smiled. You're awake, Deidara asked with mirth. Hinata nodded and he walked to Naruto's side. He sure took a beating. Hinata heard no mirth in his voice, even though there was a soft smile on his face. After staring at him a moment longer, Deidara turned to Hinata. Who did this? His tone was cold as the weather in the land of spring and Hinata unconsciously shivered. I'm not sure. She answered hesitantly. She didn't want his sudden anger to be directed at her. All he told me was that it was his mission to kidnap me. Hinata hated her stutter. Ever since her Ka-san helped her with her shyness, she only stuttered under large amounts of stress, when scared out of her mind or when she was embarrassed. Currently, she was intimidated by the man. What if he decides to kill her now that she was no use to him or just a burden? Even if he wasn't like that, what guarantees did she have that she wasn't going to be left behind by him and Naruto? She didn't know where she was. Deidara cursed under his breath and headed for the door. Wait, Hinata was surprised by how loud she yelled but didn't regret when she saw him stop and turn. Where am I? She asked in the straight line his lips made shifted to a small smile. Hoshigakure. He answered and shook his head slowly. Konoha is only a 3 days travel from here. Hinata's eyes widened and she sat up straight. Why you know who I am. Deidara chuckled but shook his head. Not personally, but all I had to do was look at your eyes and I immediately knew that you're a Hyuga. Deidara answered and Hinata bit her lower lip. Then, why are you being so nice to me? Aren't you from Iwagakure? The second the question was asked, Deidara took one last look at Naruto. We might hate Konoha but we're still human. Hinata nodded slowly, still comprehending what he said. At any rate, get some rest, we'll be leaving soon. Hinata raised an eyebrow but before she could ask any other questions, Deidara left the room. She sighed and laid back down, her brain and heart racing. What did he mean by that? Hinata contemplated before looking at Naruto again. No matter how many times she stared at him, she still couldn't believe she found the Yondaimi's son. It was a sort of miracle, a once-in-a-lifetime event. It was scary just how similar he looked to his father. Actually, looking closer, he looked more like his mother with the exception of the hair. It was only the hair that gave her the impression that he was the Yondaimi's son. Groaning softly, Hinata threw her feet over the bed and slowly stood. She stretched her back before righting herself and staring at Naruto once more. She took baby steps as she moved over to the chair on the left of his bed and sat down cautiously. After making sure she wasn't going to fall off, Hinata extended her left hand and gulped. It slowly crossed the gap between them and she hesitated to touch his whiskered cheek. What if he woke up? Would he find her weird if he saw her do this? Would he get mad? Swallowing her hesitation, Hinata's hand finally made contact with his skin and she couldn't help but smile at her earlier fear when he didn't flinch. She retracted her hand when he moaned and licked his lips. She sighed in relief and decided not to touch him again. She just stared at him, thinking about her next step. Should she alert the Yondaime about her discovery or should she try to convince Naruto to come back? Should she even do anything at all? Of course she should. She knew she'd feel like she's betraying her Ka-san and the Yondaime as she did nothing. But how should she do it? Will Naruto cooperate? She sat there for hours, uninterrupted from her thoughts until Naruto moaned again. She looked at him and saw a goofy smile plastered on his face with a bit of drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. Ramen, 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 he mumbled and Hinata couldn't help but giggle. She just thought it was just so damn cute. Ramen, stupid fox. Hinata blinked at the last comment. Was he dreaming about the Kyuubi? She watched his goofy expression change to an irritated one. I wonder what he's thinking about. Asterisk, asterisk. Naruto growled at the cage in front of him. He was having a perfect dream, ramen everywhere. All of it was free too. Now here he is, standing in front of the cage with the Kyuubi laughing somewhere inside the cage. If he wasn't so angry, he would have noticed that the Kyuubi's laugh was different. What the hell do you want? Naruto asked angrily. When he saw red eyes light up from the darkness, he felt his anger dim down now that he knew the Kyuubi was going to answer him. However, he noticed that the eyes were a hell of a lot smaller than usual and they had a gleam in them. If Naruto read them correctly, he just saw a sort of lust in its eyes. What the hell? Naruto finally released enough anger to catch the difference in the Kyuubi's laugh. It was more feminine. I see you've noticed my host. Naruto's eyes widened at the soft, sultry voice that came from behind the steel bars. Kyuubi. Naruto stuttered in disbelief. Another feminine laugh came from inside the cage. Naruto was finally able to see a silhouette from inside the cage. Actually, my name is Yoko. The silhouette finally came into light and Naruto gasped. The Kyuubi was standing there as a girl. No, not a girl. A woman. She was of average height for a woman, long, brilliant red hair and a red kimono that showed off her curves elegantly with a yellow obi. Her breasts were breathtakingly huge without seeming overbearing or exaggerated, but what caught Naruto's eye was her 9 bushy red tails and animalistic golden red eyes with the slitted pupil. The look she gave Naruto sent a chill down his spine and he couldn't stop the blush from creeping into his cheeks. Seeing the blush on his face, Mayuko giggled this time, taking Naruto out of his shocked state. "Wah, what the hell is going on?" Naruto shouted in anger. Her giggles died down and she stared at Naruto with an amused expression. She leaned her right shoulder on the steel bars with a cross of her arms under her chest and Naruto's eyes immediately went to her large breasts which seemed interesting at the moment. "I didn't know you were so perverted, host. I see you're enjoying my original form." Yoko teased in a seductive tone and Naruto growled. "What the hell do you mean your original form? I thought you were always a stupid fox living inside my belly. And I always thought you were a boy, male." Naruto countered, hoping to remove the smile from her face but he wasn't expecting her to giggle. "Not everything is as it seems, my host." This made Naruto raise an eyebrow. "And what exactly do you mean by that?" Naruto asked warily. "Simply because I appeared in front of you in the form of a fox with a deep voice doesn't mean I'm not a woman." Yoko answered patiently. "Not everything is as it seems," she repeated. Naruto continued to stare at Yoko skeptically, looking her up and down. "Does this form not please you?" Yoko smiled as she glowed and her form was starting to change. In a matter of seconds, her hair shortened and blackened, her breast became perkier and her eyes changed to a pink tint. Her bushy tails also changed to a darker tone. "Does this please you more?" Naruto shook his head. "Looking and sounding like a nine-tailed Kuretsuchi doesn't make this any less awkward. If anything, I'm a little bit disturbed to have my teammate locked in a cage inside my gut." Yoko smiled and began to glow once more. This time, her hair got longer and changed to a raven blue tint, her breast grew and her eyes changed to a light lavender color. Her tails also changed to a raven tint with the exception of the tips which were as white as snow. "How is this, master?" Naruto gulped as he stared at Yoko in the form of the girl he saved. Her voice was soft and soothing, lulling him to get closer to her. She blushed, blinked and continually broke the eye contact only to reconnect it. "Do you like it?" The question seemed to snap Naruto out of his daze and he crossed his arms. "Whatever." Naruto looked away with a blush of his own. Yoko giggled and returned to her original form. "Okay, let's say I believe you were always a woman with a weird knack to change into a male fox, what now? Is this what you brought me out of my sweet, sweet dream for?" Naruto asked with a little less patience, now remembering what his sweet dream was about. Yoko just shook her head. "I have decided to cooperate with you," Yoko stated, throwing Naruto off his guard. What? You heard me, my host. This quarrel between us has gone far enough. Yesterday showed me that our fighting will be the death of us. Should I have been more cooperative, you might have killed the man. It was fate that allowed your sensei to come when he did, for if he didn't. Yoko trailed off, letting her unspoken message travel into Naruto's head. She looked away with a saddened expression. It looked so genuine and Naruto actually doubted that she was acting. Regardless, I have seen the error of my ways and I plan to make up for my previous actions. Yoko paused and seemed to hesitate for a second before taking a step back, getting on her knees and bowing so low that her forehead was only an inch away from touching the water's surface. "I'd like to apologize for my past behavior and hope to help you in the future." She looked up and Naruto connected eyes with her. He saw them flash for a millisecond and he took a step back. Naruto took in a deep breath and sighed. He really thought it was a good idea if the QB actually worked with him. But something in his gut was telling him to just say no. He only needed her chakra, nothing more. Still, I guess that makes sense, Naruto said slowly. He eyed Yoko one more time before letting out an exasperated sigh. But no, Yoko's eyes widened, obviously not expecting that answer. "Why not?" she asked and Naruto turned around to lean on one of the walls. "The only thing I need from you is your chakra and you don't have a say in whether I get it or not. I don't care what you look like, I don't want or need your advice or whatever else you have to offer. You are my chakra battery, nothing more, nothing less." Her surprised expression faltered and she adopted an accepted yet sad look. "I see, you do not trust me yet. That's fine, my host. I can wait for the day that I can show you my loyalty," Yoko said as she stood and crossed her arms under her chest again. Naruto scoffed and turned. "We'll see." Naruto disappeared and Yoko smirked. "One day, kid, you will learn to trust me. Asterisk. Should I tell him now?" Hinata murmured to herself as she stared into space. "Should I wait?" She bit her lower lip and looked at him. "What can I say without sounding crazy? Hello, how are you? Thanks for saving me. By the way, you're the Yondaime's son, So what are you doing in Iowa? He's going to think I'm crazy. Hinata sighed and held her face with her palms. This is harder than I thought. What is? Eek. Hinata jumped and turned to see Naruto stretching his arms and back and yawning silently. He opened his cerulean eyes and smiled immediately upon seeing Hinata. Then he remembered what the QB had showed him in his mind and he looked away with a small blush, barely noticeable. He coughed into his right balled-up fist and smiled again, re-establishing eye contact. So, what's harder than you thought? Naruto asked and Hinata's blush darkened. Anyo. It's nothing now that I think about it. Naruto blinked and tilted his head in confusion. Hinata thought he had a cute expression. Naruto was about to say something but Hinata beat him to it. Anyo. Thanks for saving me. Hinata mentally cursed her stutter and was embarrassed that she did so in front of Naruto. He wasn't paying attention to her stutter though, just her words. His smile widened and his eyes crinkled because of it. No problem. I couldn't let some old man kidnap a girl. He then tilted his head again and raised an eyebrow. If you don't mind me asking, why did he do that anyway? Hinata hesitated to say why. I'm the heiress from my clan. Hinata answered. It wasn't a complete lie but it was far from the truth. It was by chance that the Hyuga heiress was kidnapped and not some random Hyuga. The only qualification the demented kidnapper had in his sick wish list was Hyuga blood. Hinata was overqualified but that didn't matter to the man. Hyuga blood was still Hyuga blood, no matter how prestigious it was. I see. From what clan? This is what made Hinata hesitate to answer. What if he knew that the Hyuga clan was from Konoha? Naruto. Hinata and Naruto turned to the door where they saw his teammates looking at them. Kuretsuchi stood inside the room while Daichi stood between the room and the hallway. You're awake. I should probably go tell Deidara-sensei. Daichi nodded at Hinata and Naruto before leaving. Only Kuretsuchi remained before walking to Naruto, eyeing Hinata cautiously. In Kuretsuchi's mind, she was trouble and she needed to be eliminated before she became a major threat. Hinata could feel the negative aura surrounding Kuretsuchi and the air thickened when Kuretsuchi sat on the other side of the bed. Sparks flew when Hinata and Kuretsuchi made eye contact. Hinata smiled politely but Kuretsuchi forced a smile with flames in her eyes. This didn't go unnoticed by Hinata. How are you Naruto-kun? Kuretsuchi asked with earnest worry after turning her attention to him. Naruto only smiled. I'm fine Kuretsuchi. A bit sore but nothing a little training can't beat out. Kuretsuchi smiled happily at this before turning her eyes back to Hinata who noticed the glare in her eyes. I heard what happened. At this, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sensei told us, anyway, that was really brave what you did. It was nothing. Naruto shrugged off the compliment but Hinata placed a delicate hand on his right forearm and smiled. She didn't know what possessed her to do that and if she was alone with Naruto, she probably would have backpedaled, blushed and apologized. It was more than nothing. If it wasn't for you, I would probably be dead, or worse. Hinata said the last statement solemnly. Kuretsuchi rolled her eyes and Naruto smiled sheepishly while rubbing the back of his head. Well, maybe that's true. His smile brightened when he saw Hinata smile shyly. But don't make a big deal out of it. Anyone in my position would have done the same. I wouldn't, Kuretsuchi said under her breath but Naruto ignored it. Hinata continued to smile. If she heard what Kuretsuchi said, she didn't show it. Still, I want to repay you somehow. Hinata said and inwardly, she was freaking out. Where are these words coming from? Her mind yelled. Stop before you get in too deep. Hinata's only outward response to her thoughts was a blush on her cheeks and even then, it didn't deter the smile on her luscious lips which made Naruto's smile widen. Who does this girl think she is? Kuretsuchi thought angrily, her eyes glaring daggers at Hinata. It's fine, really, Naruto said, an alien feeling creeping in his heart by Hinata's forwardness. Honestly, he liked her forward yet polite demeanor. It was a good change of pace from the typical girls in Iowa. Still, he never had as much attention from a girl as he was getting from Hinata. Well, there was Kuretsuchi but they were teammates so that didn't count. Hinata shook her head. I remember you mourning over the ramen last night. Kuretsuchi's sweat dropped and color filled Naruto's cheeks with a bit of embarrassment. Great, now I won't hear the end of it from Kuretsuchi, he thought as he spared a glance at Kuretsuchi. They wouldn't have been ruined if it wasn't for me so let me treat you to some ramen. Naruto and Kuretsuchi's eyes widened. No fair. That's cheating. He can never deny free ramen. Kuretsuchi thought furiously, her face red and her eyes on fire. Well, Naruto looked at the ceiling with a joyous smile. A pretty girl treating him to free ramen. How could he say no? Please, Hinata added, taking a quick glance at Kuretsuchi from the corner of her eye as she did so. Hinata then topped it off with a cute pout and Naruto couldn't find it in him to say no. Okay, fine, Naruto answered and Hinata smiled cutely with crinkled eyes. Kuretsuchi gaped at the two in shock and a bit hurt. It's funny, it's like you just asked me out on a date. Now, it was Hinata's turn to get shocked. She basically asked him out on a date. She had never been on a date before. And with this, she fainted and leaned back on the chair, her eyes closed and her mind overloading. Hey, you okay? Naruto started to panic. We need help. Someone call a doctor. Even though she basically lost Naruto's first date to a random girl, Kuretsuchi still smiled at Hinata's misfortune of fainting in front of him. 24 hours later. Asterisk. Minato sighed into his hand as he tried to contain his anger. Kurenai and her team had just been debriefed, but when he asked about Hinata, he didn't like her answer. I don't know. Minato raised an eyebrow. You don't know. You're her sensei. It's your duty to know. Minato said, a bit angry that Kurenai didn't know where his goddaughter was. Yondaime-sama, I know you care about Hinata. I feel the same, so please, bear with me. Kurenai paused to bite her bottom lip. She was kidnapped. Minato just stared at Kurenai, his face passive, void of all emotions. She felt uneasy under his stare, but she stood her ground. Kidnapped? Minato asked and Kurenai nodded. His brows furrowed. He hated that word, kidnap. It reminded him of the day Naruto was born and died. It's the only thing that makes sense. The last place she was in was a watery battlefield, she informed reluctantly. I'm sorry, I've let you, Hyuga-sama and all of Konoha down. Kurenai ducked her head and sighed deeply. She felt horrible. Hinata was like her younger sister. No, she was her younger sister and now she was gone. Minato could see how torn Kurenai was by this turn of events. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Kurenai felt the tension in the air start to disperse and her body relaxed. When Minato opened his eyes, Kurenai saw that she wasn't speaking to the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure but with Minato Namikaze, family man and friend. Don't be too hard on yourself, Kurenai. In this kind of situation, there wasn't much you could have done. That didn't make Kurenai feel much better. We're going to find her, I promise. Kurenai couldn't help but smile. The determination sparking in Minato's eyes showed her that he was serious. He was going to find Hinata and to doubt his word would be beyond idiotic. Kurenai nodded. I'm sure you will be able to pull this off, Hokage-sama. Kurenai said confidently and Minato nodded, flashing a smile before getting serious and official again. I'll be sending a search team to find her. The team will include my students, a Hyuga and myself. Kurenai's eyes widened a bit. You're going. Minato nodded sharply. I told you we're going to find her. I'm included in the he told her. But what of the village? Who'll watch over it while you're away? Kurenai asked. Her answer came in the form of a loud yell coming from outside the office and Minato's happy-go-lucky smile. Move out of my way, Minato. Kurenai turned to face the door just as it burst open, making way for a red blur that brushed past her and landed on Minato. Kushina's glomp sent the chair moving back until it hit the wall. Minato laughed loudly and nodded his head when he saw Kurenai's unasked question on her face. Meet your new Hokage until further notice. Minato explained with mirth dripping in his tone. Kushina blinked and stared at Minato like he was crazy. What? Minato looked at her with a smile before kissing her innocently. I'll tell you about it later. Minato whispered and with a bit of reluctance, Kushina nodded. He turned his attention to Kurenai who wore a calm expression. It was almost hard to see but Minato could see a bit of relief on her face. For what reason, he had no clue. If there isn't anything else, Kurenai. Actually, Kurenai interrupted. I'd like to be in the search team. Minato smiled at seeing her dedication to her student. I'm sorry Kurenai but you have to stay here. You have your other two students to think about. Kurenai stood unmoving for a moment before nodding. You're right. Kushina watched this unfold and she desperately wanted to know what was going on. She stared at Minato but he was too busy looking at Kurenai. It was okay, though, she could wait. You're dismissed. Kurenai nodded her head and left without another word. Minato sighed and rubbed his temples. He looked up at his wife after she coughed and he laughed sheepishly. You've got some explaining to do. After explaining everything to Kushina, Minato had asked for some time alone. She asked him what he wanted for dinner and after getting his answer, she left. That was when Minato made a shadow clone to take care of the paperwork while he sneaked out and released some pent-up aggression in a secret training ground. Currently, he was surrounded by gouges in the ground of various sizes, broken down trees, and smoldering boulders. He was shirtless with black anbu pants and dots of sweat all over his body. He took in his environment and laughed. Maybe Kushina was right, maybe he took training too seriously sometimes. I should probably get the team together, Minato said as he threw on his white shirt and disappeared in a flash of yellow. Asterisk. It had been a day since Hinata had boldly asked Naruto on a date. Her right arm hung in a sling, but other than that, she was allowed to wear and do what she wanted until Naruto and his team took her to Iowa. For what reason, she had no idea. Maybe it had something to do with Naruto insisting and whining that they shouldn't leave her there. Still, it scared her. If she entered Iowa, then there was little doubt in Hinata's mind that she'd barely be treated better than a pal. She shook her head, trying to forget that little fact for the moment, and then moved on. In the last 24 hours, Hinata and Naruto had gotten to know each other very well. They talked for hours on end. Anything that would come to mind was spoken, and it wasn't until 2 hours ago that they went their separate ways to get ready. Hinata placed a hand over her heart, feeling it thump against her chest. Whenever she spoke with Naruto, he would make her feel special. It wasn't anything he was doing so much as just Hinata feeling special. He gave her all his attention, something not a lot of people did. Her heart would flutter and she would stutter more than usual. She normally wouldn't think much more of it if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't keep eye contact with him for too long before feeling like she was going to faint. Could she be developing feelings for the blonde? It wasn't impossible, but was she? Should she? Either way, Hinata had only a few minutes until she'd meet Naruto for ramen, and she couldn't help but finger the hem on her sundress. It was lucky for her that she always brought money with her whenever she was out of her house. It was also lucky that her family was rather well off. With the money, she had enough to buy ramen to feed 10 people and a little left for the sundress. It was a light blue dress with spaghetti straps, and the end reached just under her knees. A blush stained her creamy cheeks and her lavender eyes stared at her open-toed sandals that came free with the dress. As she did, her mind was plagued with the same thoughts. What is wrong with me? What's gotten into me? Am I crazy? And why does my heart have to beat so fast? With these unanswered questions in her head, Hinata didn't even notice Naruto walk up behind her and tap her right shoulder. She jumped, flinched, and turned to see Naruto's smile change into a look of worry at seeing Hinata's painful expression. Sorry. He apologized, and Hinata smiled and shook her head, subduing the pain in her arm. It's okay. Naruto looked her up and down, finally noticing what she was wearing. She looked absolutely stunning. Hinata blushed when she found him studying her so intensely. Wow, was all Naruto managed to muster before blinking owlishly and looking away with a blush of his own. Hinata looked at him with a timid smile, and she couldn't help but be happy with his reaction. On her way to the ramen restaurant, a lot of men made catcalls and complimented her. She was used to it. Being the heiress to a prestigious clan, she met a lot of men, suitors, who complimented her on her beauty, so it wasn't so uncommon. But she couldn't find a real logical reason why she was blushing. Thank you, Hinata said with a cute smile, causing Naruto to adopt a smile of his own. He opened the door and motioned for her to walk ahead of him. She giggled and bowed before entering the restaurant, with Naruto following behind. The place had at least 10 tables scattered around the room, with the counter at the far end of the room. The decor in the room was pleasing to the eyes without being too fancy. There were 2 other couples, but they were off in their own little world. The 2 shinobi walked to a random table and Hinata sat down. I'm going to go order the ramen. What do you want? Naruto asked, and Hinata shook her head. I'm treating you to ramen, forget about me, Hinata told him. Naruto let out a happy laugh. I'd feel bad if I'm the only one who ate. It's okay. Hinata had to break eye contact just to say no. Naruto stared at her a while longer before he walked to the counter to order the ramen. Hinata let out a sigh, knowing that if he asked her again, she would have caved in. He returned a couple of seconds later and sat in front of Hinata. They smiled at each other, awkward silence surrounding them. Both wanted something to say, anything at all, but nothing came to mind without sounding stupid. They each mentally thanked Kami when the brown-haired waitress passed by and dropped off a cup of water with a straw for both of them. They thanked her and then returned to awkwardly staring at each other. So, Naruto drawled. Hinata's eyes brightened and a smile twitched on the corner of her mouth. What's your name? Oh, I'm sorry for my rudeness. Hinata bowed her head low enough that she almost tapped the top of the table. She barely missed her cup of water. My name is Hinata. She stopped herself before she said Hyuga, wondering if Naruto would be as knowledgeable as his sensei. Before she could decide, Naruto accepted the answer and flashed a goofy smile. In a sunny place. Hinata squeaked and nodded slowly. I like it. Hinata's heart thumped against her chest but a smile still graced her lips. She wrapped 2 petite fingers around the straw and took a sip of the water. And you're Naruto, she said after swallowing the water. Naruto nodded. Naruto of the Blazing Gale? Hinata inquired with a raised eyebrow and amused expression. Naruto laughed sheepishly while he rubbed the back of his head. Well, it's better than just Naruto. Naruto joked and Hinata giggled and nodded. I suppose. Naruto barked a louder laugh. Hinata had felt the tension and awkwardness of the moment disappear as soon as Naruto spoke, but with his laugh, she felt her body relax. She hadn't felt so relaxed since before her training as an heiress began. The training wasn't always stressful, but this level of relaxation was alien to Hinata. It's like she can do or say anything and she wouldn't be judged for it. It's way better than Naruto of the Rocky Fox. Hinata laughed at this, prompting Naruto to laugh as well. Sounds like a movie, she said in between her fits of laughter. Naruto couldn't help but nod. In retrospect, he did kind of got the name from some old-time move but its name escaped him at the moment. Their laughter died down and before any other word could be uttered, the brunette came with a cart full of ramen. Hinata eyed the cart incredulously while Naruto eyeballed the ramen with stars in his eyes. Hinata hummed to herself as she frowned at the cart. That's a lot of ramen. Ooh ramen, Naruto thought happily. 10 miso ramen, 3 shrimp and 1 beef soup for you. The young brunette said as she pushed the cart towards Naruto before grabbing a seemingly random ramen off the cart and putting it in front of Hinata who blinked in surprise. And 1 chicken for the young lady. The brunette smiled at Hinata before departing, leaving the two alone again. Why did you get me 1? I'm not. Her stomach growled and Hinata blushed again, darker than she had before. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at this. Still, I'm trying to repay you for saving me. Hinata frowned and her brow furrowed. She gently pushed the bowl back with her free hand but Naruto stopped her with a hand of his own. Then do it by eating with me. Please. Naruto pleaded and Hinata hesitated, staring at him blankly before sighing and nodding. Naruto pushed it back in front of her and he grabbed a bowl of ramen and gobbled the entire thing. Hinata watched him eat savagely, feeling an odd mixture of fascination, awe and disgust, more so the first two than the latter. She snapped out of it when he let out a content sigh and went for seconds. Hinata looked down at her bowl and used her chopsticks to move it around. She spaced out for what seemed like seconds before she felt something tapping her forehead. She blinked and looked up to see Naruto smiling childishly while using the top of his chopsticks to tap her forehead. Her face flushed when she saw 7 empty bowls sitting besides his 8th half-empty bowl. You okay? He asked and she nodded. Then dig in. Her eyes shifted to the left. Well, she paused. The thing is. Hinata raised her right arm as high as she could without hurting herself. I'm right-handed. She finished shyly. Naruto blinked before blushing. So, do you, need help? Naruto watched Hinata change colors as quickly as a chameleon. She shook her head hastily. It's okay. Why you don't have to? Naruto also had a blush. I mean, if you want. You don't have to, but, aren't you hungry? Hinata's stomach growled. She blushed. You are. Hinata looked away, embarrassed. But you don't have to go out of your way for me. Hinata stopped herself at that thought. Again. It's okay, really. Naruto insisted but Hinata bit her bottom lip. What if I made a clone? Would that be better? Naruto asked. Hinata tilted her head to the left. A clone. A shadow clone. Anyo, I suppose. Hinata answered after thinking it over. Naruto summoned a clone which grabbed a chair and placed it next to Hinata. He sat down and after wordlessly getting permission to feed her, he fed her some ramen. The entire thing was awkward, for both of them, and Hinata was glad when she finished. Still, Hinata found some joy in the act and she saw that underneath the awkwardness, the clone had fun too. Well, fun in the sense that it wasn't awful. The clone then puffed out of existence after a polite farewell and Hinata waited patiently for Naruto to finish his last couple of ramen bowls. I'm sorry, Naruto said, looking down at his ramen. It's fine, you were just being nice. Hinata said with a bright smile. No, not that. Naruto looked up and Hinata could see remorse in his eyes. I was trying to save you but you still got hurt. Hinata felt herself hold her breath as she stared into his blue eyes. He had so much emotion in them that they reminded Hinata of Minato's in her Ka-san's eyes. She was able to organize her thoughts and register what he said after he looked away. It's okay, Naruto. You at least tried. That's all I could ask for from a stranger. Hinata said, catching Naruto's eyes glancing at her. He looked like he wanted to say something, but instead of words, a long loud burp came out of his mouth. He stayed silent, wishing he could take that moment back. Hinata looked at him with a smile and was about to say something else, but something happened that made her want to die. She burped. She covered her mouth and stared at Naruto with wide eyes. It wasn't as loud or as long as Naruto's, but it was still heard by him, and they locked eyes for a good minute. Finally, they both began to laugh. Well, Naruto laughed first, Hinata followed soon after. They laughed for a solid 5 minutes before they caught their breath and Naruto finished his ramen. But they didn't leave the restaurant right away, they stayed and began to talk. Their conversation ranged from their age, chakra affinity to fighting styles and weapon preference. Naruto had tried to ask where she was from, but Hinata had managed to evade them without seeming too weird or obvious. Finally, they decided to leave, but there was a problem. Actually, I only had enough money for 10 ramen bowls. Hinata said, obviously embarrassed, and Naruto chuckled. It's okay, I'll pay for. Naruto paled when he searched his person and couldn't find his wallet. He searched his memories to find where he left his wallet and his eyes widened before cursing under his breath. What is it? Hinata asked and Naruto hung his head. When I sent those flaming tornadoes at the man, I also burned my backpack. The backpack that my wallet was in. He looked up with a pout and Hinata couldn't help but giggle a little. The fact that he burned his wallet wasn't completely funny, it was more of the fact that he had a cute pout. Hinata stopped giggling long enough to see a mischievous glint spark in his azure eyes. What is it? Naruto had a matching smile to go with his mischievous eyes. I've got an idea. Asterisk. Kuretsuchi glared at the back of Hinata's head as she watched Naruto whisper something into Hinata's ear from behind a bush. She was grinding her teeth when she saw Hinata shake her head with a small smile. Naruto then backed up a little so she could see his adorable puppy eyes. Hinata looked away and it took another whisper from Naruto to make her giggle and nod with some reluctance. That was when Naruto stood and left to the bathroom. Before he entered, he looked around and then made 3 shadow clone with a cloud of smoke covering the Narutos. Kuretsuchi raised an eyebrow at this. When it cleared, one of the Narutos entered the men's restroom while the other 3 entered the women's. Kuretsuchi was shocked by this, wondering what that perv was up to. The Naruto that entered the men's restroom finally came out and sat back down in front of Hinata with a smile and a wink. This time, Hinata stood and left for the women's restroom. That perv, what does he think he's doing? Look, she's going to the bathroom too. Kuretsuchi growled, as mad as she's ever been. What the hell are those perverts doing? She noticed that the 3 Narutos who went to the women's room hadn't come back. Where the hell did those other Narutos go? Kuretsuchi muttered under her breath. What are you talking about? I only see one Naruto and the cute girl. Kuretsuchi jumped, grabbed a kunai from her pouch, and turned only to see 2 curious-looking Narutos. She relaxed her grip on her kunai and glared at the 2 blondes. I think she's talking about us, stupid. The second clone mocked, receiving a glare from his counterpart. You're me, baka. Kuretsuchi watched with slight amusement. However, what little amusement she had was soon dashed away when the conversation moved to the original's dinner date with Hinata. Kuretsuchi's left eyes twitched at the use of the word, date. It's not a date, it's a not date, Kuretsuchi declared and the 2 clones flinched. Oh okay, they stuttered simultaneously. Kuretsuchi sighed and leveled each clone with a cold stare. What? One clone asked. Why are you 2 here? The 2 clones looked at each other and then at Kuretsuchi with a sheepish smile. What? We have an issue and. The first clone said, we need your help. The second clone added. Tisk, why would I help you and her? The clones shared another look at the emphasis she put on Hinata. Because you love us. The twin blondes gave her a cute pout and Kuretsuchi couldn't find it in her to say no while looking at them. So, she turned and replied. No, she almost said yes, good thing she turned in time. Come on, we'll pay you back. Kuretsuchi shook her head. The clone was about to continue until his partner in crime put his hand on his shoulder. He nodded and the first clone shrugged his shoulders. We'll owe you 1. This caught Kuretsuchi's interest. I'm listening. Anything you can think of and we'll do it. The second clone said before being shoved back by the other clone. Within reason, of course. Kuretsuchi stared at the 2 with a passive look before sighing. Fine. The 2 clones smiled before the one on the left got sucker punched in the nose by Kuretsuchi. He winced and fell on his back before puffing into smoke. The surviving clone looked at the area where his clone brother had fallen and then at Kuretsuchi. That's for sneaking up on me. she said before walking to the restaurant. The clone just stared at Kuretsuchi's back before he disappeared as well. Asterisk. Naruto smirked when his clone's memories came back and looked at Hinata. They winked at each other. She was outside, just like I thought. That didn't sit well with Hinata, but she didn't voice it. Whatever Kuretsuchi was doing outside was her business, no matter how creepy it sounded from Hinata's point of view. Seconds later, Kuretsuchi steps into the restaurant and walked directly towards their table. "What do you want?" she asked, and Naruto laughed embarrassingly. "We don't have money to pay for the meal." Kuretsuchi raised an eyebrow. "So we'd be grateful if you helped." Kuretsuchi sighed, and with a roll of her eyes, she took out her money and slammed it on the table. Having spied, observed the not date. Baka. Kuretsuchi slammed her fist down on Naruto's head, expecting him to hit the table with a loud bang. Of course, this would have happened in the life of a normal kunoichi, of anyone in fact. Unfortunately, this kunoichi happens to know the unpredictable gale of a teen, so normal doesn't really describe her life all that accurately. Obviously, fate has found her life too easy. Naruto puffed into smoke, leaving Kuretsuchi to stare in shock and Hinata giggling like crazy. Kuretsuchi gathered her bearings and glared at Hinata only to see her disappear in a puff of smoke as well. She stared at the table in front of her incredulously, her mind empty of all thoughts except for one realization. They ditched her. She balled up her fist and began to grind her teeth. She should have thought of the fourth Naruto. How it slipped her mind, she had no idea. She scampered out the restaurant, off to look for Naruto and Hinata. Asterisk. Hinata giggled alongside a laughing Naruto as they walked down the street, continually looking back to see if anyone was following them. Naruto donned a blank look before it cracked into a small smile and then a hearty laughter. It worked. She fell for it. Naruto said in between laughs, and Hinata continued to giggle. "I still feel bad, though. She was nice enough to pay," Hinata said, not really wanting to admit, and Naruto shook his head. "If you want, we could go back and apologize." Naruto laughed when he saw Hinata actually think it over. "Are you kidding? She'd kill us before we could even say one word." "Still, come on, Hinata, it's okay." Naruto saw Hinata about to say something, but he placed his hand over her mouth. "Okay, it looks like you're not going to let this go, so how about this?" Naruto trailed off when he couldn't think of anything. "If you drop this, we'll be even." Hinata raised an eyebrow. "HMPHNHU mean?" she asked. Naruto didn't completely understand what she said, but it sounded like, "What you mean?" "You forget what just happened and we'll be even. An eye for an eye, I guess." Hinata hummed to herself and nodded after some time. Naruto removed his hand. Okay, she said, and Naruto smiled. "Awesome." They continued to wander aimlessly, talking about anything that came up. Then, Naruto decided to be bold. "I like your eyes." Hinata blinked and a fierce blush came that put all her previous blushes to shame. This was one compliment she wasn't used to. Everyone would compliment on her hair, her body, clothes and everything else except for her eyes. Her friends had once before, but Hinata knew it wasn't as sincere as it could have been. "Why you do?" she stuttered, and Naruto nodded his head. He then turned his head forward, tilted it back and stared at the night sky. "They're unique. Never really seen anything like that before." "Well," he hummed to himself with a frown. Hinata began to sweat, getting the feeling that he does know about the Hyuga's trademark eyes. "They look familiar, but I don't think I've ever seen them in person." He shrugged and his smile returned. "Even if I've seen something like them, they're still pretty." Hinata blushed again. They are." Naruto nodded his head without hesitation. He then blushed. "You are too." Hinata gulped, obviously not expecting that. "Why you think so?" Her brain was pounding against her skull, so hard that she was having trouble listening. Naruto looked at her from the corner of his eye and then back at the sky. "I do," he answered, his voice not as loud as it could be. Oh. Hinata couldn't think of anything else to say. She wanted to return the compliment, but her brain couldn't come up with anything. It was still trying to comprehend the fact that the Yondaimi's son was flirting with her. Very bluntly, yes, but flirting nonetheless. Maybe if she doesn't mess this up, she could somehow convince him that he is the missing son of the Yondaime and that he's really from Konoha and not Iowa. How hard could that be? Hinata-chan. Naruto waved his right hand in front of her, causing her to blink and then look at him. Earth to Hinata-chan. Hinata continued to stare at Naruto with a blank look and a blush. "You okay?" "You called me, Hinata-chan." This time, Naruto blinked and blushed. He looked away. "Did I? I didn't notice." Hinata smiled and giggled. It's okay. I actually like it. She walked off, waiting for Naruto to snap out of his delusion and catch up to her. When he did, he stood closer to her and was smiling. So, Hinata mimicked. Where are you from? Hinata faked a thoughtful expression but inwardly, she was freaking out. And don't try to change the subject. She looked at him incredulous and Naruto let out a chuckle. You're not as sly as you think. I see. She replied and continued to walk silently. So, Hinata bit her bottom lip and looked at her feet. Come on, why won't? Can I ask you a question? Hinata surprised him by interrupting him. Sure, why do you want to know so badly? Naruto smiled, his answer already known. Because when we go back to Iowa, we're going to send a message to your home village and then we'll escort you back. Naruto replied. Hinata noticed that the last part was said with less enthusiasm but decided not to bring it up. So, where are you from? Hinata was reaching the end of her rope and she was getting desperate. The only things her mind could muster up was the things she's seen in the old romantic movies she watched with her mother. So, as a kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf, Hinata did what she did best, being a kunoichi. Just, not in the way she normally would. Do you like me? She asked, catching the unsuspecting Naruto off guard. Do you like me? She repeated. Naruto stopped walking to stare at her but Hinata took a few steps forward before stopping. I mean you, yes or no? She refused to look at him, she didn't want to ruin her confidence. Naruto just gazed at the back of her head, his brain racking over this question. Well, I've never met anyone like you. And you are pretty, Naruto said with a blush and a sheepish rub to the back of his head. And you're funny, and smart, and you seem to get me. He continued but stopped afterward to think of something. I like you, Hinata proclaimed boldly, she had her eyes shut and her expression passive. It felt like her heart wanted to jump out of her chest and just make a run for it. She wasn't sure what had gotten into her the last couple of days but whatever it was going to be the death of her. Or at least, it'd get her in serious trouble. Why you do? Hinata finally decided to face him and saw that he was beyond shocked with a blush on his cheeks. His blue eyes seemed to be pleading for the truth. Not for what he wanted to hear but the honest to Kami truth. Hinata felt like she could drown in his beautiful azure pools and she could feel her grip on consciousness start to loosen. She took a step back and would have fallen if it wasn't for Naruto. He supported her back with his left arm and used his right hand to grab her left hand. Are you okay? Hinata nodded dumbly and Naruto smiled. He righted her and took a shy step back. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? She asked and a new blush stained Naruto's whiskered cheeks. Well, you said you like me. Hinata blushed as well, though much darker than his. Well, I do. There was just something about Naruto that Hinata just couldn't resist. He had his father's charisma and damn it, the man was the most charismatic person she knew. I like you, too. Naruto confessed and Hinata could feel herself regretting the conversation. She wasn't lying, she really did like him. He was funny, he always knew how to make her laugh and he always smiled. He was open-minded and didn't mind speaking his thoughts, but he also knew how to keep it to himself sometimes. He was smart, clever, mischievous and a gentleman. There were more traits but bringing it up in a conversation to avoid another made her feel horrible. She felt like she was messing with his feelings. Maybe I should just tell him where I'm from. I shouldn't play with his emotions like I am. But am I really? It's not like I lied. I do like him, I genuinely do but, Hinata bit her bottom lip. Would he still like me if he knew I'm from Konoha? Considering that he's from Iowa, I doubt it. This thought depressed Hinata and she looked down. I should tell him. Whether he likes me after isn't important. He deserves to know. Naruto. Hinata was interrupted by a pair of lips placing themselves on top of hers. Her eyes widened but they soon relaxed as she let her body free from her mind's control. She kissed him back. Even though it was sloppy, Hinata and Naruto couldn't have cared less. It was a first kiss for both of them and they liked the feeling it gave them. When they finally parted, Hinata had her eyes half closed, her eyes glassy with her mouth slightly ajar. Naruto was sporting a goofy grin as he stared at Hinata. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. He said and Hinata smiled absent-mindedly. She hugged him and he snaked his arms around her waist. She snuggled against his chest and he chuckled. So, what were you going to say? Hinata snapped out of her trance. You were saying something. Hinata then remembered what she was about to do before the heavenly kiss. Oh, it's nothing. She answered after some hesitation. She could wait to tell him she's from Konoha, when she wasn't so comfortable. Naruto just shrugged it off and continued to hold her, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. We should probably go. It's getting late, he said after some time had passed. Hinata reluctantly nodded and they headed for the hotel. Hinata hesitated to hold his hand, but she didn't need to worry because Naruto reached for her hand and held it in his. They gave each other a kind smile before Hinata laid her head on his right shoulder. Asterisk. Kuretsuchi slumped up to her room in the hotel, depressed that Naruto had managed to give her the slip. She stood in front of her room, just staring at it sadly, wishing it open instead of having to open it herself. She sighed and was about to open it with her card when she saw Deidara walking down the hall in her direction. He wasn't so much walking as much as trying to move forward without falling flat on his face. Deidara-sensei, what are you doing out? She asked and Deidara gave her a drunken smile. Kuretsuchi, I'm so glad I found you. You have no idea how many floors I've tried before I found this one. If it wasn't for his manner of walking, his stance and the glassy look in his eyes, Kuretsuchi would have never guessed he was drunk. He didn't even slur, which seemed odd to Kuretsuchi since she'd never met a drunk who didn't slur. Are you okay? Kuretsuchi asked and Deidara nodded. Fine and dandy. He answered nonchalantly. Why are you drunk off your ass? She asked and Deidara laughed. I'm not drunk, I'm just buzzed. Kuretsuchi's sweat dropped. Like that's any better. She mumbled. Where's Naruto? Deidara asked, looking around the hallway. Still out, she grumbled. Deidara propped himself against the wall and slowly slid down as he laughed. With the Konoha chick, Kuretsuchi stared at her sensei like he was crazy. Can you repeat that? Deidara motioned his hand like he was swatting a fly. Peef. It's ironic, don't you think? He drawled before blinking owlishly and then laughing again. I said. Tink, oops. Deidara-sensei, focus. What did you say? I said. Tink. No, before that it's ironic. Kuretsuchi felt her patience start to slip. Okay, what's ironic? Deidara let out a laugh. Naruto's out there, getting treated to ramen by that girl, he answered. Why's that ironic? She was hoping that she hadn't misheard him. If she didn't, then she could use this to make Naruto hate Hinata until the end of time. Are you deaf? I said because she's from Konoha. He taunted with a dumb look. Man, you're a mean drunk. Kuretsuchi observed. Deidara put his right index finger over his lips. Shish. Don't tell anyone, especially Naruto. At this, Kuretsuchi smiled evilly. Oh, we'll see. Kuretsuchi opened the door to her room and shut it behind her, beginning to plot against Hinata. Outside her room, Deidara looked around and scratched the back of his head. What's going on? He stood up and began to wander the halls, trying his luck at finding his room. Minato rounded the corner and stalked up the steps that led into the second floor of the apartment complex. He walked past 2 doors before stopping in front of the third. He raised his hand to knock but was stopped by the sounds of struggling and then silence. It didn't last long though, as the sound of glass shattering was heard and Minato donned a serious expression. Muffled voices began to speak and one was his student. The other sounded familiar but the name and face escaped him. It was then that Minato noticed that door's frame was bent inward, as if someone had previously forced their way into the room. More sounds of struggle ensued and Minato burst into the door, expecting to find Kakashi fighting an intruder or something. His sweat dropped at the sight before him. His other student, Obito Uchiha, smiled a happy, yet drunken smile while he sat on the back of one Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi was struggling, of course, but whatever was pumping in his blood system was seriously affecting his agility, strength and intelligence. Or maybe he just didn't try all that hard. Regardless. What the hell? The question hung in the air as his 2 students stared at him, at first with blank expressions before Obito smiled cheekily and Kakashi's struggles increased tenfold. He finally found leverage in the form of Obito's left leg. He pulled on it and shifted his lower back up, to throw Obito forward and make him fall flat on his face. Once on his feet, Kakashi sloppily saluted his sensei and surrogate father. In spite of the throbbing pain in his face, Obito still found the strength to laugh and smile with a carefree demeanor. You sensei, Obito cheerfully called out and Kakashi sighed, his mask covering the buzzed blush that stained his cheeks. Through this whole ordeal, Minato stayed relatively quiet. He moved inside and closed the door behind him. His eyes continually moved from Kakashi to Obito, taking in every detail. His expression was passive but inside, Minato felt confusion and yet inner joy. Finally, a smile graced his lips and he hugged Obito. Obito, it's been so long. Obito stood about 2 inches taller than Minato, his hair exactly the same as it was years ago. In fact, Everything besides a few choice articles of clothing and color scheme remained the same. He changed it from blue and orange to black and red. He also wore a blood-red scarf. It never seemed to leave his neck. Wherever he was, that scarf would always rest on his neck. The reason behind it was his own, but Minato and Kakashi both knew why. It's good to see you, too, sensei. Oh, and if I haven't thanked you for sending me off to a year-long mission to be Konoha's temporary ambassador for Kiri, let me do that now. He cleared his throat to add to the sarcasm. Thanks. It was a pleasure. Minato retaliated before getting a good look at Obito. He then remembered why he came to Kakashi's apartment. I was counting on your mission to end around this time. I need you. He turned and cast his gaze on the lazy scarecrow. And you to help me find my goddaughter. Both set of eyes widened at this. How long ago was this? Kakashi asked, beating Obito to the punch. Not long ago. A little over 3 days ago. He told them and they both nodded smartly. Well, what are we waiting for? Obito asked as he cracked his knuckles. Let's get this started. Minato shook his head at Obito's eagerness. Meet me at the front gates in less than half an hour. That should be enough time for the both of you to get your things and to get something to eat before we leave. Hi. The two students chorused and Minato moved to leave before stopping and facing his students again. I want to know what was going on before I arrived. The question seemed reluctant to be asked, but once it was, Kakashi groaned into his palm and Obito chuckled sheepishly. Both simultaneously shook their head. Minato sighed and turned to leave. Okay, just checking. 30 minutes seemed to pass like seconds and soon enough, Minato found 3/4 of his team in attendance. Obito, after a few minutes of waiting, became restless. Why haven't we left yet? We still need to wait for one more. He trailed off as he saw a silhouette come walking towards them. Because of the fog that crept over Konoha, the three shinobi couldn't make out who exactly was walking towards them until he was within 10 feet of the trio. When the silhouette came under the street lamp, Minato was surprised. Hokage-sama. Hiyashi bowed his head at Minato with as much respect as he could muster. Hiyashi rose and amusement colored his eyes. Is something the matter, Hokage-sama? I was sort of expecting a Hyuga and… Am I not a Hyuga? Minato shook his head furiously. It's not that, but when I sent that message, I assumed you'd be too busy to go on the search, so you'd send a branch member to accompany me. Hiyashi raised an eyebrow. The same can be said for you, Hokage-sama. Running this village is a heavy burden to carry. I am quite surprised you have found the time to do this mission at all. I found a temporary substitute. Minato answered calmly. As did I, Hiyashi responded, and Minato smiled faintly. Obito and Kakashi watched the interaction quietly, and, surprisingly, it was Kakashi that interrupted it. Come on, we should probably start this search before any remaining leads become any colder. Minato and Hiyashi nodded and they faced the gates before sprinting down the dirt road. Please hold on, Hinata, Hiyashi thought in mid-run, his features becoming as hard as stone. I'll come get you. I won't lose you, either. Asterisk. No way, it's true. Naruto's not going to like this. Daichi said as he rubbed the remaining sleep out of his eyes. He was in the middle of the best sleep he'd gotten in a long time, and the dream wasn't so bad either. Oh, how he hated seeing Kuretsuchi in his room now. She was always bad news one way or another. However, his thoughts of sleep disappeared when the first statement she made was about Hinata and Konoha. I know, isn't it great? She squealed with a smirk. Daichi, however, felt differently. Naruto seems really fond of this girl, Daichi reminded her. He might get all depressing if he finds out. He shook his head. Emo Naruto is not a good thing. Kuretsuchi just scoffed. He'll be fine, he's got me. Daichi gave her a look and she sweat dropped. You too, I guess. That's not what I meant. Daichi fell on his bed and looked up at the ceiling. Why do you go after him so feverishly? She blushed and glared at the nonchalant brown-haired boy. What do you mean? She heard him sigh, but he remained motionless. It's obvious to everyone but the brainless killing machine that you have a crush on him. Kuretsuchi's face lit up like the sky after fireworks, half from embarrassment, half from rage. The only problem is, you keep going after him even though he's unconsciously rejected you. No, he hasn't, she yelled, making Daichi flinch. He sat up and stared at Kuretsuchi dead in the eyes, gray eyes focused on pink. I'm going to say this with as much respect and sympathy as I can. Kuretsuchi noticed that his eyes flickered from care to some unreadable emotion before they returned to sympathy. Naruto doesn't like you the same way you like him. It came out kind of harsh, there was a biting tone to it, but Daichi couldn't help it. Just telling her this brought back old emotions and memories, ones he wished he could do away with forever. However, she needed to hear this. She needed to wake up and face the facts, not brush them aside like a kid in denial. What makes you say that? Daichi felt a vein about to pop. He took in a deep breath and let it out through his nose. He followed it up with a shake of his head and gently pushing her out of his room. What the hell are you doing? I'm done. Good night. Kuretsuchi was outside his room at this point and turned to face her teammate who had droopy, sad eyes. See ya in the morning. The door slammed in her face and silence ensued. Kuretsuchi just stared at the door for a while longer before clicking her teeth and walking away. Daichi just laid his back against the door and slid down until he touched the ground. Damn it, Kuretsuchi, he put a hand over his racing heart. Now I won't be able to get her off my mind for a week. Perfect, he added flatly before he sighed and went straight for bed. Let the cat and mouse game with sleep begin. Asterisk. I still think I can beat you in a spar. Hinata joked with a mock passive face. Naruto chuckled and let his hands rest behind his head. They originally planned on going to bed, in their respective rooms, but they happened to have crossed paths with a supposed psychic. The lady looked crazy to Naruto and he had no problem sharing this little piece of information with Hinata, who just giggled. The phony blabbered on about a blue cat and some kind of slug fighting some kind of furball. Afterward, they found a little clearing with a water fountain and a small park. Usually reserved for little kids, a couple about 2 years Naruto's and Hinata's senior played on the swings. The boy, somewhat taller than Naruto, was pushing the girl while she laughed. Instead of going straight for the empty seat next to the happy couple, the two made their way towards the fountain and sat on its borders, where their conversation picked up. I don't know. One view of my awesome skills and you'll be thinking twice before asking for a spar. Naruto barked proudly. Hinata donned a thoughtful expression and then nodded with conviction. Maybe you're right, I wouldn't stand a chance against a big, strong man like you. She batted her eyelashes and leaned forward. Naruto blinked and moved back, watching as Hinata gave him a fake sad and worried look. Please save me. Her chin almost touched his but he slid away, his blush as red as blood. However, Hinata was hot on his trail. Her expression changed to a coy one as she followed after him. I'm just a helpless damsel in distress. Won't you help me? Naruto gulped and continued to move back, slowly inching away from Hinata, his libido wanting him to go the opposite way. He and his libido have never really seen eye to eye. Hinata seductively placed her right index finger over her lip and pouted. What's wrong? The soft, lulling voice sent Naruto over the edge. Literally, he fell back into the water, the cold, cold water. In less than a second, he burst from the water, shaking and yelling as he made his way out of the water. He saw Hinata with her back turned and her shoulders shaking. Hinata, are you? He walked up to her and was interrupted when she turned and had a brilliant smile on her face while she giggled. Naruto stared at her oddly for only a second before he frowned. Hinata composed herself and then noticed his expression. I'm sorry. She apologized. Then she saw his eyes shine with what she now confirmed as mischief. She took a step back and a small amount of fear crept into her when he smiled a little too sweetly. You like to laugh, I see. Hinata nodded hesitantly while Naruto took a step forward. It just so happens, I love to make people laugh. Naruto sprang into action as he brought his fingers onto Hinata's sides and started to tickle her. The response was instantaneous as she let out a giggle from surprise before bursting out laughing. No, stop. Please, she shouted with glee, but Naruto only laughed with her and continued his tickle attack. In midst of her laughter, she lost her footing and fell back. Naruto caught her before she fell. Hinata's fit of laughter died down, which was when she noticed how close she was to Naruto. She felt her body being pressed against his so closely, feeling his strong hands hold her intimately. They stared into each other's eyes for the longest time. To Naruto, it felt like looking into the reflection of 2 lavender moons in 2 white pools. Beautiful and unique in every way. To Hinata, she was looking into the glacial blue eyes of a god. The two continued to stare into each other's eyes, vaguely noticing that they were getting closer. Naruto and Hinata blinked at the mention of his name and looked up to see Kuretsuchi running towards them. Naruto groaned, sweeping his face with his right hand. Hinata only eyed the girl warily, getting the feeling that whatever Kuretsuchi wanted wasn't good news for her. Kuretsuchi smiled sweetly at Hinata, a little too sweetly. Hello Hinata. She didn't allow either of the two to reply as Kuretsuchi latched onto Hinata and dragged her away from Naruto. Don't worry, just girl talk, she said in a hurry. When they were far enough that Naruto couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation, Kuretsuchi's smile remained but her eyes became shaded with trouble. You almost got away with it, Hinata raised an eyebrow. You didn't think I knew where you're really from. At this, Kuretsuchi was pleased with Hinata's shocked expression. Why you're bluffing. Hinata stuttered and Kuretsuchi's smirk widened, feeling her hold on Hinata tighten. Oh am I, maybe you're right, Kuretsuchi shrugged. But are you willing to take that chance? Their eyes connected and Hinata saw the confidence in her eyes, knowing that she wasn't bluffing. It didn't take long for fear to show up in Hinata's eyes and Kuretsuchi knew now that Hinata was now firmly in her palm. Thought so. Kuretsuchi moved her eyes to Naruto. You think he'd still like you if he knew? The question seemed earnest enough but Kuretsuchi walked off, not letting Hinata answer her. She was stopped by Hinata's hand that was able to grasp her elbow. Wait, what? Kuretsuchi asked, irritation coloring her tone. Don't tell him, please, Hinata begged as she tried to keep her voice calm. I'll tell him. It seemed to hurt Hinata to say that. This somewhat pleased Kuretsuchi, but not enough. You had your chance to tell him. She ripped her elbow from Hinata's grasp and walked towards Naruto. Hinata bit her lip and closed her eyes. Let's make a deal. This stopped Kuretsuchi in her tracks. You seem really fond of him. And you seem to know him pretty well. Hinata paused, watching Kuretsuchi's body language carefully. Hinata smiled. She got her attention. But how well do you know him? Kuretsuchi turned and faced Hinata with doubt in her pink eyes. You met him about 3 days ago. The words were dripping with venom as each was spoken slowly. I've known him since we were kids. What could you know that I don't? When Naruto was a small child, he had a small toy that made his worst fears disappear. Do you know its name? The question seemed unexpected and Hinata couldn't help but smile at Kuretsuchi's surprised expression. I see, you didn't even know it existed. How do I know you're not lying? The tables have turned and Hinata could see openings, opportunities. She would have felt worse about this if Kuretsuchi wasn't already a crazy fangirl but the feeling of guilt still plagued Hinata's conscience. Can you risk it? Hinata countered quickly. Kuretsuchi tried to search for deceit in Hinata's eyes but nothing but confidence shone in her eyes. Hinata brushed a stray hair behind her ear, her movements calm yet cautious. Fine, I won't tell Naruto about you and you give me the information. However, Hinata frowned at Kuretsuchi's last words. You need to tell him yourself. But, you know it's the right thing to do. Kuretsuchi interrupted. Hinata's mouth hung open before closing and nodded her head. Now, spill it. Asterisk. A man with dark eyes glared from his position up a tree at the blonde bundle of hair standing a few feet away. His target remained off to the side with a random ninja, speaking in a hushed tone too low for him to pick up from a distance. His eyes narrowed at the blonde who had his gaze fixed on his target. The man clenched his fist open and closed repeatedly as his fury bubbled inside him. He could feel a growl vibrating in his throat. Oh, you're a feisty one. The man didn't hesitate as he jumped and landed behind the person who had just spoken from behind him. He wrapped the figure in a headlock with his left arm while taking out a kunai and shifting it to point at the figure's neck. The figure purred lustfully. Very feisty. The man raised an eyebrow as the figure turned out to be a woman with blue hair. She let a soft, almost orgasmic moan as she cuddled with the man's arm. I love 'em feisty. The man lowered his head so that his lips were near the woman's left ear. What the hell do you want? Ooh, stop it, you tease, the woman mewed as her body shivered. TCH, pervert. The comment made the blue-haired woman giggle and he felt one of the woman's delicate hands wrap itself on the hand holding the kunai. He was about to threaten her but it seemed she beat him to it as she slowly applied pressure to it. Make me bleed. NYU, let the fresh scent of blood fill me. The man quickly pushed the woman forward in mid-jump so he could land on a branch away from the woman. This earned a groan from her as she turned to face the man. She pouted at the distance he put between them. You're no fun. Who the hell are you? The question made the woman perk up and she giggled like a child. That boy seems to be giving you a hard time, she said, ignoring the man's question. The man snarled. What's it to you? The woman winked at the man before she tossed something at him. He caught it without flinching and looked at it. In his palm lay a small stone in the shape of a spiraling cone, reminding the man of a drill. A picture was painted with a neon green color on the flat end of the cone. It resembled a cat. A line the same color of the cat spun down towards the tip of the stone. The man looked at the hematophiliac in wonder and distrust. What is this? A talisman, she purred, and in the blink of an eye, she hugged the man. The man tensed as he felt something sharp touch his left earlobe. If you want to beat the blonde, you'll need this. I can beat the brat without it. Another purr made a chill run down the man's spine. Ah, but can you do it and take the girl before reinforcements arrive? The question hung in the air unanswered, the man too distracted by the woman's breath on his ear. He felt her petite and soft hand close his hand on the talisman. Inject the talisman into your chest, when the time comes. The man flinched when the woman bit down on his earlobe, penetrating the skin and drawing blood. She licked it and her body shook with ecstasy. How do I know this won't kill me? The blue-haired woman pulled back to face the man. You don't. She fell back, off the branch, heading for solid ground. The man looked down but didn't see the woman, he didn't even hear her hit the ground. She just disappeared, as if she had been a figment of his imagination. He shook his head. Crazy bitch. No matter what his opinion of this woman was, he had to admit, she was offering him power and he wasn't one to refuse some power. He opened his palm and fingered the talisman. He could feel power within his grasp. The power felt good. Just by holding the talisman in his hand the man could tell it held more power than 10 Genin. Maybe even more than 6 cages. He pocketed the talisman and watched as his target and prey talked for several minutes before they parted ways. He eyed the two as they drifted away and saw that both were easy targets at the moment. In a single movement, both could cease being a thorn in his side. Maybe it was the power of the talisman influencing him, maybe he had gone insane. Either way, he smiled as he watched them disappear from sight. He sat there for a long moment, staring at nothing as he prepared himself for action. He had given his target about a minute head start before he made his move. After all, what sort of predator would he be if he didn't give his prey a head start? Where would the fun be in a short game of cat and mouse? Asterisk. Naruto watched the two girls talk amongst themselves. It would be easy for him to hear their conversation, even with the gap between them. But he decided to respect their privacy and settled for just reading their body language. The moment he saw Hinata's body tense and Kuretsuchi's become relaxed, he had to fight to keep himself from eavesdropping. When the two girls switched roles, Naruto knew the only way he could resist the temptation was to distract himself with something else. He stared at his shoes for a good minute or two before sighing. He turned and faced the fountain that reflected the moon's beautiful image, though somewhat less graceful. His cerulean eyes shifted upward and connected with golden, feline eyes. A purr reached his ears and he took a step back as he was face to face with Neko. Her smile revealed her fangs and her tongue hung over them. Naruto's left fist tightened and his right hand shot up to grab her, but in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Naruto blinked, out of confusion and also to entertain his stupidity by seeing if she'd return as quickly as she'd left. When she didn't, Naruto shook and rubbed his head. He sat down on the edge of the fountain, careful not to fall in again. He closed his eyes for a moment and a second later, he found Hinata standing in front of him, a smile cast on her face. Naruto's smile faltered as he noticed that Hinata seemed to be more reserved. Careful, sad. What's wrong? The question was asked before Naruto could even think twice. What did Kuretsuchi do this time? Hinata let out a small giggle before shaking her head. Nothing. Naruto was tempted to hold her delicate hands in his, play with them while simultaneously sending the message that he was here for her. However, he stopped himself and settled with staring at her, patiently waiting for her to speak again. Hinata noticed his staring and made a weak attempt at smiling happily. Inside though, Hinata knew whatever happiness she had was dashed, knowing that when she finally told Naruto that she was from Konoha, everything would get hectic. On second thought, considering that he is Kushina Uzumaki's child, everything would go to hell really fast. Hinata gulped. Okay, Hinata-chan, what's bothering you? Hinata steeled herself. She knew there was no avoiding it. She needed to tell him, he needed to know. If nothing else, she owed him that much. So, she looked into Naruto's eyes and let her mouth talk on its own accord. Well, actually you, she continued to babble on, starting sentences but never completing them, only to start on a new one and never end it. Naruto was confused within seconds and grabbed her shoulders with a gentle touch. Hinata stopped sputtering and was silenced by Naruto's actions. Take deep breaths, he instructed. And calm down. Hinata nodded and followed his instructions. Finally, after her fear diminished a little, she stared at Naruto. I'm afraid. The first coherent sentence threw Naruto through a loop. Afraid? What was there to be afraid of? Of what? I need to tell you something, and I'm afraid you'll hate me for it. Hinata said, and Naruto couldn't help but laugh a little. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his head stood on end. It was odd since that didn't happen too much, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. Oh come on, Hinata-chan. I can be a bit of a hothead sometimes but I'm not judgmental. Go on, tell me. He assured her and Hinata nodded, though a bit hesitantly. Naruto-kun, Hinata paused. Do you trust me? Naruto raised an eyebrow but nodded nonetheless. Good, I just wanted to make sure. She sighed and stared directly into his eyes. The reason I didn't tell you of my origin is because I know how much you hate Konoha. What does that? Something clicked in Naruto's mind and he stared at Hinata incredulously. Finally, as if actually seeing her for the first time, Naruto managed to connect Hinata with the Hyuga clan. Those eyes, they were the Hyuga clan's trademark characteristic. The only difference is that Hinata's was a little more lavender than white. What a fool he was. How could he forget all the things he'd learned of Konoha? How to tell when faced with a Konoha nin if their forehead protector was off? Well, that last one was pretty tricky to do, no matter how well trained someone was. Naruto was busy berating himself for being such a fool, such an idiot, to be taken in so easily, so much so in fact that he didn't even notice Hinata was standing in front of him, trembling from head to toe. She had seen the look of anger in his eyes and, thinking it was directed at her, was terrified of it. She felt sure, somehow, that if she didn't do something, she was going to lose him. Hinata was self-aware enough to know she had at the very least developed a crush on this young man. So it was that Hinata, in sheer desperation, acted. She leapt at Naruto, who was sitting on the edge of the fountain, wrapped her arms around his neck, and began sobbing into his shoulder, her fear overwhelming her. Not for the first time, Naruto cursed his chivalrous nature, but he knew he couldn't ignore a crying woman for long. He tried, in this case, but oddly, in spite of her revelation, he didn't want to push Hinata away. After fighting with himself for another moment, he slowly wrapped his arms around her, trying to comfort her. He consciously put his own concerns aside, deciding to deal with that once his chivalry was satisfied. In other words, he'd worry about himself once Hinata had calmed down. He groaned at himself, but he knew he'd always put others before himself. Naruto continued to hold her, pushing the enjoyment of holding her in his arms to the back of his head. Finally, her sobbing turned to cute sniffles, or at least in Naruto's mind they were cute. He slowly pushed her back so he could stare at her face. Her eyes were pink from her sobs and there was a slight blush on her cheeks. A pang of guilt hit Naruto and he suddenly wished he had run off, or at least that his chivalrous ways never existed. Naruto lifted Hinata's head with a hand under her chin and stared into her eyes. I'm sorry. Her voice was sad and soft, with her hesitation making most, if not all, of Naruto's anger disappear. I know I should have told you earlier but, she trailed off, her voice failing her as a few silent tears fell from her eyes. Her eyes widened when Naruto closed the gap between them and enveloped her in a tight hug. She was confused. Shouldn't he be mad? If anything, she was expecting him to shove her off and walk away, without looking back. Hinata fought back new tears as she put her hands on his back and gripped his shirt with her balled-up fists. They remained that way for a long time. To them, it felt like an eternity passed but neither aged a day. Naruto, while a bit reluctant, pulled back from the hug and sighed. His eyes remained closed but Hinata waited patiently for him to speak. His eyes slowly opened, crystallized orbs of azure hues focused on her lavender moons. She could see the anger he had inside him, the fire powered by his will. However, the anger was being held back. The pent-up rage in him was being held back by an emotion that brought a pang of guilt to Hinata's heart. Betrayal kept his anger at bay. It was all Hinata could do to stop from crying again. I need some time alone, Hinata, his voice sent a chill down Hinata's spine. He was so formal and passive, very different from the Naruto that had saved her, from the one that took her out on a date. Hinata couldn't blame him though. The fact that he was speaking so calmly sort of spooked Hinata. He acted much like his mother most of the time and if this was true, then he must have been really upset. Kushina only spoke so calmly after being upset when it really bothered her, so she would vent with a little training. Maybe Naruto would be like his father in this instance. Whenever Minato was upset. Oh hell, both his parents trained whenever they were upset. Oh, okay, Hinata took a step back and Naruto and Hinata just stared at each other. Naruto's mouth twitched multiple times, as if to say something but instead, he shook his head and waved to Hinata. Hinata placed her hands over her chest and held them together. She watched him leave for another second before parting ways as well. Feeling sure he was out of hearing range, Hinata said quietly, "Oh, Naruto. I wish your parents were here, they'd know what to do." Naruto stopped, his body stiffening. My parents, he thought. What in the world did she mean by that? Deciding not to bother about that at the moment, what with everything else on his mind, he kept walking away, never noticing he was being watched by a pair of predatory black eyes from a tree nearby. "My parents," a husky voice said, the words dragging the breath from the person's lungs. The speaker ran his fingers through his blonde locks. Azure pools stared emptily at the ceiling, detached and duller than usual. She couldn't possibly have known them. "I don't even know them," he growled. Naruto had gone back to his hotel room when he separated from Hinata. He wasn't sure where she went, he couldn't find the will to care. He didn't really care about anything, though it did kind of bother him that the sun sneaked past the curtains he closed and was shining on his eyes. Why should I believe her? She's from Konoha. She could easily be lying to me. He turned on his side and sighed. But it doesn't feel like she's lying, he frowned and flipped back on his back. She's a ninja, she could be a good liar, Naruto rebutted and nodded nonchalantly. He closed his eyes and groaned, grabbing a fistful of his hair. I'm not getting anywhere with this. Stupid hormones. The old man warned me about this, but I had to brush it off as him going senile. He shook his head and sat up. He made it seem like the world was going to end. That a war was going to happen. He had to smile a little at this. Guess the old fool was right. He blinked. What if she isn't lying? He mumbled. He raised his left eyebrow and then sat up, looking around the hotel room he was occupying. He heard a small knock come from his door again and he swung his legs over the bed and got off, heading for the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see his sensei with an ice pack on top of his head. Besides that, Naruto was thrown off by Deidara's bloodshot eyes. Sensei. Naruto's voice was raspy and uncharacteristically low. Even so, Deidara winced and crinkled his eyes. Shish, not so loud, he groaned. He walked past Naruto and sat on Naruto's bed. Naruto closed the door and turned on the lights, again eliciting a wince and a loud groan from his sensei. Damn it, sensei, what has the old man said about drinking on a mission? Naruto chided as he leaned his back against the door. You're a lightweight. It's dangerous for you to be near alcohol. I know, it wasn't my fault, Deidara replied, trying to hold down his headache. What the hell happened? Naruto asked. Deidara walked into a restaurant, hoping to find a good meal before going to bed. He always liked to eat a snack before sleeping. Hello sir, how may I help you this fine evening? A lovely and smooth voice asked. Deidara turned to the voice, taking in the young woman. She had long black hair pulled into a ponytail. Her passionate gray eyes sparked behind her glasses. She wore a standard waitress's uniform. Pink blouse, pink skirt with a grease-stained apron that was tied to her waist. Deidara couldn't stop a smile from appearing on his lips. Hello. Just get me some rice balls and tea. He looked for a name tag but saw nothing of the kind. I'm sorry, what's your name? He asked and the girl giggled. Suki, she answered with a blush and bowed. Deidara returned the gesture and then met her eyes. Her gray eyes flashed with a primitive lust that sent a chill down Deidara's spine. Deidara wasn't sure what it was about that flash of lust, but he was put on edge by it, but he refrained from externally showing it. Well Suki, if you can get the rice balls and tea to me as soon as you can, that'd be great, Deidara said and Suki nodded before disappearing into the kitchen. A couple of minutes later, she returned with his meal. She set it in front of him and smiled. Thank you, Deidara said and Suki nodded. She walked away just as Deidara took a sip into his tea. It was in that first gulp that he noticed three things. 1. The tea was way too cold to be tea. 2. It wasn't even tea, it was sake. And 3. The way Suki's hips swayed made his heart double its efforts and send blood to another part of his body. His eyes became droopy and a drunk smile appeared on his face. Suki, Deidara called out and she turned with a crooked smile. He didn't notice however and gestured her to his side. This isn't tea. At this, Suki's smile slipped and she gasped. My apologies, I'll fix that up right away. Her hand reached to retrieve his cup but was stopped by Deidara. It's fine, I was just going to ask if you can bring me more. He asked, a drunken blush staining his cheek. Suki blinked before smiling and nodding, going to bring him more. And that's what happened, Deidara concluded and Naruto was rubbing his temples, trying not to bop his sensei over the head. I woke up outside my room. Couldn't find my key. Lightweight, Naruto mumbled under his breath as he turned his eyes to the clock. 12:30. Is it really 12:30? Naruto asked incredulous and Deidara nodded painfully. Naruto groaned and shook his head. He went straight to the bathroom and after a couple of minutes of silence, Deidara heard the sound of running water come from the bathroom. Hey, where's Naruto? A voice asked at the doorway. Deidara turned his gaze towards the voice only to widen his eyes and remain speechless. I want to show him something. It was at this point that Deidara had to wonder if he was the only one drinking last night. Asterisk. The wind whistled past the four ninjas' ears, each one's expression as professionally passive as the next. However, each of their eyes sparked with the will of fire only found in the dedicated and strong-willed members of the village hidden in the leaves. One of those eyes in particular was clouded with paternal worry, rage and doubt. His emotions were all part of the domino effect. His worry was brought on by his daughter's kidnapping, which led to his rage at the blasphemous act against not only the Hyuga clan but Konoha as well. His rage had also led to doubt. Who knew if they'd ever see his daughter again? Hiyashi turned his gaze to his old friend and blinked. We're going to find her, Minato stated with conviction. It wasn't something meant to reassure Hiyashi, even though it did help. It wasn't said to motivate the team to keep their hopes up, even though it did. It was said to state the obvious. Hiyashi could feel the certainty behind Minato's voice, as if it was common knowledge. However, it wasn't only his words but the expression on his face. Hiyashi knew that face. It was the face that he had only seen in a handful of people. And that handful of people always got the job done, no matter what. A smile graced the Hyuga's patriarch. He turned to look at the expression of his comrades to see that they also shined with the confidence radiating from the Hokage. Hiyashi was glad to have companions like these. Hiyashi shifted his gaze back in front of him and activated his Kekkei Genkai. They were nearing the location Team 8's report had described as their campsite. Thanks to their experience and skills, they managed to make the trip in under a day. He knew the chances of finding clues were slim to none. Still, it never hurt to try, right? They arrived to their destination and the four took in their surroundings. The area seemed normal enough, with the signs of a struggle starting to fade away with time. Minato and Kakashi used their experienced eyes to find any indicator as to where the kidnapper was headed. Hiyashi and Obito used their respective Kekkei Genkai to try to spot something not seen by the naked eye. None of them found anything. Without breaking the silence, Minato shifted his gaze to Kakashi and nodded, Kakashi knowing immediately what he meant. He bit his thumb and made quick hand signs before slamming his right hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu, he cried out as writing scribbled to life around his hand and smoke surrounded him. When it dispersed, Kakashi's 8 ninkin appeared, obedient and ready to act. As I've explained before, a member of our village has been taken. Kakashi eyed his ninkin and watched their bodies tense. This is unacceptable. We need to find her and we need to find her now. I can see why you chose him to lead an ANBU team. He has the qualities of a great leader, Hiyashi whispered to Minato, who smiled proudly with a shrug. While he did, Kakashi let each of the ninkin smell one of Hinata's ninja shoes given to him by Hiyashi. When he's not being lazy, Minato added. Kakashi mumbled something under his breath before sighing. Fan out. If you find a scent, any scent, you let me know. Go. At this, the ninkin barked simultaneously and disappeared in a mad dash in 8 different directions. Kakashi turned to his companions and his eyes crinkled as he smiled. Now, we wait, Kakashi said and Minato nodded. And catch our breath. Obito and Hiyashi nodded at this and the four sat down, discussing the possible outcomes, possible strategies, followed by a small pep talk from Minato. After that was done, the topic of women came up, causing the single men to laugh at the married men. Finally, Kakashi faintly heard a howl come from his dogs and he, his team and the other ninkin found their comrade sniffing a random area. Akino, said dog looked up at Kakashi, his eyes hiding behind black sunglasses. What did you find? I found a squirrel's home, Akino said and everyone's sweat dropped. Wait, that's not why I called. A male, Bisuke said after taking a sniff at the ground near Akino. Soon the other ninkin followed their lead and agreed with Bisuke. Exactly, Akino said and pointed in the direction behind him. The scent continues that way. There's also another scent, very faint. Almost didn't catch it. Is it Hinata's? Hiyashi asked, trying to mask his worry. Pakun looked at Hiyashi. It's feminine, so chances are it is. Pakun's answer seemed to quell Hiyashi's nerves and he let out a silent sigh of relief. Let's get going. We're losing daylight, Obito said with a skip to his step. Lead the way, Kakashi ordered and Akino nodded as he and his brethren started to follow the scent left behind. Hiyashi had his fist clenched, his knuckles turning white. Easy there, Minato said with a hand on top of Hiyashi's left shoulder. We'll find her. Hiyashi nodded and maintained his pace with the ninkin. He'd have to be patient. Normally, he had enough patience for any situation. This once, However, he found himself struggling to find patience. He'd have to make do with what he had. Asterisk. When Naruto opened the door to the bathroom, all the steam collected in the bathroom immediately flowed out and scattered into the cool-aired room. Naruto stepped out with a white muscle shirt and black shorts. He walked into the room, his towel in his right hand, drying his blonde hair, his eyes were closed and his breath was released through his nose. "Hey Naruto-kun." Naruto knew that voice anywhere. He sighed. "Kuretsuchi." Yay, he was cut short when he saw Kuretsuchi. Her hair was changed from its dark black hair to half blue, half pink. She had a nose piercing on her left nostril, one on each ear, and one underneath her black shirt, right where her belly button would be. Her black shirt and pants were tattered, making her look like she got in a fight with a pair of scissors. All in all, she looked ridiculous in Naruto's opinion. "How do I look?" she asked, and Naruto looked to his left where he saw Deidara bury his head under a pillow. Naruto shifted his gaze on Kuretsuchi again and sighed. "Okay, Kuretsuchi, I say this because I care and I'm a friend, so please don't take it the wrong way," Naruto said, and she nodded. "But your piercings would set off any metal detector worth the name, you're dressed like Frankenhooker, and your hair has been dyed colors I previously thought existed only in cotton candy." Kuretsuchi frowned. "So, you don't like it?" Naruto let out a frustrated groan and left the room without another sound. Kuretsuchi watched him go and hung her head in defeat. "Told you he wouldn't like it," Deidara muttered under the pillow. Kuretsuchi glared at him as she removed her piercings one by one before grabbing her hair and throwing it at Deidara, who grunted as it hit him. "I'm so going to kill her," Kuretsuchi declared as she stomped out of the room, presumably to her room. Deidara rose from his position and looked around. His headache still rocked his head every time he moved, so he decided to sleep off the headache, if only for a few minutes. Asterisk. "Hey," Hinata heard a voice said. "Wake up." She slowly opened her eyes and saw an old man staring back at her. She blinked and sat up quickly, barely missing butting heads with the old man. She looked around and saw that she was sitting on a park bench, with children playing in the playground and their parents watching them. A couple of tables used for games of shogi were spread out near the playground, something Hinata didn't notice the night before. Hinata returned her gaze to the old man and his friend. "Are you all right?" the old man with the cane asked. Hinata blinked again, winced from the pain in her arm, and stared at the other old man in the wheelchair. She walked off, not saying a word, heading for the hotel. She had no idea how she fell asleep in the park. She couldn't remember anything after watching Naruto leave. It was all a big blur. If she had to take a guess, she'd say that she was probably more tired than she first thought, or maybe it was from the painkillers she took for her arm. Whatever the case may be, she decided to go back to her room, to take a hot shower and hopefully wash away the headache pounding against her skull. She managed to reach the hotel without falling from to the headache. She walked down the hallway and was nearing her room when she saw Naruto exiting his room. She froze in fear and half hoped he'd see her and the other half hoped he wouldn't. She was relieved and disappointed when he walked in the opposite direction, not noticing her presence. She let out a sigh and stepped into her room and slowly closed the door behind her, pressing her back against it. After composing herself, Hinata grabbed the waterproof sling the doctor gave her, entered the bathroom and stripped down. She replaced her sling with the waterproof on before entering the shower. The sound of rushing water could be heard soon after. She felt the water rush over her, it felt heavenly. It was as if the water was washing away some of the pain in her body. All the grime and sweat followed the rushing water off her body, and soon enough, Hinata just found herself lost in her thoughts. Why did it have to be this way? She thought. Maybe I should leave him alone. I should forget about him. She was too lost in her thoughts to notice a tear roll down her cheek. My intuition is telling me that this won't end well, but, she paused, letting it all sink in as she clenched her fist tight and grinded her teeth. I just can't forget him. There's so much at stake. The fourth Hokage, father, mother, Konoha. All of them could be affected by just him. He'd make mother so happy, not only her but the fourth as well. Hinata relaxed her jaws and winced, now noticing how tightly she clenched them. Still, even that didn't derail her train of thought. It might be too late for me, but mother and the fourth didn't get a chance. I owe it to them. With her conviction burning in her, Hinata nodded and finished cleaning herself before stepping out of the shower and drying herself off, careful of her injured arm. She hung her sling to dry after changing it with a dry one. She fixed the towel to wrap around her torso and waist, making sure it wouldn't fall on its own. She stepped into the cool-aired room and thanked Kami that the hotel kept a fresh pair of generic clothes for the guest. The white tee was not her size, making her look a lot smaller than she really was. The gray sweats, however, fit snugly, making her legs feel like they were wrapped in clouds. Just when she reached the doorknob, she heard a knock come from the other side of the door. Who is it? She asked, listening closely. She heard a frustrated sigh come from the other side. Kuretsuchi, she growled, and Hinata hesitated to open the door. By the biting tone in her voice, chances are she found out that Hinata had lied to her. Well, not completely, but that was beside the point. Taking in what could have been her last breath, Hinata opened the door and braced herself. Hinata was surprised when Kuretsuchi didn't outright scream at her. In fact, she found it eerily disturbing that no sound came from the normally loud and energetic black-haired girl. What did you do to him? Once again, it was not the response Hinata was expecting. It threw her through a loop. I'm sorry, Hinata responded, confusing written all over her face. Why is Naruto so upset? Kuretsuchi rephrased, and realization dawned on Hinata's face. I didn't do anything, she struggled to say, turning her head to look away from Kuretsuchi. He just didn't take the news so well. Kuretsuchi shook her head. If it wasn't for you, he would have noticed how awesome I looked earlier. Hinata just looked at her incredulously. This girl actually believed all the ludicrous things Hinata had told her the night before. Love is blind, Hinata thought with a sweat drop, though she forced an apologetic smile and cutely tilted her head to the left, her eyes crinkled. I'm sorry to hear that. The aftertaste those words left in her mouth made Hinata want to go wash her teeth again. Go fix this, Kuretsuchi said. Hinata nodded, getting the feeling that it was more of a demand than a suggestion. Hinata quickly walked around Kuretsuchi and went off to go find Naruto, hopefully to help cheer him up, then upset him even more. Kuretsuchi watched her go and sighed when she left. Hinata activated her Byakugan and began to scan the area, trying to speed up the search. Where'd you go, Naruto? Oh, maybe he left or is avoiding me. Maybe I won't find him until he wants me to find him. Maybe. Her brows furrowed at these thoughts. She had to remain positive in her abilities and that she'd find him regardless of what obstacle stood in her path. She deactivated her Byakugan and sighed, rubbing her eyes as she did. She was still tired and had to strain herself to keep her Kekkei Genkei activated for extended periods of time. It was an ill-fated that she had to cancel out her Byakugan right outside a store, because it was right then that a door opened and Hinata walked right into it. She fell on her back and held her forehead. She counted her blessings that her forehead took all of the force of the hit. Oh wow, she mumbled. I'm sorry, she blinked, her eyes opened and saw Naruto standing over her. He stopped short when she saw who he hit, and Hinata saw a little annoyance in his face, but it was far overshadowed by worry. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked and extended his right hand to help her up. She nodded her head as she accepted his hand with her good hand and stood. She looked at him and felt panic rise inside her stomach. Well, she found him. That's a silver lining. Maybe her luck was changing. Asterisk. Kushina smiled happily as she greeted everyone she passed in her Hokage robes. Short of living her dream of having a family, she was experiencing one of the best moments of her life. She was the Hokage. Sure, it was going to end as soon as Minato returned, but she wasn't going to let the opportunity pass her while she sat behind the Hokage's desk. The villagers greeted her with a curt nod and bow and followed it with a good afternoon. Oh yeah, it's good being Hokage, she thought as she stopped to pay a visit to the restaurant with the best food in the entire world, Ichiraku's Ramen Bar. Well, if it isn't the first female Hokage, what can I do for you? Chuki asked as he welcomed Kushina into his restaurant. Kushina acknowledged Chuki with a bright smile and a chuckle. The usual, Grand Chef, I'm in the mood to eat until I'm in a ramen coma, datbane. Kushina answered with a shout and her right fist in the air. Of course, yes Lady Hokage, Chuki continued the banter with a laugh and set to work on making Kushina's order. Kushina hummed to herself while looking around, taking in everything. So, where's Ayame? Kushina asked and heard Chuki scoff. Off with her loser boyfriend, Chuki answered from the kitchen. Kushina laughed as his answer, having to hold on to her seat so she didn't fall off. The Anbu captain, a loser. No sir, Kushina laughed, hearing another scoff from the kitchen. She barked out another laugh. I trained the brat myself and let me tell you, he's no loser. When she heard no answer from Chuki, she came up with a plan to irk the older man. And he has incredible stamina, or so Ayame tells me. Kushina felt killing intent radiate from Chuki, and when she saw his face, she busted out laughing, falling off her seat. She didn't care who stared at her, The rage on Chuki's face was hilarious and well worth it. I see you continue to torture me, even after Anbu graduation, Lady Hokage. Kushina looked up amidst her laughter to see the stoic expression on her godson. Well, he wasn't completely stoic, there was a small upward bend in the corner of his lips. You bet, Datbane, Kushina cheered. Come, sit with me, Itachi, Kushina said, and the Anbu captain did. He was currently dressed in his civilian clothes, which consisted of black shorts and shirt with the Uchiha's symbol proudly worn on the back of his shirt and a weapons pouch tied to his right leg. Where's Ayame? Chuki asked, his voice calm and low. Kushina chuckled when she saw Itachi flinch. It was hard to catch, but Kushina knew Itachi long enough to see the telltale signs. She's home, resting, Itachi answered. From what? Kushina and Chuki asked, and Itachi's sweat dropped. Training. I was teaching Ayame how to throw a kunai and shuriken, along with how to get out of particular holds should she ever encounter herself in a troubling situation. Chuki stuck his head out of the kitchen to glare at Itachi. Itachi's poker face was perfect, if it wasn't for his nervous habit of twitching his fingers. Leave the poor boy alone, Kushina said and slammed her right hand on the table. As Hokage, I demand you to continue my ramen, Kushina demanded, and Chuki mumbled under his breath. What was that? Nothing, he answered with a sweat drop. Damn right, nothing, she said with a smirk before turning to Itachi. So how's the Anbuing business going? She asked, and Itachi sighed. He took out a Pocky from his pocket and munched on it silently for a few minutes. Tough, some of the older members are still giving me trouble for being younger than them. He shook his head at seeing the angered look at Kushina's face. It's fine, though, eventually, they'll get over it. Itachi gave Kushina a once-over before continuing on his Pocky. What's up with the get-up? Itachi asked nonchalantly. Lord Hokage forgot to lock up his Hokage robes again. Kushina pouted at Itachi, but he wasn't paying attention to her. No, she yelled before sticking her tongue out at him. He went looking for Hinata-chan and he left me in charge. Itachi faced her and blinked. Why in Kami's name would he do that? You know what? This is why I like to torture you. Itachi smirked. Kushina scoffed and stole a Pocky from Itachi just as he was about to take a bite from it. So how's Sasuke-kun? Itachi hesitated. He's good, still a little worried. Kushina nodded. I should think so, Kushina said somberly. Considering he and Hinata-chan have been friends since the beginning of the academy and of what happened 3 months ago. Yeah, I know, Itachi agreed. He's been training non-stop since he's heard of her disappearance. Looks like he's taking it well, Kushina said as she took another bite of her Pocky. Still, does he? Yes, Itachi answered, knowing what she was going to ask. Well, does he know that she doesn't? Yes, do you think he'll? My brother is many things, but one thing he isn't is stupid, Itachi answered once again, and Kushina glowered. You know it bothers when you. I know, godmother, Itachi smirked as he stared at Kushina from the corner of his eyes. He saw that his words had the desired effect on her. So how are your old folks? She asked, changing the subject before she killed Itachi. Father is still an ass, Itachi chuckled a little at that. Mother is still the same, he shook his head. How she puts up with him, I'll never know, Kushina laughed while Itachi went with one short chuckle. Love is a weird thing, Kushina said. It's what's keeping Chuki from killing you right where you sit. Itachi chuckled again and stood. I suppose. He placed a Pocky on the table and turned to leave. It was nice seeing you again, godmother. You as well, Chuki, Chuki mumbled under his breath while waving sluggishly. I'll see you later, Itachi-kun. Kushina cheered, placing the Pocky in her mouth. He turned to the left, just barely avoiding a cleaver to the back of his head. Ha, you missed. Without another word, Chuki set back to work. The ramen bar suddenly became quiet for a long while. Where's my food? Kushina finally snapped. It's a lot of food. Chuki retorted. Are you calling me fat? Chuki didn't answer. Smart man, Kushina said before cupping her cheeks and resting her elbows on the counter, wondering what her husband was doing at the moment. Asterisk. Minato sneezed. Normally, a sneeze is a sneeze, it didn't matter when it happened or why. In his current predicament, however, silence was crucial. With Minato's sneeze, it broke the silence, which alerted the 6 rogue nin they hid from their location. Great, Minato mumbled as he turned to his team. Hiashi, follow Kakashi as he continues following the trail. Hiashi and I will deal with the rogue nin. Obito, you're with me. Hiashi and Kakashi nodded before running off just as the rogue nin began to run toward Minato and Obito. Nice timing, Obito said as he took out a kunai and activated his Sharingan. Minato's sweat dropped. I know. Asterisk. Kiba sighed, having finished his team exercises with Kurenai and Shino. Without Hinata, the training seemed useless and counterproductive. Kurenai tried to justify it by saying it had helped them let go of their dependence on Hinata, but even he could tell she didn't mean it. Konoha just wasn't the same without his Hyuga teammate. Inuzuka, a voice called. Kiba stopped and turned to face the voice. He groaned when he saw who it was. Uchiha, Sasuke has spiky black hair with a blue tint and onyx eyes. He has lighter skin than his older brother, Itachi. His hair hangs over both sides of his face to roughly frame his cheeks. His outfit was similar to Itachi's except his shirt was a blue instead of black and a katana was hanging on his back. You heard word of Hinata? He asked and Kiba sneered. What's it to you? Kiba growled out the question and Sasuke glared. I'm not here to fight, Inuzuka. I just want to know if you know anything about Hinata since her disappearance. No, I haven't, Kiba said harshly. Sasuke gauged Kiba's face before nodding and walking away. What do you care? Kiba blurted out, stopping Sasuke in his tracks. What? Ever since you got your own tutor, you've distanced yourself from us, Kiba said, glowering. Since when do you care? I've always cared, Sasuke answered honestly. I might not show it but I do care. Especially about Hinata-chan, Sasuke said, saying the last part under his breath. Kiba heard him though and it made his eyes widen slightly. You love her, Kiba said and Sasuke re-established eye contact. I do, he answered and Kiba clenched his fist tightly. I'm not losing to you, he stated and Sasuke continued to stare in silence. He then smirked and turned to walk away. Challenge accepted, mutt, Sasuke taunted and Kiba growled. Brat, Kiba muttered before turning and walking away as well. I knew going after Hinata-chan wasn't going to be easy, considering how beautiful and kind she is but having Sasuke as an rival for her love. Kiba shook his head. Things have just gotten a lot more complicated, he said under his breath. Asterisk. Hinata was blushing madly, blinking repeatedly and thinking about what exactly she was going to say to Naruto. At the moment, she was in the park where they talked the night before with Naruto. He was sitting on the bench next to her, thinking to himself. He told her he wanted to tell her something but then grew quiet, so she guessed he was making sure he was able to correctly translate his thoughts into words. She didn't blame him, she was doing the same. Hinata, Naruto mumbled and then looked up at her. She met his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. First off, thank you for giving me time to think, she nodded again. Sure thing Naruto-kun, she said with a smile and Naruto looked away, hoping that he was able to stop the blush from showing up. After taking some time to make sure he wouldn't blush for a couple of minutes, he looked at Hinata again. If you want me to believe that you weren't lying to me yesterday, I want you to look me in the eyes, he said and she did. And tell me that you weren't lying. Hinata gulped as she stared into his eyes and into his souls. She saw that on the inside, he would be crushed if she had lied to him. I promise that I didn't, she said and Naruto continued to look into her eyes, searching to see if what she said was the truth or a lie. I don't like to lie, Naruto-kun, she added. Naruto double-checked and Hinata felt her shyness begin to surface. Her blush deepened. I didn't lie to you, Hinata declared strongly. I really do like you, she faltered a little but Naruto could tell she meant what she said. What do I have to do to prove to you that I'm not lying? Naruto blinked at her outburst but then returned after some thinking with a grin. Tell me something nobody else in this world knows about, Hinata blinked and looked down at her fingers. And just to make it fair, if I feel that you're telling me the truth, I'll do the same, Hinata turned her gaze back at him and gulped. You will, he nodded. Promise. He nodded again, a serious expression on his face. She blushed again and looked at her fingers. She hesitated to tell him one of her deepest, darkest secrets but after some serious thought, she decided that it was worth it. That he was worth it. I once tried to kill myself, she said under her breath. Naruto stared at her, concentrated so deeply that everything else in his world faded. He tried to see if she was lying, but he could tell she was speaking the truth. Then his eyes widened. Why? He asked. I couldn't handle the pressure of being the Hyuga clan heiress, she chuckled mirthlessly and shook her head. Worse, my first mother died a couple months after my heiress training began, and I just couldn't take it. Naruto continued to stare at her with sad eyes. What stopped you? At this, Hinata laughed. My second mother, but I call her mother now. Your father remarried. Hinata shook her head. She was a family friend but she was like a second mother. She helped my father take care of me after my real mother died. She really helped me get out of my depression and even gave me confidence to continue living, even though she doesn't know it. How did you try to kill yourself? He asked. I tried to drown myself, she answered. I woke up in the hospital the next day. My second mother says she found me while she was out training somewhere near. You should have bled to death, it works faster, Naruto advised sagely. Trust me, you always float to the top when you try to drown yourself, Hinata stared at him incredulously. You tried to kill yourself before. Naruto answered her with a nod. Many times, all failed attempts, all seemed like an accident so nobody asked too many questions. Naruto looked up at the sky nostalgically. After my 5th attempt, I just stopped taking the easy way out. So, is that what you were going to tell me? She asked, a little uncertain and displeased, but Naruto shook his head. Nah, it's not what I was going to say. He turned to her and smiled. I'm planning a coup, he told her, and Hinata cutely tilted her head to the left side and blinked. What? She asked. I'm tired of the old fool, Naruto explained. He's getting too old and is going senile. Naruto looked down at his feet and smirked tiredly. He doesn't know how to lead. Oh, was all Hinata could say. I'm gonna become the new Tsuchikage and I'll make sure that Iwa prospers, like it was made to do, Naruto declared proudly. Hinata watched him intently before smiling with crinkled eyes. I'm sure you'll make a great Tsuchikage, Hinata stated, and Naruto looked at her before smiling with a faint blush. Thanks, and if you need help, Hinata boldly reached out with her left hand and held Naruto's hand. I'm here, Naruto's blush darkened and he nodded dumbly. And I have a few friends who'll help you without a second thought. Gee, thank you. Naruto met Hinata's eyes and smiled. Hinata-chan. So, you forgive me? She asked, hope making her eyes brighter, and Naruto took a second to nod his head. She didn't exactly like the hesitation, but as long as he forgave her, she'd accept it. But it'll take a while before I can completely trust you, Hinata nodded in understanding. I get it, she said, and Naruto smiled in gratitude. The two then looked at different things, trying not to focus on the fact that they were sitting close or the fact that they were still holding hands. We should probably head back to the hotel. We're heading for Iwa today and then we'll let Konoha know that we found you, Naruto said sadly, and Hinata nodded. She finally let go of his hand as they stood and began to walk towards the hotel. How's your arm? Naruto asked, and Hinata looked at it. It's healing. It hurts when I move it a certain way, but it's okay, she answered, noticing that Naruto was looking at her arm, or maybe her breasts. She blushed at that thought and doubted it, but when she saw the dark blush on his cheeks, she began to think so. Are you looking at my breasts? Naruto made a whimpering sound before looking forward. And Naruto-kun. Before she even finished saying his name, he began to sprint down the street. Naruto-kun. She began to chase after him, and while she did, she faintly heard him laugh. She couldn't help but smile even though what he did was inappropriate. From the shadows, a silhouette watched Hinata as she ran. Time is running out for you, my prey, the silhouette whispered before changing his haunting gaze to Naruto, who was about to turn the corner. And for you as well, my rival, the silhouette chuckled before turning to face his visitor. Why haven't you attacked them yet? Neko asked, her right index finger twirling her pure blue hair. The man snarled and began to walk away. I disposed of his sensei for you, but you let the opportunity slide past your fingers, she purred angrily, but the man continued to walk away. I decide when it is time to attack, the man declared. Now leave me. Neko just stared at the man before sighing and stretching her body, satisfied by the occasional popping sound. A man riding a bike was just passing by when he saw Neko stretch. He gawked at her for the longest time, until he ran into the water fountain and fell right in. Neko blinked and looked around. She shrugged her shoulders and walked off, her demonic cat ears and tail fading when she stepped into the sunlight. Asterisk. Being a rogue ninja wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Considering that they had to make sure their trail was invisible to practically everyone was hard, avoiding hunter nin when they were found was even harder. A sigh escaped the teen's lips as he walked down the underground hallway. It's been days since he's last seen sunlight or felt a fresh breeze hit his face. He missed nature, and he could tell he'd go insane soon if he didn't get some fresh air. It's okay, he said under his breath. As long as I'm not dead, eventually I'll be outside again. It wasn't all bad, though. Being a rogue nin had allowed the teen to learn many things, powerful techniques that probably would have been out of his reach should he have stayed in his village. Mother, father, the thought of his old village reminded him of the tragedies of his home. He shook off the gloom and continued his trek to his temporary room. Staring down, the teen took in his new clothes. A black robe with red clouds covered him from the rest of the world. Under it was a pale blue sleeveless shirt and same colored pants and shoes. Under his sleeveless shirt was a body mesh. The Akatsuki, he mumbled under his breath. He and his master have been in the Akatsuki over a year now, and yet he still couldn't force himself to like the uniform. Still, he wasn't in the group for their fashion sense, but for the steady income and jobs they provided. The teen felt a presence in front of him, so he looked up to see his master, who stood in the middle of the hallway. "What are you gawking at?" The teen flinched at his master's harsh and biting tone. Still, he knew his master cared for him, even though he was reluctant to show it. It was just the way he worked. "I'm sorry," his master, who had his lower face covered in gauze, just smirked. "Go get ready," he said. "Leader has a job for us." The teen blinked before smiling. "We get to go outside." His master nodded and the teen sprinted to his temporary room. All he really needed was his medical kit and some extra weapons. He was so excited, though, that he didn't hear a second set of footsteps. "Nice kid you have there," the giant of the man bellowed, irritating the teen's master. But instead of getting into a fight with the man, he walked off. "Shove it up your ass, Kisame." At this, Kisame just laughed and walked in the opposite direction. "I just love messing with him," Kisame stated as he continued to walk aimlessly until he bumped into his partner. The man had a huge hunch on his back, making him at least 4 feet. Compared to the giant Kisame, his partner might be mistaken for a fat old man with a back problem. "Kisame, we need to go," Sasori said, and Kisame chuckled. "We got a job." Sasori nodded, to which Kisame showed his shark-like teeth. "Where to?" Sasori's eyes gleamed with mischief and excitement. "Iwa." Onyx's eyes were glued on Naruto and Hinata as they traveled to Iwa. They left the Hidden Star Village this morning and have been running ever since, occasionally taking a break. Currently, it was just a little after 8 and the man's patience was running dry. Frankly, the girl with black hair wouldn't stop talking to the blonde prey and glaring at the white-eyed prey. It was his prey. No one would take her away from him, especially not some black-haired brat. The boy with brown hair didn't look worth hunting, so the man paid no mind to him. His dark eyes landed on the man with blonde hair. He was a major issue. If he wanted to kill his blonde prey and still take the white-eyed prey, he'd have to take out the blonde man first. The question was, how would he accomplish that? He hummed quietly to himself, the gears in his head turning and coming up with multiple solutions to his problem. He took one last look at the fading sun. "Soon, what you doin'?" A voice purred and the man growled. "What is it you want, demon?" the man asked, and Neko giggled. "Just wondering what you're doing, my pretty." The man turned and gave Neko a quizzical expression. Then, an idea popped in his head and he looked back down. "See that man?" he asked, pointing at Deidara, and Neko squinted her eyes. "He looks familiar, but..." She then smiled and snapped her fingers. "Ah yes, I know him." She was silenced by the man's right hand promptly after her proclamation. "Quiet fool," he barked under his breath, and Neko glared. Then, the man felt his hand begin to lose feeling and removed his hand from her mouth. He saw that she had licked his hand. "Like it?" she asked as she puffed her chest out proudly. "It's my kiss of death." The man only glowered. "I want you to keep the man busy," he ordered, and Neko pouted. "I don't wanna," she whined, and the man growled. She sighed after some time and nodded. "Fine. Good," the man said, and then turned his attention back on his prey. "We'll strike on my command." Neko only purred and followed after the man as he kept tabs on his kill. Asterisk. Minato sighed as he followed Kakashi and his Ninken. Obito and Hiashi followed behind him, and they were starting to get anxious. As more time passed, the trail got fainter and the group got more depressed. "Nice going back there, by the way," Obito said, and Minato groaned. "Let it go. I said I was sorry," Minato said for the 10th time since the incident with the rogue ninjas. "If it didn't happen, we wouldn't be so behind," Obito continued, and flinched when Minato stopped walking. He turned and faced Obito with a passive expression. "If you mention this again, Obito, you will be tasked to find the daimyo's wife's cat every time she runs away for the next year." Obito gulped with wide eyes, knowing his sensei would make good on his threat. "That cat, that evil feline devil." "Minato," Hiashi said, getting Minato's attention. "Calm down, we need to focus." Minato sighed and turned, continuing their trek. Obito took a second longer to continue, wanting some space between him and his sensei. "Damn it, Kakashi, how much longer till we find her?" Obito whined, and Kakashi sighed. "You rush a miracle worker," You get lousy miracles, Kakashi answered, and Minato couldn't stop a small smile from appearing. Is it really that hard to do? Obito asked exasperatedly, and Kakashi rolled his eyes. Apparently, Obito wasn't satisfied with his answer but let it go, not wanting to irritate the Hyuga patriarch. So Minato-sensei, Obito said. You left your wife in charge of Konoha, huh? Was that really such a wise choice? Minato turned his head to Obito and looked at him dead in the eyes. Everyone was waiting patiently for his answer. You know, Obito, I'm not completely sure. Minato's three companions' sweat dropped. I just needed someone I trusted to take care of my village while I'm gone, and there's no one in the world I trust more than my wife, he added, and Kakashi smiled under his mask. Nice answer, Obito complimented as he smiled goofily. Still, you know she's going to procrastinate and will most likely leave most, if not all, of the paperwork to you when you return, Hiashi stated, and Minato bowed his head, exaggerated tears falling from his eyes. I know, his companions laughed at his misery. Suddenly, the group found themselves in a battleground. They each examined the clearing, each taking in everything. The place looked like a small army came there and literally had a war. The ground had gouges in it, some deep, some not. Trees were on the ground and the reflecting pool was a lot shallower than it should have been. All in all, the place looked terrible. Whoa, looks like someone went a little overboard in their training, Obito commented, his eyes scanning the area. Kakashi faced him with a deadpan expression. Only you would think the cause of this mess was training, Kakashi insulted, and Obito glared and stuck his tongue out. One of Kakashi's dogs let out a bark and then all seven headed to the deepest and widest gouge. They talked amongst themselves in their native tongue for a few minutes. The rest of the group that didn't speak dog could only wonder what exactly was being said, but by the looks on their face and body language, they were arguing with each other. Report, Kakashi ordered, and the Ninken looked at each other before Pakun walked up to Kakashi and his group. Well, Pakun started, pausing to think of the right words to say. Here's the thing. The guy's scent we found yesterday is here, in that big gouge in the ground, he informed. Yeah, so, Obito asked and received a small glare from Pakun. So, there's another scent in there as well. Is it Hinata's? Hiashi asked, and Pakun shook his head. So, what does it matter? Obito asked, getting a little impatient with this whole ordeal. He just wanted to go home, really. Pakun ignored the obnoxious Uchiha and looked at Minato. Do you mind if I sniff you? Pakun asked, and Minato gave him a questioning gaze. Does it involve what we're doing now? He asked, and Pakun nodded. Minato nodded and watched silently as one of Kakashi's dogs took in his scent. That's what I thought, the pug said as he walked back to his comrades. The other scent in there is similar to your scent, Minato. Everyone was surprised to hear that. What? Minato asked, disbelief written on his face. It's not the exactly like yours, but it is similar, Pakun stated. And yet, it also reminds me of your wife. This is weird, Obito said aloud. It's not only me who think that, is it? The first thought that came to Minato's mind was Naruto. It can't be, have I finally found my son? He thought, his heart racing and his muscles tensing. Minato, Hiashi spoke, looking doubtful as Minato turned to look at him. I don't want you to get hurt, my friend, so let's not jump to conclusions just yet. If Minato acted on his impulses, he would have ignored Hiashi and asked Pakun to track down the scent. This was a small ray of hope of actually finding his son, and he really didn't want to let it go. Looking at Hiashi, he knew that he was in the same situation. He couldn't abandon his friend like this. It wouldn't be fair. Good news though, Pakun said before anyone said anything else. Both Hinata's and the other scent are together. Minato and Hiashi looked at each other and both flashed a smile, hope sparking in their respective eyes. Well, what are we waiting for? Obito cheered. Let's get it on. Kakashi gauged Minato's expression. Minato just gave him a thumbs up and smiled. Let's go, Kakashi ordered, and the dogs began to track the scent. This is it, Minato thought as he followed Kakashi, hoping to get his goddaughter and son. Asterisk. Steady breathing. That was all that was heard in the Hokage's office, and yet no one could find the source of the sound. The only thing in the Hokage's office was a giant pile of paperwork that was only a foot shy of touching the ceiling. Itachi was more than a little confused. Lady Hokage, he uttered as he stepped into the room. Brother, what are we doing here? Sasuke asked, and Itachi silenced him with a stare. Itachi then continued on his quest to locate Kushina. He walked around the desk and saw that the paperwork also stretched out over the chair. Deciding to check under the paperwork, Itachi made fast hand signs before blowing out a strong breeze from his mouth. The papers flew all over the place, scattering around the room until not a single paper lay on the desk. Sasuke just blinked as he saw a woman with long red hair sleeping on top of the desk. Lady Hokage. Itachi gently tapped Kushina's shoulder, only to withdraw his hand as Kushina stood and attempted to grab it. She blinked and looked at Itachi and Sasuke. "Huh, what are you two doing in my office?" she asked as she wiped the drool from the corner of her lip. "I came by to ask for a favor," Itachi said with a bow, and Kushina smiled. "Sure, ask away," she said as she sat down on the chair. "Whoa, that's a lot of paperwork. Good thing I don't have to deal with it," Kushina said offhandedly. "Actually, you do, don't you?" Sasuke asked and gulped when Kushina leveled him with a glare. "As I was saying," Itachi said, hoping to keep his surrogate mother from killing his younger brother. "I wish to nominate my brother for the rank of Chunin." This caught both Kushina and Sasuke off guard. "WWH, what?" Sasuke sputtered in incredulity. Kushina regained her composure faster and leaned back on her chair, humming as thoughts ran by her mind. "No," she answered, and Itachi's eyebrows furrowed. "At least, I'm not going to give it to him on a silver platter." "Lady Hokage, if I may." "You can stop right there, Itachi," she said, putting her right hand up. "I know what you are going to say." Itachi just raised an eyebrow in morbid fascination. "Oh, do you?" Kushina nodded. "You were going to give me this whole lecture on how quickly Sasuke is progressing and how great he is," she sighed. "And I'm not going to disagree with you. Kakashi's reports have shown that Sasuke has learned everything he's been taught so far, and half the time, he wasn't using the Sharingan." Sasuke smiled proudly as Itachi placed a hand on his shoulder. "Still, I have other plans for him," Kushina said, pausing in the middle of her sentence for dramatic effect. "What plans?" Itachi asked suspiciously, prompting Kushina to smile mischievously. "Well, I have a team that's missing one of their members and the Chunin exams is right around the corner," she said in a sing-song tone. Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm not taking Hinata's place," he said decisively, causing Kushina to frown. "That's not your choice," Kushina said, ending it with a smile. "I had Kurenai already ask her team and they'd love to have you," she told him. Sasuke raised an eyebrow with disbelief. Kushina's sweat dropped. "Well, not completely true, but they're willing to work with you, so there's that." "Lady Hokage, please reconsider," Sasuke pleaded, and Kushina silenced him with another raised hand. "My decision is final. With you instructor gone, you have nothing to do and you need to brush up on your teamwork. You shall meet them at training ground 12 at." Kushina looked at the clock on a wall. 10 minutes ago. Itachi and Sasuke just stared at her as if she had grown a second head. "Well, don't just stand there. Get to it, chop chop," Kushina said, and Sasuke stared at her for a moment longer before sighing. "Yes, Lady Hokage," Sasuke said before walking out. Itachi watched his brother leave before facing Kushina. "Seems a little irrational," he commented, and Kushina nodded knowingly. "Most Uchihas are," Kushina said before holding her hands up in defense. "No offense." "No, it's fine, I should have seen that one coming," Itachi offered, causing Kushina to giggle. "Seriously, is this something you thought out?" he asked, and Kushina pouted and folded her arms across her chest. "I'm offended." "You should be," she glared. "If you must know, Minato-kun suggested this before he left," she informed him, and after registering that, Itachi nodded. "I see," he said and bowed. "I'll be on my way then." He quickly made his way to the door before ducking as Kushina threw a vase aimed at his head. "You're getting closer," he mumbled with a smile before walking out and closing the door behind him. Kushina just scoffed and looked at the paperwork in the room. She sighed while leaning back on the chair. "I hate this," her violet eyes stared sadly at the ceiling. "Come back home soon, Minato-kun, I miss you." The dream she had while sleeping under the paperwork returned in her head and she leaned back, a sad smile on her lips. She crossed her arms over her chest and hugged herself. The dream was so nice. She dreamed that she held Naruto in her arms. The bright sun-kissed mop of hair on his head tickling her cheek as she held him near her. She even imagined him giggling as she tickled his tummy. Kushina suddenly moved forward and slammed her fist onto the desk. She tensed her muscles and her shoulders shook. "My baby," she cried as tears fell from her eyes. It had been a while since she'd cried about this, but every once in a while, it hit her like a ton of bricks. It was few and far between, but when they hit her, they'd hit her hard. She cried for a while, a lot longer than usual. But after some time, she felt her tears start to die down. She wiped her eyes and looked at the paperwork. She sighed and stood up. She might as well get to work. Kushina paused and went into the closet. No one said she couldn't have a late-night snack. Asterisk. Asterisk. Naruto looked around for the 1000th time that day. His nerves were on edge and the hairs on the back of his head were constantly standing straight. Something was going on, but he had no idea what. Naruto. Naruto blinked and looked at Hinata, who sat beside him. Next to her was Daichi munching on a ration bar. Next to him was Deidara, also eating a ration bar, but more conservatively than Daichi, who was acting like he hadn't eaten in days. "Are you okay?" Hinata asked and Naruto nodded, turning to face the fire keeping everyone warm. Though, apparently, Kuretsuchi wasn't absorbing any of the heat since she was so close to Naruto. His personal space was being invaded and to top it off, Hinata didn't seem to be in the best of moods either. "Peachy," Naruto answered. "Warm enough, yet," Naruto asked Kuretsuchi who only hummed. "I'll let you know when I'm good," she said. Naruto sighed. "So," Hinata started, getting Naruto's attention. "We're going to Iowa first and then you guys are sending a message to Konoha?" Hinata asked and Deidara nodded. "That's right, he answered before continuing with his meal." "I see," she said, all but enthusiastic. Naruto stared at her from the corner of his eyes before looking at the fire again. He then stood, facing his sensei. "I'm going to go train," he said before walking away, not letting Deidara say anything. He just blinked before shrugging. "Wait," Hinata said as she stood and went after him. Kuretsuchi just grit her teeth before running after the two. Daichi and Deidara were just left blinking at their forms before looking at each other. A thought hit them at the same time as a smile graced their lips. "Their ration bars are mine," they both said simultaneously. Prior to actually getting to their feet, the fire changed from bright orange and yellow to an even brighter blue and white. This stalled the two's movements. "Hello, my pretties," Deidara's eyes widened slightly at the voice, it sounded very familiar. The two then heard a soft thump behind them, and, when they spun to see who or what made that thump, they were greeted with the sight of a blue-haired beauty with tattered black clothes. "Hiya," Daichi greeted happily before flinching when the girl took out two kunai. Deidara and Daichi shared a look before sighing. Asterisk. Asterisk. There was an old saying that popped into Naruto's head at the moment. "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Why don't you just leave him alone? It's obvious he left to get away from you," Kuretsuchi said sagely to Hinata who remained passive, not showing any emotion as she endured Kuretsuchi's verbal assault. "It's fine if you don't like me, but I need to discuss something with Naruto-kun," Hinata told her but Kuretsuchi just kept up her glare. "And hurt him again?" "I don't think so." Naruto rolled his eyes as he watched the conversation continue from there. Still, Naruto couldn't completely get mad at Kuretsuchi since she was just trying to protect him, like a friend. But he wasn't a little boy anymore, she had to know that he could fight his own battles now. "Kuretsuchi," Naruto said, his tone flat. She looked at him and saw the seriousness in his eyes. There was no need for any words to be spoken. She blinked and frowned before turning to Hinata. She didn't want to let her talk to Naruto but she couldn't disagree if he wanted to as well. Fine, she began walking back to camp, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. The two just stared at each other before Naruto sat down on the ground. Hinata walked up to him and sat in front of him on her knees. "So, what's going on?" Naruto asked, forcing a smile onto his lips. Hinata smiled as well, though hers wasn't as forced as Naruto's. "I have a few things I want to talk about," she said. "Mostly about us." "Okay," Naruto said, swallowing down his fear. He was hoping to talk to Hinata about that, too, but not until they made it to Iowa. Damn his luck. Hinata paused, going over her thoughts and the words she wanted to say. Naruto faintly heard movement in the forest and sighed. "Go away, Kuretsuchi," Naruto said, loud enough for her to hear. Hinata took in a deep breath and turned to look at the area where Naruto was looking at. When nothing came out, Hinata activated her Kekkei Genkei. She saw that Kuretsuchi was, in fact, hiding behind a tree. But her chakra network. Kuretsuchi walked out of her hiding spot and laughed sheepishly. "I couldn't resist," she said and looked at Naruto. The second they connected, Naruto snarled and stood. He walked up to Kuretsuchi and grabbed her by the collar before raising her off the ground. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Naruto asked, and Kuretsuchi blinked in confusion. "Wah!" Before she could even continue, Naruto slammed her into the ground, causing the earth to shake a little. "Naruto-kun," Hinata shouted as she stood and went to stop him. Naruto turned to her, unintentionally showing her his crimson, fox-like eyes. "Stay back," he told her before being kicked back by Kuretsuchi. He flipped and landed on his feet, growling as Kuretsuchi jumped to her feet. She rolled her neck, getting popping sounds and a sigh after it was done. "You're not Kuretsuchi," Naruto snarled at the fake and she smiled wickedly. "What gave me away?" she asked sweetly and Naruto wanted to rip the imposter's face off. "Many things, but mostly, it was the eyes." Kuretsuchi tilted her head and pouted. "Well, that's unfortunate for me," she said, but a smirk appeared on her lips as she took out a kunai. Without warning or indication, she flicked the kunai straight for Hinata. Quicker than the kunai could reach her, Hinata pulled out a kunai of her own and deflected the projectile. She dropped to a defensive stance. It was a little awkward to pull off with her dislocated arm, but Hinata managed to get it done. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked with little to no patience. Kuretsuchi just chuckled, her feminine voice gone and replaced with a deeper and darker one. "I go by Hiroku," Hiroku said as Kuretsuchi's image changed to the man who had kidnapped Hinata. "You," Naruto said breathlessly, surprised by the turn of events. Suddenly, his anger rose and he glared at the man. "I'm glad you remember me, my prey," Hiroku said as he made hand signs, making Naruto stop to prepare himself. "Water style. Exploding water shock wave," he shouted as he spat up water. Controlling it with his chakra, he created a small wave and rode on top of it, heading for Naruto. Hinata jumped up a tree and glued her feet to the bark with her chakra, waiting for the wave to end. Naruto ran towards the wave and used his chakra to give him the boost he needed to jump over the wave and land on top of it, turning to face Hiroku. Hiroku turned and the wave made a U-turn, once again heading for Naruto. Sucking in as much as he could and using some of the Kyuubi's chakra to give his jutsu extra power, Naruto made hand signs. Fire style. Dragon flame bomb. A rough-looking dragon of fire rushed out of Naruto's mouth and collided with the tidal wave, reducing it to steam. Naruto looked around, keeping his senses on alert as he stood on top of the water. He took a second to take a breather as well. Manipulating the fire the way he did was no easy feat and it took a lot of concentration to keep it that way. He was glad Roshi made him meditate a lot, or else that jutsu would have looked like a burst of flames and been less effective than it had been. Water style. Naruto barely heard Hiroku, but he managed to pick up on what he whispered. Still, he had no idea where the bastard was. Water dragon jutsu. A beast let out a fierce battle cry as it headed for Naruto. Hearing which direction the beast was coming from led Naruto jump into the sky just in time to avoid it. Unfortunately, the water dragon twisted its liquid body and spotted Naruto. With another roar, the beast headed for Naruto with its mouth opened and ready to devour the Iwanin. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted and a clone appeared by his side. The clone grabbed onto Naruto's right arm and threw him to the left, helping the original escape the water dragon. Not interested in the one that got away, the dragon closed its huge mouth on the clone and exploded, showering the entire land under it. Naruto landed on top of a tree, watching the dragon explode. His instincts told him to jump, and when he did, he had avoided the kunai thrown by Hiroku. "Stand still," he cursed as he followed Naruto. Naruto kept dodging Hiroku's kunai and managed to throw his own. This continued for a while longer until they both stood on top of the water Hiroku summoned, facing each other. They waited for the other to make the first move, and when neither did, Naruto growled. "Why are you doing this?" he asked. "Who sent you?" "I am Hiroku, former shinobi of Kumogakure who was sent to deliver an unsealed Hyuga to my village," he answered, and Naruto's right eyebrow rose. "Former?" he asked, and Hiroku laughed maniacally as his chakra surrounded him. "With this power, I don't need my village. I can defeat anyone." "You're insane," Naruto shouted as his body shivered from the amount of chakra the man was radiating. "It's over, eventually my sensei will be back and you'll die. You've done all of this for nothing. Your village will lose a ninja in vain." "You don't get it," Hiroku said with an insane smile. "I'm not doing this for anyone anymore, I'm doing this for the hunt." "The hunt?" Naruto asked, clearly confused by the man's words. "You two are my prey, my kills," he said hysterically. "After I kill you, the little Hyuga will be next." "What?" Naruto's growl intensified and his fists tightened until his knuckles were white. "Let me help, my host," Yoko pleaded, and Naruto mentally scoffed. "I can take care of this bastard myself," Naruto told her, and she scoffed in reply. "With all due respect, my host, I feel that I should disagree," she said, and Naruto growled as he ran at Hiroku. "Shut up and watch," he yelled in his head as he evaded a kick from Hiroku and threw a punch of his own. The man sidestepped to the left, causing Naruto to stop his movements and face the man. Unfortunately, He took too long to do that as the man grabbed Naruto by his face. Naruto's eyes widened at the man's speed before Hiroku pushed him away with all his might. Gah! Naruto cried out as he was sent through a tree before his momentum decreased and his back slid against the water, slowly going deeper into the water. He groaned as he shook his head and swam for the surface, rubbing his back as he used his chakra to stand again. I see your point, my host, Yoko said with a hint of sarcasm and mirth. Naruto was too angry to notice, all he heard was her words. Why won't you let me help? She asked and Naruto stood, spitting out the blood in his mouth. You are a giant chakra beast with destructive powers and poisonous chakra, Naruto answered, his tone not very friendly. I don't want to go on a killing spree just because I couldn't control your malicious chakra. My chakra will greatly increase your speed, strength, proficiency, and reflexes. And the anger is just anger. It isn't good, it isn't bad, it just is. What you do with it is what matters. It's like anything else. You can use it to build or to destroy. You just have to make the choice. Constructive anger, Naruto rephrased, his voice dripping sarcasm. Also known as passion, or so I heard one of my previous hosts call it, she said quietly. Passion has overthrown tyrants and freed prisoners and slaves. Passion has brought justice where there was savagery. Passion has created freedom where there was nothing but fear. Passion has helped souls rise from the ashes of their horrible lives and build something better, stronger, more beautiful. Naruto couldn't even retort to that. What she had said was the truth. It was odd hearing it come from her, of all things, but it was the truth nonetheless. What do you suggest? Naruto asked, and heard Yoko giggle. I seem to recall you practicing your three-tailed form. This caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Are you crazy? The last time I tried it, I almost killed everyone around me. Roshi and Han-ni forbade me from doing it without proper supervision. Naruto explained and within her cell, Yoko nodded. I remember that. Regardless, I still think you should try it, she suggested and Naruto shook his head. I'm not putting Hinata-chan and everyone else in danger because I can't control your evil chakra, Naruto said with authority. He didn't even want to imagine a dead Hinata in his demonic arms. That won't happen, Yoko stated with confidence and assurance. I will guarantee that she won't be hurt because of us. I'll even guarantee that you will be in control, she added and Naruto hummed to himself, thinking over the situation. Outside, Naruto saw Hiroku staring at him oddly before smiling with a predator's smile and running at him at full speed. Naruto closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. When he opened them again, he found himself standing in front of the Kyuubi's cage. The seal still intact on the cage. Time is fading, master, Yoko said with slight worry in her voice. Naruto just stared at her with an expressionless mask before slamming his hand on the cage. Let's do it. As soon as he thought that, Hiroku appeared in front of him and shoved a kunai in Naruto's stomach. Naruto's eyes widened as pain started to radiate in his gut. He spat out more blood and fell to his knees. It's over, Hiroku said with a sneer. He frowned when Naruto smiled and his shoulders shook from the laughter bubbling in his chest. Hiroku sneered and jumped away when red chakra began to envelope Naruto. It surrounded him like a shield before two lumps grew and stretched out on top of his head, forming long ears. Another 3 lumps formed on his rear and morphed into tails. Naruto grabbed onto the handle of the kunai before callously ripping it out of his gut and tossing it aside. He stood, his crimson eyes staring at Hiroku with indifference before he dropped to all fours and passion gleamed in his eyes. Hiroku noticed this and his right hand shot to his pocket. He gripped the talisman tightly before hesitating and releasing it. Now is not the time. Naruto shot off his place, racing down in a zigzag line to Hiroku who only had time to blink before he realized that Naruto had a claw heading for his head. He jumped back but was nicked in the cheek. You brat, he yelled as he began rushing through hand signs. He only made it halfway before Naruto was on top of him again, his right claw reared back to slice him to pieces. Once again, he couldn't move fast enough to avoid the attack so he raised both hands up and bit his bottom lip as Naruto's claw cut his forearms. Naruto spun in midair and drove his right foot into Hiroku's stomach. Hiroku skidded back, sliding over 10 feet of water before coming to a standstill. He looked up and saw Naruto taking in a deep breath. Expecting the worst, Hiroku stomped the water, making a column rise. With a few fast hand signs, he formed a sphere of water to envelope him. Just as he did, Naruto released his breath but instead of just air, he released a giant ball of fire. No hand signs, he thought as the ball of fire met his protective sphere of water. He struggled to keep the water from opening but it was a losing battle. Soon enough, the water dissolved into steam and left him wide open. Gotta move before, he was interrupted as Naruto appeared behind him. Hiroku reacted on reflex as he turned and punched Naruto in the face. The blow sent Naruto reeling back, holding his face. The blow left Hiroku holding his right hand. That chakra hanging around him was acidic. Damn it, he cursed as his attention returned to his prey, only to receive a harsh, fierce kick to the face. He ricocheted off the water and into the air, spinning from the momentum given to him by Naruto's kick. Naruto lowered back to all fours before sprinting after Hiroku. Without the need of hand signs, 3 more Narutos appeared by his side, each with a demon cloak of their own. How does it feel? Naruto heard Yoko ask and he smiled sinisterly. Like I'm invincible, he answered with a predatory growl. And this rush is amazing. Deep inside his mindscape, Yoko smirked evilly, her tail swishing behind her. It pleases you, my host? She asked innocently, to which Naruto nodded. It does, he told her in his mind as the 4 Narutos patiently waited for Hiroku to come back down. Before the man could even touch the surface of the water, the 4 Narutos sprang into action and began to assault him from all directions. One of them swung his right claw forward and formed a tornado to attack Hiroku. He was sent in the air again, only to be attacked by Naruto and his clones again. Hinata watched from a distance, amazed by Naruto and his performance. 3 tails. He can control 3 tails. That's incredible, she thought, as Naruto and his clones continued to slice, cut, punch, and kick the man several times until each jumped back and let the man fall. He hit the water, his body floating on top like a dead man's. Would you like to learn a new technique? Yoko asked and Naruto hummed. Depends, he answered and Yoko began explaining it. As she did, a smirk appeared on each of the clones' lips. Let's do it. Mixing the Kyuubi's fire chakra with his, Naruto felt heat radiating from his stomach and throat. Puffing his chest out and tilting his head back, the 4 Narutos felt power build up inside them. Not yet, she said, monitoring each Naruto's attack. I feel like I'm about to burst. Naruto thought. He then heard Hiroku groan as he began to stand. Yoko waited another few seconds. Now, without a second thought, each Naruto bent forward and spat out a ball of fire at Hiroku, who looked up at the last second. It was no ordinary fireball, however, as the Kyuubi's chakra made it more potent and explosive. The fireballs collided and the resulting blast shot up a column of spiraling fire into the air. The shockwave disrupted the clones and sent Naruto flying back before righting himself and panting. That took a lot out of him. Did I win? Naruto asked no one in particular. Not quite, a voice answered behind him, but before he could turn, he felt sharp metal puncture his skin and dig deep into his back. Gotcha, Hiroku said with a hysterical laugh. Naruto fell forward and jumped, landing away from him. Naruto felt the Kyuubi's power recede and he cursed under his breath. His strength was fading, making him fall to one knee. What's going on? Naruto asked her impatiently. This wound is fatal, she informed him with a calm tone. I need as much chakra as I can get to heal it. I wouldn't want you to die so young, my host, she finished before Naruto felt her power completely leave him. Shit, he said as he pulled the kunai out of his back. It's time, boy, Hiroku yelled as he ran at him, another kunai in his right hand. I won't die here, Naruto shouted as he stood for a second before getting lightheaded and falling to both knees. Naruto closed his eyes and hung his head forward. Hiroku was only 10 feet from his victim and his hand tensed, prepared to make the final strike. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hiroku stopped just as Hinata jumped down from her hiding spot and came running at him. He smirked as she came up to him with her left index and middle fingers pointing out. Her hands were swift and accurate, so much so that even Hiroku was having trouble avoiding all of them. What the hell, he said as he jumped away from Hinata. Said girl just slid into her fighting stance and smiled. Last time we fought, I was tired and weak. Even with my injury, I'm still fast enough to hit you with my attack, she said confidently, and the man scoffed angrily at this. He couldn't see it, but Hinata was internally panicking. There was no way she could completely shut down his chakra system with one hand. It was possible, but chances are, he's not going to wait for her to adjust. You're going to lose, he said as he ran at Hinata, who waited patiently. He jumped into the air and spun, extending his right foot out. Hinata ducked and jumped back when Hiroku extended his left leg to keep her from taking advantage of his back being turned. Finding an opening, Hinata rushed in and sent a chakra-powered palm to his chest. He turned and managed to hit her right arm with a kick. She bit her lower lip to keep from screaming out in pain. Ignoring the pain, Hinata poked both his legs twice before Hiroku grabbed her by her throat and pushed her away as he fell. His legs felt like gelatin and he growled as he stood back up. Hinata's arm was on fire from the pain coursing through it and she moaned as she used a tree nearby to help her up. She noticed that Hiroku walked with a limp but that didn't stop him from walking towards Naruto, who was still recovering from his latest injury. Lava style, a voice mumbled. Quicklime congealing jutsu. Blobs of quicklime were sent flying towards Hiroku but he didn't react fast enough. He was hit on his shoulders, his left leg and both his feet. The hot burnt lime melted into his skin, leaving him screaming in agony. Because of the water, the quicklime quickly became solid, like cement. Hey asshole, he looked up to see Naruto running towards him, his right hand reared back. With every step he took, blood fell into the water but Naruto didn't care. This is for Hinata-chan. Naruto shouted as he thrust his right fist forward. Explosion style. Landmine fist. The second his fist touched Hiroku's face, it generated an explosion that rocked the surrounding area. As a charcoal figure was sent flying away, Naruto ricocheted back, having made a mistake. Usually, the jutsu would have obliterated the object the user touches into nothingness. Using the correct amount of chakra helps stop debris from hitting the user and even negates the recoil. However, Naruto put too much chakra into the attack, resulting in an explosion that sent both victims flying away with cuts and burns. Before Naruto even hit the ground, he was unconscious. Hinata ran towards him as fast as she could and grabbed him before he drowned. Kuretsuchi appeared by them, facing the direction where Hiroku went. You guys okay? She asked and Hinata nodded after inspecting Naruto. He needs to rest for now, she answered and Kuretsuchi nodded. If he's not dead, nothing can kill him, Kuretsuchi said to no one, mostly to herself. Hinata hesitated to ask but she needed to know. What was that technique Naruto used? She asked and heard Kuretsuchi chuckle. It's an explosion jutsu Deidara-sensei taught him. He tried to teach Daichi and me but we couldn't pull it off. We didn't have the chakra needed to do it. Naruto did, and he managed to get it down, for the most part. She turned and playfully glared at the unconscious blonde. Deidara-sensei told him not to use it without his permission but the idiot never listens, she added. This isn't over, Hiroku said as he willed his body to stand. In the end, he had to use the tree beside him to help him stand. Hinata gasped and Kuretsuchi turned to face him. His face was badly burned, to the point that it seemed unreal for him to even be alive. A light shined in his chest and his skin began to rejuvenate. What the? Kuretsuchi took a step back, shocked by the fact that his body was slowly healing from the wounds he gained. Soon enough, he was as good as new, except the pupils in his eyes became slit, like a cat's. Blue chakra bubbled around him and formed 2 ears and a tail. This can't be, Hinata mumbled as she stared in fear-inspired awe. Get ready, was the only thing Hiroku said before zipping past the gap between them and appearing in front of Kuretsuchi. She jumped back to avoid his strike but couldn't avoid it all. His chakra claw managed to hit her left arm and send her away, hitting a tree with a sickening thud. She yelled in pain and would have screamed more but Hiroku was over her in a second and had her by her throat. You're in the way of me and my prey, his grip tightened and Kuretsuchi whimpered. Get away from her, Hinata shouted as she ran up to him. She was confused when he didn't even attempt to move, but she didn't give it too much thought. She thrust her left palm forward into her confusion, her strike connected with his chest. He didn't even flinch. Nice try, he said as Hinata reeled her hand back as she felt the chakra surrounding him start to burn it. Hiroku carelessly tossed Kuretsuchi at Hinata, knocking her out as they both landed and began to sink to the ground. Kuretsuchi resurfaced, holding Hinata in her arms. Wake up, she demanded as she slapped Hinata's face. Hinata moaned and squinted her eyes before slowly opening them. They were still glassy from the hit. Time to end this, Hiroku said as he slowly made his way to Kuretsuchi and Hinata. This is really a bad time to be out like a light, Kuretsuchi mentioned as Hinata gradually started getting her bearings. My pouch, she said dreamily. Bomb, Kuretsuchi opened Hinata's weapon pouch from underwater and found a round object. She took it out and saw that it was a small black sphere. Kuretsuchi tossed the sphere into the air and it exploded, releasing a bright light. Hiroku was momentarily blinded but it didn't last. However, it didn't need to last forever, just long enough for Kuretsuchi and Hinata to recover Naruto and run. Away from the madman, Kuretsuchi rested to catch her breath while Hinata fought to stay conscious, holding onto the branch she rested on with Naruto in her arms. What now? Kuretsuchi thought aloud. Deidara-sensei and Daichi are busy fighting some girl and we have a crazy guy going after us. And you're choking to death, Hiroku added as he grabbed Kuretsuchi's neck in the blink of an eye. He lifted her off the water and tightened his grip as he watched her squirm. Kuretsuchi struggled against his grip, but the more she did, the tighter his grip got. Eventually, her movements became slow and sluggish until they stopped altogether. Bored with his current kill, he tossed Kuretsuchi away like an old toy and turned to face his original prey. "That boy will die by my hands," he said as his eyes twitched from Hinata to Naruto. "His blood will taste sweet." Hinata could barely make out the image of Hiroku, but she still grabbed a kunai from her pouch and held it defensively, albeit a little shaky. "How pathetic," he laughed as he slapped the kunai out of Hinata's hands. Hiroku stood over Hinata, smiling like a madman. He did, however, find Hinata's defiant mood annoying, but, then again, if his game wasn't lively it wouldn't be worth hunting in the first place. "Say goodbye to your mate," he said as he cocked his claw up to finish them off. He didn't know when exactly that oddly shaped kunai hit his leg, but, then again, it didn't matter, he'd heal from it in no time. However, he wasn't expecting a flash of yellow to appear in front of him and kick him in the face with enough force to send him back. He growled as he looked up. "Who dares come between me and my prey?" He barked but was surprised to see an older version of his prey. For some reason, Hiroku couldn't put a name on the face he was seeing. He couldn't even remember why he should fear the man in front of him, but he did understand the concept of being cautious. "If you touch them one more time, the next thing you'll see is you death," Minato growled as he held another of his tri-bladed kunai in his right hand. "Leave," Hiroku said as his chakra tail swished behind him. "I have the power of 10 cages and can easily destroy the likes of you," he said as he ran towards Minato. Minato just dropped his kunai, and before Hiroku could even tell when it happened, he had Minato pointing a kunai to his neck with his other hand on his shoulder. Fast, Hiroku thought, and it finally hit him. Minato was radiating high levels of killing intent and Hiroku could only wonder how he only just now noticed. Still, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. His tail shot up and attempted to wrap around Minato, but once again, he proved to be too quick as he stood beside the kunai he dropped earlier. "Bastard!" Hiroku shouted as he blindly rushed to Minato, not noticing that Minato turned his right hand back. Just as he was over him, Minato once again disappeared in a flash of yellow. Minato then wordlessly drove a blue ball of spinning chakra into Hiroku's back, drilling it into his spine and forcing him into the water. He was sent all the way down to the bottom where he cracked the ground. Hiroku glared up at the water, waiting for his newfound strength to heal his wounds. He looked down at the talisman resting on his chest. Minato took this time to grab the semi-conscious Hinata and Naruto and get them to safer ground. He left for a second, but that was only to return with an unconscious Kuretsuchi. He checked her pulse and sighed in relief when he felt it. He took the three to a clearing where the water was just shallow enough for Naruto and Hinata to rest without fear of drowning. He took a second to stare at Naruto a while longer, tears staining his sky-blue eyes. "My son." Minato frowned with fury at the thought of not only his goddaughter but his son being attacked by that man. He used his infamous Harem technique to appear right by Hiroku's side. With the element of surprise, Minato grabbed Hiroku's shoulder and spun him around. Although they were underwater still, Minato was able to fully turn Hiroku to face him. Hiroku was surprised to say the least, especially when Minato slapped a seal on top of his head. With a glare and a kick to the stomach, Minato used his infamous technique to get out of the water and next to Hinata, who was holding one of his tri-bladed kunai. With a half-tiger seal, moments later, electricity sparked off in the distance followed by a loud and furious roar. "I'll be back, Hinata-chan." Hinata nodded, still too out of it to pay too much attention to what was going on. Minato made a mad dash to Hiroku, who was panting in pain, his body randomly twitching from the electricity. "Like it?" Minato asked with a serious expression. "I had my student charge up the seal with his lightning chakra." Hiroku continued to stare at Minato before his eyes widened. The yellow flash," Hiroku mumbled stupidly as he finally remembered Minato's nickname. Minato just smirked. "That's me," he said as he flowed through hand signs. He kept a one-handed ram seal on his left hand as his right went into his pouch. He took out another seal with the word, "seal," on it. In a flash, Minato slammed it on Hiroku's back and jumped back when Hiroku tried to slice him with his claws. The seal's effect was instantaneous. It started to suck up the acidic and powerful chakra surrounding Hiroku. "What are you doing to me?" Hiroku asked, feeling like the seal was draining all of his powers. "Taking away that demonic chakra from your system." "You're welcome," Minato said. When the chakra was all gone, the seal fell off his back and harmlessly floated on top of the water. The water surrounding the area also began to recede as Hiroku fell to his knees, weakened and defeated. I'm not done, not yet, he shouted as he ran at Minato with the intention to kill. His body ached and was shutting down on him, and he knew it, but he didn't care. He wanted to at least take someone down with him. Suddenly, he came to a halt and looked down at his body. Gah, he yelled in anguish as it felt like his whole body was on fire. 8 trigrams, a voice said with the calmness of a gentle breeze. 128 palms. In the blink of an eye, a dark blue blur appeared and began to shut down all of Hiroku's chakra points at speeds he couldn't begin to track. The attack continued until the last of Hiroku's chakra points was closed, causing him to fall to his knees, his body too numb to feel anything. He looked up dazedly, meeting the Hyuga Patriarch's eyes. They were as cold as any glaciers in the Arctic. A Hyuga, he thought. Without mercy, Hiashi reared his right palm back before thrusting it forward to the man's chest, right over his heart. When the hit connected, the man felt his heart shut down before falling into the darkness. Hiashi sighed and relaxed his body at seeing Hiroku fall to the ground, motionless. He walked over to where Minato hid the two teens. He saw Minato staring at him with a smile, and he smiled back. His attention then shifted to Hinata, who finally lost consciousness and slept soundly by Naruto. Hiashi met Minato's eyes once more and they smiled tiredly. We found them, he said, and Hiashi nodded in satisfaction. He gave Naruto a once-over and was surprised to see that he looked a lot like his father with the exception of shorter blonde locks and the whisker marks on his cheeks. Hey, that cat girl was hot, you gotta admit, Minato and Hiashi heard Obito say as he, Kakashi and 2 others came walking towards them. TCH, I won't, Deidara said, using his student to help him walk. Shoot, I will, Daichi admitted, only to receive a harsh punch to the top of his head, courtesy of his sensei. Obito and Kakashi laughed at his expense until they were in the presence of their superiors. Konoha's yellow flash, Deidara said, giving Minato an impassive expression. Surprisingly, he smiled. Nice to meet you. Everyone blinked at this before Minato smiled back. Same here. Deidara then turned to Kakashi and Obito. Thanks again for the help. That girl was a handful. Kakashi nodded passively and Obito chuckled and placed his hands behind his head. She was nothing. In fact, I'm pretty sure even Kakashi could have taken her on all by himself, Obito joked, only to receive a jab to his ribs. Ah, you jerk, he yelled to Kakashi, who only smiled under his mask. Minato chuckled as he picked up his son and gently placed him on his shoulders. At this, Kakashi and Obito stared at him with wide eyes. As that, Obito and Kakashi asked at the same time, receiving a big bright smile and a nod from Minato. He looks like you. Everyone was once again surprised by Deidara's words. Minato gave Deidara a soft glare. How do you know? Deidara shook his head. Daichi just watched, looking at his sensei carefully. I always knew, it wasn't hard to figure out really, he answered. I got a look at him around the time Lord Tsuchikage announced his adoption of him. Minato felt his jaw tense and his body coil up, but then realized what he was doing and relaxed. He looked like you as a baby, and when I heard of Konoha's loss, I was able to put the pieces together, Deidara finished explaining. So Naruto, Daichi began and received a nod from Deidara. Was born in Konoha, yes. In fact, he's the son of their cage. I'd think you'd be more hostile against us, considering we're Konoha-nin, Hiashi said, and Deidara shook his head. To be frank, I don't really follow this, hate Konoha, custom we have back home. It's just sad really, Deidara said, and Daichi hummed to himself. Thank you, Minato said, this time surprising Deidara. For looking over my son. Deidara smirked. It wasn't only me, but you're welcome, he replied. You know, you have an interesting kid there. He learns jutsus just as fast as he eats ramen. At this, all 4 Konoha-nins had to smile. But he manages to drive you crazy all the same, Deidara added, and Minato looked at him before extending his right hand. Deidara stared at it before shaking it. We should be going, Minato said, and everyone nodded. I'll take these 2 to Konoha's hospital. I'll come back for you guys once they're checked in, Minato told his team, receiving a nod from each of them. Hiashi handed him his daughter and Minato placed her on his free shoulder. In a flash, he was gone. Deidara stared at the space where they used to be before sighing. Asterisk. Kushina sighed in frustration. She hated paperwork. She was tempted to leave all the paperwork up to Minato when he came back, but she figured since he was bringing back Hinata, this was the least she could do. Still, it was hell to get through this, and she wanted to burn each paper individually and watch them turn to beautiful black ash. A burn for a burn. Still, she couldn't wait for Minato to come back. When he did, he'd be in for the biggest surprise of his life. She knew she was surprised when she first learned that. A flash of yellow sent the remaining stack of paperwork in the air. Kushina blinked before growling and standing. "What the hell?" she yelled as she pulled out her katana from under her Hokage robes. Before she could unsheath it, she saw that it was Minato with his back turned to her. "Minato-kun, what's wrong?" He turned and she gasped and smiled. "You found her," she said as she ran over to him, only to stop as she noticed the other teen in his hands. She took in his face and his hair. The whisker marks. Minato-kun. She stuttered in shock and saw tears streaming down his cheeks, but that bright smile that she always loved to see. She hadn't seen a smile this happy and carefree since Naruto was born. "This is Naruto, our son," he said with his smile growing wider with every word. Kushina shook as she slowly walked up to him. Tears swelled up in her eyes as she lightly touched his whiskered cheeks. She immediately grabbed him and hugged him as if he was going to disappear again. "My boy," she cried, placing her forehead against his. Her heart felt like it was going to burst from all the love and happiness she felt. Her son was back in her arms and Minato was still alive. This was all Kushina could ask for. She cried and cried for the longest time, not noticing when Minato left. Finally, she looked up and saw Hinata sitting on a chair and staring at her with a sleepy smile with a few tears of her own. "Come here," Kushina said, and Hinata weakly got up and knelt in front of her. Kushina showed her Naruto with a proud and incredibly happy smile. "This is my son," she told her, and Hinata nodded lazily. "I found him a couple of days ago," Hinata said softly, and Kushina stared at her incredulously. "I was going to try to bring him back, but Lord Hokage beat me to it," Hinata said and wiped the tears from her eyes. Kushina didn't hesitate to put her arm around Hinata and hug her fiercely. "I love you, Hinata-chan," she said, and Hinata hugged her back. "I love you, too, mother," she said, and started feeling her grip on consciousness slip. We need to go." Kushina looked at her and finally noticed her injuries. She looked at Naruto and saw that his were worse. "Cat," she shouted, and an Anbu with a cat mask appeared. "Get her to the hospital. I'll be there with my son." Cat nodded and helped Hinata up and then disappeared. Kushina stood and gave her son one more look before using the body flicker technique to get to the hospital. Asterisk. After Minato finished bringing the last of his team home, Daichi turned to Deidara. "You're just going to let them take Naruto?" Daichi asked openly, and Deidara nodded. "Would you stop a father from reuniting with his son?" Daichi shook his head, then followed it with a frown. "Still, you know he hates him, right?" Deidara nodded again. "But that's something Naruto's going to have to get over. You only have one father." Daichi bit his lower lip, thinking over his words. He accepted it without another word. "Let's get Kuretsuchi and head for a nearby town," he finished, and Daichi nodded. Geez, what hit me? Naruto moaned as he sat up before wincing and grabbing his stomach. In fact, every inch of his body ached. His eyes sprang open and he looked around. A hospital, what the hell? He looked at the bed adjacent to him and saw Hinata sleeping. He felt his lips curve upward as he stared at her. Even when she sleeps, she's beautiful. He then blushed at seeing her chest rise and fall from her breathing and looked away. He turned his gaze to the window and saw the sun shining and the trees blowing in the breeze. There were also people walking by and even a shinobi running by over the rooftops. When he saw the forehead protector, his fist clenched tightly. "Konoha shinobi," he growled in his mind. He heard the door to his room slide open, and when he turned to see who it was, his eyes widened. "You," Naruto said breathlessly, seeing Minato walk in and smile tiredly. Instincts yelled at Naruto to jump out of his bed and shove a kunai straight through Minato's heart, multiple times. And maybe once or twice in the face just for the hell of it. Still, Naruto stayed where he lay and just stared at Minato as he slowly made his way to his bedside. Naruto's cold azure eyes never swayed from the older blonde who sat down next to him. The two just stared at each other and neither said anything, the only sound coming from Hinata's heart monitor and the occasional scuffle of feet and murmurs coming from the hallway. For his part, Naruto just didn't want to upset Minato in any way. Sure, he couldn't stand Konoha's yellow flash, but he wasn't stupid either. If the man wanted to, he could use his famed Hiraishin and end Naruto's life before he could take another breath. He had to be careful around this man if he wanted to return to Iwa alive and well. As for Minato, he was just speechless. He had always thought of what he'd say if he ever saw his son again. Hours and hours of practice and none of the words could be formed, mentally or verbally. He just took in his son's image and made sure to engrave every scratch, every line and everything in between into his memory. Honestly, Naruto looked like hell, even after being cleaned up and having all the bandages applied to him. Well, bandages don't really say, great health, but regardless. What do you want? Naruto's cold, emotionless voice came out like smoke from a smoker's lips, slow and stretched. Immediately, Minato knew Naruto was being cautious and calculating with him. It hurt, Minato couldn't deny that, but it was understandable. Being raised in the very village Minato had dominated and held a grudge against him would probably do that to any child. It just sucked that it had to be his child. I wanted to check up on you, that's all. Minato chose his words carefully. It seemed that any mistake on his part would set off the dynamite that was Naruto. No doubt, he had inherited more than the Kyuubi from Kushina. Do you plan to finish the job that asshole started back in the Land of Moon? Naruto asked coldly and harshly. Minato refrained from showing it, but he was boiling on the inside. The fact that the aforementioned asshole was already dead was enough to sat Minato's desire for his blood to be spilt. I'm here to make sure you are all right, Minato offered Naruto a peaceful smile. Naruto returned the gesture with a suspicious glare. He wasn't up for answering the smile in kind. I know we're both from enemy villages, you know that, too, Naruto said as he shifted his movements for more comfort. Don't get me wrong, I love that the attention of a cage is on me, but don't be offended if I'm a little more than suspicious when the cage happens to be from the village that has shamed my own. Of course, Minato answered quickly with a nod. I'd probably be the same way, it wasn't a lie really. Honest, it wasn't. Naruto just stared at Minato, gauging him and his intentions through his body language and eyes. Though Naruto was no expert, he could see that the man was able to maintain a good balance of relaxation and tension. Whatever had the man on edge, he played it off really well. How are you feeling? Minato asked sincerely, and Naruto looked out the window. Hard as he might, he could not deny that Konohagakure no Sato was a beautiful place, assuming that's where they were. Fine, his answer was short and sweet, too short for Minato's taste. Still, Minato couldn't help but notice that Naruto's line of sight never left the window. Enjoying the view, Naruto tore his stare from the window to glare at Minato. Said blonde gave him a sincere smile. It was pretty infectious, but Naruto managed to swallow down the idea of returning the smile. It wouldn't do to fraternize with the enemy. Meh, he answered again. Naruto thought if he could bore the cage out, he'd be left alone and would eventually escape. He didn't plan on staying for too long. He needed to be elsewhere, places to go, people to see. On the other hand, things rarely went as planned. The rest of the conversation continued like that, Minato asking generic questions and Naruto giving him one-syllable answers. The man was persistent and refused to leave Naruto alone. Why he was so interested in him, Naruto could only guess. What is wrong with him? Naruto thought as he dully replied to another of Minato's question. He wasn't really paying attention. He didn't really care, he just wanted to leave. Or eat ramen, whichever came first. He just keeps going on and on and on. Leave me alone, damn it. It's not like you're asking any interesting questions anyway. How's Iwa? Naruto blinked and gazed at Minato, who gained a reluctant sort of look on his face, remorseful, even. Still, Naruto couldn't help but glare at him warily. Why do you care? He asked suspiciously. Minato smirked a little, feeling a bit victorious in getting more than one syllable from Naruto. That's a good question, Minato said as he leaned back on the chair, his eyes turning to gaze at the window. I seem to care too much. Not my problem, Naruto mumbled as he changed his sights to the window as well. Neither said a word as they took in the scenery just outside the window. There were no clouds in the sky and the sun shone as if it would not appear the next day. Everyone who passed by the window seemed content with their lives as shown by the smiles on their faces. Everyone looks so happy, Naruto mumbled absent-mindedly, unaware of two pairs of eyes staring at his turned head. Naruto's eyes softened as he took in the happy laughter of small children as they ran with each other, tagging each other and simply ignore the adults that walked by, trying to complete their errands. Such a life was one Naruto always wished for, a blissful one ignorant of the hardships of a shinobi. Sadly, he'd been exposed to such hardships at a young age and now it seemed fruitless to seek such a life. I try my hardest every day to keep it that way, Minato said as he too focused on the small children. They are our future. They must be protected above all. Naruto faced the cage with mild shock. Stories have been told of the bloodthirsty cage with no heart, no soul, killing relentlessly with no lingering burden of a conscience. A monster, a demon spawn from the darkest pit of hell itself. Now, looking into the eyes of said demon, Naruto could tell it was all propaganda against him. This man was no more a monster than a child was. He just knew when to behave like a shinobi and when not to. Still, a burning emotion boiled in his stomach just by being near the man. Naruto couldn't find any words to say. At the moment, his vocabulary consisted of grunts and confused sounds. Master of the witty dialogue, that was him. Let me ask you something, Minato began after Naruto didn't say anything but was cut off. Assuming that I answer your questions, he began. What do I get in return? Minato considered this with a pensive expression before he smiled. You can ask me any questions you'd like, Minato bowed his head. And I promise to answer the question as honestly as I can. Any question and I get an honest answer. How do I know you're not lying to me? Naruto asked and Minato righted himself and then bit down on his thumb until some blood leaked out. He then rolled out a scroll from his back pocket and quickly swiped his thumb across the surface of the scroll. He then rolled it up again and tossed it to Naruto with a gentle underhanded toss. Naruto arched an eyebrow at the scroll. The scroll is one of my wife's specialties, Minato stated with a serious face. The scroll sucks up the chakra of whosever blood the scroll contains. To explain as simply as possible, Naruto stared at him incredulously before opening the scroll. There were so many complex writing and symbols in the scroll that Naruto almost short-circuited. He placed the scroll face down on his lap but he never tore his eyes from its back. Minato left out that only one of Namikaze or Uzumaki blood could activate it but it would only be counterproductive at the moment. Why give this to me? Naruto asked as he gave Minato a wary glance. It's a pretty good gesture of my willingness and honesty, not to mention one hell of an incentive to tell the truth, Minato answered, adding the last part with a smile. He then saw the skepticism laced in Naruto's expression so he sighed and leaned back on his chair. If you'd like, you can test it out yourself, he added and Naruto looked to the scroll and then up at him. How? See that small whirlpool symbol at the top middle portion of the scroll. Naruto searched and there was a whirlpool symbol right where he said it'd be. That's the initial connection that will connect you to me and allow you to control how much chakra is sapped from my reserves. Naruto eyed the symbol once more. All you need to do is close the connection off by applying a small hint of your blood into the whirlpool. Naruto raised his eyebrow at Minato again. Sounds like a trap, Naruto said and Minato shrugged. It does seem that way, doesn't it? I promise you it's not, but besides my word, you have nothing to base it off of. True, Naruto agreed cautiously. So in the end, it's up to you whether or not you close the connection, Minato said as calmly as if he'd been speaking of the weather. In truth, he was nervous as hell, wondering if Naruto would believe him. It seemed unlikely to him. That is, until Naruto bit his thumb and pressed it down against the whirlpool symbol. Both blondes felt a metaphysical sort of lock bond them together and a click-like sound echoed in their heads. Naruto looked at Minato angrily but Minato returned the glare with an encouraging gesture. Just concentrate. Search for a tangible bond in your head and you'll soon learn what to do. Without a word, Naruto closed his eyes and did what Minato told him to do. After a few minutes of this, he felt stupid for even believing Minato but then he came across a red ribbon when the thought of Minato entered his mind. He opened his eyes and blinked at Minato. Minato only smiled. Naruto said nothing as he took in Minato's body language and smiled before he closed them again and touched the ribbon. He felt power surging through the ribbon humming under his touch. He tugged at it gently and felt foreign chakra enter him. He grunted in effort and subdued the chakra into his stomach. He grunted again, this time in pain, when he felt like his stomach was about to burst. You have to store the chakra into the scroll, Minato said nonchalantly as he focused on Naruto's face. He noticed the painful mask and almost jumped out of his chair and cancelled the ritual but forced himself to stay in his chair and let Naruto handle it himself. Naruto faintly heard him and shoved the foreign chakra past his body and into the scroll that remained under his hands. It felt odd. He couldn't really describe the feeling he was currently going through. If it had to be described into words, it was almost like he had both hands on two conductors and had dangerous amounts of electricity passing harmlessly through one hand and traveling to the other. Finally, Naruto stopped and opened his eyes. He saw the fourth Hokage panting a little and sweat speeding down his forehead. Naruto heard a second person panting and soon found out that he was the one panting. See, Minato asked with a smirk and Naruto nodded. So, I'll ask my question first. Naruto nodded and Minato gave himself some time to catch his second wind before he hummed to himself. Do you know who your parents are? The question opened up old wounds in Naruto, but he refused to show it. Not really. They were killed before I even got to meet them, Naruto answered before looking at the scroll again. Or so, they tell me. This gained Minato's interest. What do you? It's my turn now, Naruto said aggressively, and Minato blinked before nodding. Are you responsible for my father's death? Minato blinked again and forced his laughter down his throat. Naruto looked deadly serious, and if he laughed, he'd blow up whatever trust he gained from Naruto, not to mention that he'd probably get more of his chakra sucked up. So, with as much authenticity as he could muster, Minato answered, no, I did not. Naruto thumbed the scroll with his brow furrowed in anger, and for a second, Minato thought he was going to take more chakra. Instead, Naruto's hands relaxed and he sat on the hospital bed patiently. Okay, Minato said with the release of his breath that he had no idea he was holding. What did you mean by, or so they tell me? Minato asked, and Naruto bit his lower lip. I was told that my parents were killed, in cold blood, by the man that humiliated our home in the last great shinobi war, Naruto began saying before pausing. However, it didn't make much sense until I asked my sensei more about it. Another pause. What exactly did your sensei tell you? Naruto gave Minato an odd look. Right, sorry, go ahead. Do you plan to kill me? Minato shook his head. Naruto seemed to visibly relax, so much so that it hurt Minato to see that his son had thought he was going to kill him. It was understandable, but it didn't hurt any less. What exactly did your sensei tell you? He repeated, and Naruto looked away. He was wondered if he should really tell him. What the hell, it didn't make much of a difference, right? He said that I was lied to, that you didn't really kill my parents out of cold blood. Then, I was called up to the Tsuchikage's office. He stopped, staring at his hands as he replayed the entire memory in his head. Naruto. Minato interrupted Naruto's train of thought and he looked up. Naruto shook his head and cleared his throat. How long have I been out for? Naruto asked. 3 days, Minato answered, and was surprised when Naruto didn't show any emotion to his response. What happened the day the Tsuchikage called you to his office? Before Naruto could answer, a nurse opened the door and paused as she saw both Naruto and Minato staring at her. She blushed at the attention. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm here to check up on my patient. Minato nodded and turned to Naruto, who eyed the nurse warily. The nurse ignored him and grabbed Hinata's chart and began to skim through it. Go ahead, Minato encouraged, and Naruto nodded. He gripped the scroll tightly as he recounted the event in his head again. They told me the truth, Naruto growled as he felt his control on his anger slip a little. He couldn't help it. This memory always did this to him. Minato waited, a bit worried at what they told Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and Minato could see that his round pupil was now a slit, not unlike the Kyuubi's. Thankfully though, his irises were still blue. They said that you kidnapped my mother and took her away from my dad. He shouted and his hands crumpled the scroll in them. His body shook as his emotions came flooding out of their containment. And he was so angry, so helpless and depressed that he committed suicide. That's what the reports said, but the old man knew better. He knew that you set it up to look like a suicide. I already told you I never killed your father, Minato said calmly, but Naruto shook his head and swiped his right hand in front of him horizontally. Lies, Naruto yelled as his grip on the scroll tightened once more. Minato felt some of his chakra slip out of him and he cursed under his breath. I told you no such lies, Minato said loudly as he felt Naruto tap into the Kyuubi's chakra. No doubt the demon was cheering on Naruto's rage. Then why would the Tsuchikage take me under his wing and raise me to fight you, to kill you? They showed me a picture of her, he said and adopted a sad smile. She was so beautiful and kind. Why did you take her from me? Naruto yelled, and in retrospect, he'd find his own statement odd and suspicious, but the mental image of his mother kept returning and fueled his anger, driving away any form of reasoning. Minato, for his part, just gaped in shock. They what? He thought furiously. I did no such thing. Minato yelled as he stood from his seat, his own anger fueling him. The two were too busy yelling at each other that they didn't see the nurse smirk. She took out a kunai from out of nowhere and ran towards Naruto. Naruto blinked and saw the nurse run towards him. His eyes widened and he sucked in his breath when he saw that he couldn't stop the nurse even if he was standing. In the time it took Naruto to suck in his breath, Minato's form had disappeared in a flash of yellow and he appeared behind the nurse. To him, everything seemed to move more slowly than usual. He reared his right hand back and his chakra was already being shaped into a continuously spinning ball. With quick jab, he shoved the Rasengan into the woman's back and she went off spinning into the window, breaking it, and flying off into the next building facing the window. Naruto's eyes widened and he turned to see the nurse plastered to the building's wall. She remained unmoving, even as she began to fall from the dent she left. Without preamble, 3 Anbu appeared in the room while a 4th caught the nurse before she hit the ground. Send her to Ibiki and tell him I want to know why she attacked Mai. Minato stopped himself before he told everyone that Naruto was his son. My guest, he finished and the Anbu nodded before disappearing once more. Minato sighed and faced Naruto, who was still gaping at him. So, whose turn was it? He asked with a smirk. His anger was still there but Minato managed to control it before it got the best of him. Naruto managed to do the same but to a lesser extent. You didn't kill my dad and kidnapped my mother? Naruto asked after composing himself. Minato shook his head. Before Minato could ask his next question, the door burst off its hinges and flew across the room before hitting the wall with a loud thud. Where's my baby? Minato's and Naruto's eyes widened at the voice and question. Minato had hoped he would finish his questioning before Kushina appeared. It wasn't as if he didn't love her or anything but sometimes, Kushina managed to make everything go to hell really fast. The second after her voice rang through the entire hospital did she step past the threshold and her eyes immediately scanned the room. She met her target in the eyes and immediately appeared at his left side, hugging him tightly and crying into his hair. She mumbled incoherent things into his hair and cradled his head. Minato smiled. He couldn't help it. The scene in front of him touched his heart. Naruto, though, thought otherwise. I knew it, Naruto mumbled before everyone in the room felt his anger radiate from him. Kushina backed up a little and looked at his face. His eyes became red and slit while his whiskers thickened. His hair became more feral and his nails grew to sharp claws. Overall, he looked a little intimidating. You liar, Naruto shouted as he bounced off his mother's arms and straight for Minato who dodged his tackle in a flash of yellow. Naruto managed to catch himself before he hit the chair and looked around the room. He spotted Minato standing in the window that the nurse had crashed through moments ago. He'd found a portion of the window where there were no broken glass to step on. Wait, Minato shouted but it was no use. Naruto was already running towards him with his right claw cocked back. His body ached and protested against such actions but Naruto's anger helped him ignore his pain and continued his attempt to kill the man who stole his mother from him. He thrust his claw forward and was only centimeters away from digging his claw into Minato's face when spiked chains wrapped around his wrists, ankles and waist. It hauled him back into the hospital bed and kept him still. He fought against the chain but it wouldn't budge. It was too powerful for him. Damn her, he heard Yoko curse from his head. He looked up and saw Kushina forming a half-tiger hand sign. His features returned to normal and he stared up at her. Kushina was surprised and saddened by the look of betrayal on his face and eyes. Why? He mumbled as he continued to fight against the chain. Why, Mom? This surprised everyone in the room, even Hinata who was supposedly still unconscious. Why you know who I am? Kushina asked. It was a bittersweet moment for her. On the one hand, he recognized her as his mother, on the other, he felt betrayed by her. You still look the same, Naruto said and felt stray tears fall from his eyes. Why are you helping that monster? Naruto asked, throwing Kushina through a loop. You mean Minato-kun? Naruto growled and doubled his efforts to break free of his bonds. Don't say that, don't you even remember Dad? He yelled and let out a feral growl as he struggled against the restraints. Minato-kun, help, she said as she placed her free hand on Naruto's forehead. He seemed to have relaxed a bit, in fact, leaned against her touch. Minato appeared on the other side and placed his own hand over Kushina's. His eyes dulled over and his arms and legs went limp. I still have your picture, Naruto said with a tired smile. It's in my back pocket, he said before falling asleep thanks to Minato's genjutsu. Kushina and Minato stared at their son and smiled remorsefully. Picture? Kushina asked after some time. Apparently, I was first lie didn't work, so they decide to use you as a motivator for his hatred of me, he answered as he walked towards Naruto's dirty and ruined pants that lay in the nightstand next to his bed. Kushina blinked at the broken window and human-shaped dent on the building across the hospital. What happened? She asked without preamble and Minato scoffed. Someone tried to assassinate Naruto, probably an Iwa Nin. Sent her to I&T department, he said and Kushina growled. He checked the back pocket and found a folded picture. He unfolded it and was surprised by a picture of Kushina smiling and giving the camera the victory sign. I took this, Minato mumbled as he took in the picture. How did they? Kushina walked up to him and gasped. She took the picture from Minato and after taking in the picture, she began to shake. Kushina, wait, before he could finish, she was out the door and stomping out of the hospital. Minato sighed before looking at Naruto. Minutes ticked away before the chains disappeared in a ghostly whisper, as if they were never there. How long were you awake? Minato asked Hinata, not turning to face her. She jumped and blushed. Since before you entered, she answered, and when he turned to face her, she looked at her hands. Minato only smiled, mischief gleaming in his eyes. Good. Asterisk. Kushina was angry. Everyone that she passed by could see that. Even Itachi hesitated to talk to her. Hello, Lady Hokage, Itachi joked, but Kushina continued her trek without stopping. Don't mess with me right now, Itachi, she said, and Itachi blinked. That was new. What's wrong? He asked as he kept pace with her. It wasn't long before he realized where she was heading. I'm going to talk to a rat, she said with a mischievous spark in her violet eyes. Itachi just stopped in his tracks and watched her walk off. He didn't want to be anywhere near her whenever she got in her INT moods. When Kushina reached the INT department, she let everyone within earshot know what her purpose was. Where is that Iowa punk? She shouted, and two Anbu tried to stop her. Get out of my way. The mischief in her eyes turned to cold fury as she gave each Anbu her glare. They were trained to face many battles and gores the likes of which no normal human could withstand. But no amount training could prepare them for the anger and determination of a kunoichi mother. She managed to bypass all protocol and tradition and bombarded Ibiki with questions. Said man only sighed and allowed her to pass in the room where a purple-haired kunoichi was already interrogating the Iowa assassin. Move Anko, Kushina said, and without protest, Anko let Kushina at the Iowa in. She smirked as she left the room to join Ibiki. This was going to be fun. Kushina stared down at the woman tied to the chair in an empty room. She looked around the room. Such a cliché room, don't you think? Kushina asked, but the Iowa kunoichi didn't respond. This bugged Kushina and she grabbed the woman's collar and made her look her in the eyes. Why did you try to kill my child? Kushina asked, and the kunoichi's response was to stare at her in shock. Kushina growled when she said nothing and pushed her back. Kushina let her chakra envelope the room and the kunoichi gasped for air when the killing intent almost made her pass out. I'm surprised that you're still awake, but I can't say I'm upset. The next part is never fun when the victim is unconscious. The next few minutes were so graphic and horrible that any sane person would never completely comprehend it, and any attempt to relive the memory through words would be lost to them. Anko, however, took notes. Ibiki shook his head and mumbled about rookies and their lack of subtlety. When Kushina came out of the interrogation, she had a scowl on her lips. Damn it, right when it was getting good, she said and faced Ibiki. Did you get all of that? Ibiki shook his head but replied positively. Inform the Hokage, she said, and without another word, left the room. What about you, Lady Uzumaki? Ibiki asked, and she stopped just as she stepped out of the room. I need to see someone. Only she can relax me before I do something stupid besides Minato, and he's gonna be too busy. She rushed out of the room and Ibiki sighed. He turned to his apprentice and scowled at her when he saw stars in her eyes. What are you waiting for? He scolded, and she flinched. Go see to it that the message is received, she grumbled with a scowl and leisurely walked out of the room. Ibiki glared at her before shaking his head once more and calling in Anbu to clean up the psychological mess that used to be an assassin. Asterisk. Naruto woke up to the smooth sound of a beautiful voice humming while gentle fingers rubbed his tired head. He could smell the scent of medicine and death, so he figured they were still at the hospital. He strained to open his eyes, and when he did, he found a lock of red hair resting on his nose. He smiled tiredly and closed his eyes again with a groan. My baby, he heard a feminine voice chant repeatedly, and he chuckled. So this is how it feels to be a son, he mumbled, and he heard a reluctant sob. He opened his eyes again and saw that he was being held by his mother. He raised a weak hand to her cheek, surprising her. Don't cry, mother, I'm not mad anymore, he said, and Kushina stared at him in shock before smiling and bending down to kiss his forehead. Her lips felt soft on his skin. They reminded him of Hinata's lips, but Hinata's lips were much different. It wasn't something he could explain without having time to think about it. I love you, Naruto, she said as she hugged him. My child is back in my arms, she cried, and her tears fell and plopped on Naruto's face. He felt a few of his own tears accumulate in his eyes and begin to fall. Why do I feel so weak? Naruto asked and Kushina choked. Naruto looked down and noticed that there were chains attached to his ankles, glowing a faint blue. I'm sorry, Naruto, she said. We couldn't risk you running away. And I wanted you to stay with me. What? He asked, somewhat disturbed and angry. Why mom? He asked and Kushina looked away. I didn't want you to leave, a new voice said, one particularly familiar to Naruto. He looked to the left and saw Minato staring at them with tears in his eyes, though they haven't fell just yet. You bastard, Naruto mumbled. Don't say that to your father. Kushina scolded, surprising both Minato and Naruto. Kushina, Minato said in a soft tone yet also somehow gently scolding her. Kushina looked up at him. I know you told me not to tell him but I can't help it, she said through tears in a tired voice that sounded as though she'd been screaming for hours. I want us to be a family again. Let's just stop this fighting. Please, she begged. Minato had never heard her sound so vulnerable, so soft, so strong all in the same time frame. It was sort of new to him and it broke his heart. Naruto just stared at Minato in shock. There was no way he was his father, was there? Looking at him, Naruto could see some relation but he refused to acknowledge it. He tried to free himself from his mother's grip and run away. It was too much to handle. He was about to overload with all this information and emotion flooding him. Try as he might, he was too weak and his mother was strong as hell. Or maybe she seemed strong because of the chakra-absorbing chains. Who knew? Let me go, Naruto said weakly and still struggled against Kushina's hold. She shook her head vigorously. She heard the soft hum of Minato's kunai and only had time to look up before he threw his kunai and it cut the chain free from the wall. Naruto felt the tingling sensation of chakra leaving him abruptly stop and some energy return to him. Minato. Kushina chided but Minato shook his head. I'm not going to force him to stay, Minato said securely. Kushina just gaped at him. Naruto stood and faced Minato. You know the truth, the real truth. I am your father, and you are my son. As three, in this room right now, are a family. The only one I have. The statement sounded odd to Minato and quite sad but it was the truth. I'm not going to force you to stay here and listen to the entire truth but if you want to hear it, you can come to either one of us, preferably both, and ask. However, he said as he watched Naruto head for the window in. Naruto stopped just as he opened the window and faced Minato again. You can come to the meeting I'm holding in 2 days' time, he informed him, getting a shocked response from Kushina. What? She shouted in outrage but Minato ignored her at the moment. Naruto turned and stepped up to the windowsill. Where? He asked and Minato smirked. Ask Hinata-chan. She'll know, he answered and Naruto jumped off. The hospital room was silent of all sounds. Minato just stared at the window Naruto left from before getting a harsh yet hesitant slap from his wife. He looked at her as she sobbed into his chest. Did you see it? Minato asked and Kushina nodded slowly. He cried just before he left, Minato said to no one in particular. Asterisk. Naruto panted, holding himself up with a tree that lay closest to the sidewalk. He still had on his hospital gown but because it kept exposing his less than modest areas, he wrapped it around his waist like a towel. Although he really didn't want to walk around the village showing off his upper torso, it was better than showing off everything between his waist and knees. He ran from the hospital, for who knows how long or how far. He just needed some space from his mother and that man. He couldn't be his father, could he? It was simply impossible, wasn't it? And ask Hinata where the meeting was going to take place. How the hell was he going to find Hinata? Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked. No way am I that lucky. He turned and faced the person who called him out and found that it was Hinata. What luck? Naruto-kun, I was just looking for you, Hinata said with a smile, but Naruto only looked at her suspiciously. She was blushing furiously. In fact, even her neck was red. Was she okay? What for? Did he send you? He asked and Hinata frowned, knowing exactly who he was. I bumped into him but he never told me to come after you, she answered honestly and he looked at her before nodding. So, what did you want? He asked. It came out colder than he wanted it to but there was no use crying over spilled milk. Oh, sorry, did I come at a bad time? She asked and Naruto just stared at her before shaking his head. There's just a lot on my plate, he answered vaguely but waved off the concerned look on her face. Nothing you should worry about. Hinata wondered if she should get involved with his affair. She hadn't lied when she said she ran into Minato or that he hadn't asked her to go after him but what she hadn't mentioned was that Kushina had urged her to make him stay, to go to the meeting. I know what happened, Hinata said but got no response from Naruto, not an external one anyway. I was wondering if there was some way I could help. You could not get involved, Naruto suggested venomously, and Hinata bit her lower lip. No, she said with finality. This got a reaction from the Jinchuriki. What? He asked with a sort of angry yet excited gleam in his eyes. You need my help, she told him defiantly. Naruto, she stopped and broke eye contact. She muffled a surprised squeak when she felt him place his hands on her shoulders. She noticed that he was still gentle on her right arm. Still, she refused to meet his eyes. You know how I feel about you, she finally said. I don't. I'm not used to admitting my feelings so bluntly, so excuse me if it takes me a while to say it again. Hinata built up her courage to look up and establish eye contact again. But you need me, and you know it, now more than ever, Naruto grunted in reluctant defeat after some hesitation, but he had a smile on his lips. Hinata was nice and somewhat shy, but she was also feisty and strong-willed. He liked that. You want to help? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. Naruto smirked. You know any good restaurants in town? Maybe one that serves ramen. Hinata smiled and took his hand. She wordlessly led him to Ichiraku's, just 5 minutes away. She introduced Naruto to the chef and his daughter. Both immediately recognized him but said nothing of it. They spoke to him as if they've never heard of him, and they got along great. Ichiraku's just gained a third, infamous customer. They just didn't know it yet. 5 chicken, 3 shrimp, and 10 miso ramen, Naruto declared, and earned a loud bellow of laughter from Chuki, the ramen chef, and a nod from Ayame, his daughter. 1 miso for me, please, Hinata said with a cute tilt of her head and a smile. Ayame nodded again and wrote it down, going to the back with her father. Hinata turned to Naruto, who smiled at the prospect of eating ramen again. So, how long was I out for after my mother put me out? He asked, and she bit her lip in thought. A day or so, she answered on reflex. She then saw him arch a knowing eyebrow to accompany the sly smile on his lips, and she shook her hands in front of her in defense. I think, I'm not sure. Naruto just chuckled. Relax, Hinata-chan, I knew you were awake the whole time. Doesn't bother me too much. Just pay for my ramen and we'll be even, Hinata nodded with a smile. The two continued with light conversations until the ramen arrived. Naruto immediately dug in his meal and was halfway done by the time Hinata finished her ramen. That's when trouble arrived. Hinata. Naruto and Hinata jumped at her name being yelled so loudly. They were only given a second to compose themselves before Hinata was given a hug from behind. She was lifted off her seat and held in the air by a teen with a feral wolf look. Not the mean kind of feral, just very wild, as if he had been raised in the forest. Naruto continued eating, though he did give the teen a sideways glance. Hinata, I can't believe you're back, the teen wolf said as he released her. Hinata didn't look displeased with the teen, so Naruto continued to eat in peace. I thought I'd never see you again. It was just a talk among friends. No big deal. He had no reason to be jealous. And he wasn't. He wasn't going to be an overprotective boy-guy friend. Yay, overprotective guy friend. That's what he was thinking. It's okay, Kiba-kun, I'm not going anywhere, she assured him with a smile. Naruto smirked. Typical Hinata, always thinking of others. When you were missing, I didn't know what to do, the now identified Kiba said. This caught Naruto's interest as he grabbed his 10th bowl. I didn't think my life would be the same without you. Naruto's grip on his chopsticks tightened, threatening to break them. No duh, Naruto commented to himself. He growled at himself for letting it slip, he was better than that. Kiba gave him a weird look before ignoring him again. Anyway, what are you doing here? He asked, and Hinata smiled sheepishly. Just having lunch with him, she said, pointing a thumb to Naruto, who turned his head and mumbled an incoherent greeting, mostly because of the ramen sticking out of his mouth, and gave a lazy wave. Kiba sneered and looked at Hinata, who for her part didn't faint at the tension in the air. Though Naruto didn't show it, he was focusing most of his senses on Kiba, keeping his guard up. Hinata could tell Kiba found Naruto to be a threat. To who or why, Hinata didn't know. She sat down and patted the seat to the left of her. Would you like to join us? She asked politely. Kiba gave Naruto a calculating glance before shaking his head. I'd love to, but I can't, he said, and Naruto smirked. Too bad, he mumbled, but Kiba ignored it. Kurenai-sensei is training Shino and me to cooperate with the Uchiha, he said, and Hinata's eyes widened a bit before they relaxed, though only Naruto caught it. Wanna come watch? He asked, and Hinata smiled timidly. I wish, but, she hesitated, not really good at coming up with excuses on the fly. She needs to show me around. Naruto said as he wiped his mouth with his right hand and placed his 18th bowl on the table. I'm new in town, you see, and your cage has graciously allowed a pretty flower, he gestured at Hinata, who blushed at the compliment. Such as her, to show me, a lowly fox, around. You know, just to establish stronger bonds between visiting shinobi and their village. Naruto internally smirked at himself. Not only had he told Kiba to back off, he had also warned him that if he were to mess with him, he'd have to deal with the Hokage in another shinobi village, a double no-no. He couldn't be that much of an idiot not to understand that, right? Like someone like Hinata would waste her time on you. And you do reek of fox, Kiba stated, and Naruto's sweat dropped. He was dealing with an idiot. And you look like you just ran away from the hospital, he added, and Naruto smirked. Thanks for stating the obvious, Naruto retorted and poked Kiba in the chest. You smell like a mutt, he added, and Kiba growled. What did you say? Kiba asked as he grabbed Naruto by his neck. Almost by reflex, Naruto gripped Kiba's hand with his right hand and drove his thumb into Kiba's wrist. Within seconds, Kiba let Naruto go and started massaging his wrist. I don't like to be touched, Naruto said with a smile. Kiba let out another growl. Naruto found that smiling always seemed to annoy people more than actually insulting them. Or maybe, he thought, I just have an annoying smile. TCH, whatever, he brushed Naruto aside and faced Hinata. I'll see y'all later, okay. Hinata nodded. Tell Kurenai-sensei that I'll visit her soon, Kiba sneered at Naruto one more time but nodded. Naruto waited until he was out of the restaurant and earshot to laugh. Well, that was something, he bellowed, and noticed that Hinata wasn't laughing with him. Not even giggling. In fact, he saw that she was frowning. What? He's my friend, Naruto-kun, she chided. He may not be diplomatic, but that doesn't change that he does mean a lot to me. Naruto frowned this time and looked away. Fine, fine. Now, are you going to show me around or am I going to have to figure it out myself? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. She still seemed upset, so Naruto said nothing for a few minutes. Eventually, her spirits rose and she began to show him around with a happy and nostalgic smile. She showed him where she lived, where he could find good dumplings, where the Hokage's office was, and so on and so forth. He stopped in front of a clothing store and ventured in. I need to get out of this get-up, he said, knowing that she was following him and could easily hear him. Still, he felt her eyes burning his back and he couldn't help but smirk. Was the innocent and modest Hyuga checking him out? Well, there's a lot of styles to choose from, a girl said from behind the counter. She was appealing, with smoky onyx eyes and smooth brown hair. She had a shapely figure, and by the way she carried herself, Naruto could tell she wasn't ashamed to use it to her advantage. If you need help, just let me know, she said with a wink and a blush. Naruto nodded but ignored her after that. He had no interest in her. Hinata just shook it off and ignored her as well. It wouldn't do to snap just because some girl talked to Naruto. It was normal to feel somewhat jealous, right? With that, Naruto grabbed the nearest orange shirt and black shorts and put them on in the dressing room. He was out in a second and tossed the gown in the trash. He walked up to the girl behind the counter and then froze. Crap, my money's in my bag. Back in the hospital room, he silently cursed at himself and went to go get the gown back. What's wrong? Hinata asked, and Naruto told her his situation. Oh, well, I can pay for it, she said nonchalantly, but Naruto shook his head. You shouldn't do that, he said. Why not? She asked. Girls shouldn't buy guys' clothes. Or waste money on them, he answered, and she narrowed her eyes a bit. And why not? She repeated and emphasized it by placing her hands on her hips. He shook his head again. It's just the principle of the thing, that's all. Well, too bad, she said as she grabbed his hand with her left hand. He let her drag him and he groaned when she gave the girl a shiny card. Her name was engraved on it, along with a 16-digit number. It was a simple lavender card, but a symbol, what he assumed was her clan's symbol, was imprinted on the top right corner of it. This is humiliating, he said, and Hinata only smiled. Good, she stated, and with that, they left the store, just after the girl snuck Naruto a card with her address and a time when he could sneak into her home. He tossed the card in the garbage as soon as she wasn't looking. It was as useless as the hospital gown that sat in the trash. Naruto mumbled and rubbed the back of his head. Hinata turned her head slightly to see him blushing uncomfortably. Well, you bought this for me, so thanks, I guess. Hinata smiled. You're welcome. It's the least I can do, she said, and they continued the tour. Most of the day was gone by then and there was only about an hour of sun left, so most of the store were either closing or just opening up. They decided not to venture into the ones just opening. They weren't old enough to drink, anyway. "Hinata," a voice called out. Naruto clenched his fist. Not another admirer. Still, this guy's voice sent a chill down Naruto's spine. It was cold and calculating, almost alien. It was too distant and emotionless for Naruto's taste. The two turned and were greeted by the sight of a black-haired teen with even blacker eyes, if possible. The teen stood only an inch taller than him, but what attracted Naruto's attention was the sort of authority and power radiating from him. It didn't sit well with Naruto. "Sasuke-kun," Hinata's voice sounded distant and low, so low that Naruto almost missed it. Almost. Naruto saw the corners of Sasuke's lips twitch before they returned to an impassive expression. "I see, so that mutt wasn't lying. You truly did return." He eyed her arm in the sling and he frowned. Or at least, Naruto thought he did. "What happened?" It sounded more like a demand than a question. "It was an accident," she answered with a forced smile. Naruto's eyes flicked from Sasuke to Hinata and back. There was an awkward silence around them and Naruto almost felt like blowing up something just to release the tension. "I'm just glad you're okay," he said and walked up to Hinata, never acknowledging Naruto. This pissed him off. "I was worried about you," he said as his left hand reached up and pushed a stray hair away from Hinata's face. Hinata didn't like the touch, Naruto could tell. He wasn't about to watch someone put his hands on his girl, tour guide. Yeah, that's what she was, his girl tour guide. If Naruto had enough time, he'd slap his forehead. Hard. "Have you ever seen an explosion occur because of one punch?" Naruto asked as he lightly pushed Sasuke back with his right hand. Sasuke glared at Naruto, who only smirked devilishly. He took his silence as a, "No. Wanna see?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata scolded, but Naruto never tore his eyes from the Uchiha. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and was about to put a genjutsu on Naruto to keep him occupied when he noticed something inside of Naruto's eyes. He deactivated them and for the first time, Sasuke smirked. "I see," he said as he took a step back. Naruto arched an eyebrow. "The nine-tailed fox," he whispered, loud enough for Naruto to hear. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "You must be an Uchiha," Naruto stated and smirked as well. "I hear you bastards are hard to kill, but not impossible." Sasuke's smirk lessened a bit. He took the insult better than Naruto expected. He would soon see otherwise as Sasuke disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto, who was surprised at his speed. A second later, a cut appeared on his left cheek and blood flowed from it before being sealed off by the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto turned and aimed to punch him, but Sasuke was where he stood a minute before. Naruto growled and glared at him. "You're fast," Naruto said, and Sasuke smirked haughtily. "You state the obvious too much," he taunted, and Naruto wished to beat Sasuke's face in. Hinata stepped between them and leveled them with an admonishing stare. "Stop this," she said with authority, and both Naruto and Sasuke felt their desire for her burn hotter. She was just so alluring to them when she took charge. She gave Sasuke a remorseful smile. "I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun, but I'm a little busy at the moment." "We'll talk later," she assured, and Sasuke said nothing as he walked up to Hinata and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. Naruto growled again but did nothing. Hinata was a big girl, she could take care of herself. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. Hinata blushed, but other than that, she didn't react to the kiss. Sasuke smiled as he walked away, thinking he'd discouraged Naruto's pursuit of the beautiful teen. She watched him go before sighing and facing Naruto. She noticed that he didn't take the kiss entirely well. "Is there something going on between you two?" he asked. "No reason to beat around the bush. If you'd like, I could call him back and let you two finish." He made a vague gesture that Hinata somewhat understood as the thing that just happened between her and the Uchiha. Whatever the hell that was. Hinata shook her head. "I'd rather not," she answered, and Naruto nodded. "But something did happen, it wasn't a question." Hinata gave him a wary look before nodding. Naruto felt his heart hit the bottom of his stomach and shook his head. He really didn't want to deal with Mr. Rainbows and Sunshine or anything having to do with him at the moment. So he changed the subject. "Your cage told me that there'll be a meeting in 2 days. Where will it be?" he asked, and it took her a moment to get her out of her thoughts. "I'll show you when the day comes." Naruto nodded and they continued to walk aimlessly, both enthralled by their thoughts. "Will you ever recognize him as your father?" Hinata questioned without prelude. "What makes you think he's my father?" Naruto asked. "Why answer my question with a question? Why not just answer my question first?" Naruto rebutted, and Hinata gave him a deadpanned look. He sighed. He'd hoped to avoid this conversation. I have a bad past and it's not easy to accept that the person everyone told you to hate could be your father, he answered. I understand, Hinata stated, but they both knew that was a lie. At least give him a chance, he's not a bad guy. He's very kind, and caring, and sweet. Sounds like you have a crush on him. Hinata blushed and looked away. When she didn't respond, Naruto stared at her incredulously. Holy shit. I was young, she snapped. He was always there, so heroic and all. There wasn't a girl in the village that didn't have a crush on him at some point, she explained. Naruto smiled playfully. How old were you? He asked and she blushed. Young. How old? Very young. How old? I was so childish back then. How old? Quote, comma, quote. Quote, comma, quote. 10. She shouted, and as soon as she did, she placed both hands over her mouth. Naruto laughed loudly as he held his sides. My ribs, he declared, and Hinata pouted. You're so mean to me, Naruto-kun, she whined, and Naruto wiped a non-existent tear from his left eye. I'm sorry, but this is so rich, he stated, earning another pout from Hinata. When Naruto finally gathered his bearings, they continued their walk. When did your crush stop? The moment I saw mother scare off other flirtatious women, she answered, and Naruto nodded in understanding. When was that? The same day I turned 11. Naruto wanted to laugh again but decided against it. It wouldn't do to agitate his girl tour guide. Damn it, there it was again. How fun, he said instead of laughing or slamming his head against the building beside him. Soon enough, he became more like a second father figure. Those feelings were as hollow as, she blinked as she tried to think of an appropriate simile. As Kiba's head, Naruto offered and raised his hands up in defense when he received a small glare from Hinata. Sorry, too soon, got it. He acts like my second father. Sometimes, it even agitates my real father. Though, they're both good friends, so it's fine, she continued, and Naruto nodded. Cool. Naruto had no idea what to say, so he decided to give a non-committable word. She stopped in front of him and gave him a pleading look. Please, Naruto-kun, don't brush this off as insignificant. Please give Lord Hokage a chance, she pleaded, and Naruto sighed. It isn't as simple as accepting him. I have a bad history with all things Konoha. It won't change overnight, he informed her, and Hinata hummed to herself. I don't expect it to, but please try, for me, she begged, and Naruto's determination wavered at her look. He sighed in defeat and rubbed the back of his head. You're evil, Naruto said, hoping to break the tension. Hinata smiled gratefully. Thank you, she said as she rested her head on his chest. He hugged her and she returned it in kind. I think I should go home now, Hinata said, but showed no signs of getting off him. It's getting pretty late and you've met enough males that hate you without meeting my brother, Naruto paled. Brother. He had seen how overprotective and dangerous brothers could be. It wasn't enough that Hinata was from the enemy village with a bunch of guys following her like lost puppies, but she also had a brother. Naruto looked up at the sky. Someone up there seriously had a sick sense of humor. Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked and saw that Hinata was now looking behind him. He turned and was greeted with the sight of another angry, older-looking teen coming towards them. Damn my luck. Damn it to hell. Big brother, Hinata said happily as she ran and hugged the older-looking teen. She showed no restraint as she hugged him with everything she had. He returned it in kind, just a little more controlled. They took a step back and Naruto saw her brother smile, an honest Takami smile. I see that you are well, Lady Hinata, he said, and Hinata pouted. He just chuckled. I'm happy to see that you're okay, little sister, he corrected, and Hinata hugged him again. They parted and began to talk about how they'd been the last few weeks. And Neji, he saved me. Twice, Hinata told her brother, Neji. Naruto had trailed off and was off in his own little world somewhere between the start of the conversation and that bit of information, mostly because that was when Neji turned his cold gaze on him. Naruto felt like his soul would freeze over. He put on his best smile and walked over to him. Hiya, he said, and extended his hand out for a shake. Neji stared at it oddly before Hinata nudged his ribs with her good elbow. He grabbed his hand and they shook. Soon enough, it became a contest of strength and they both forced a smile. Good grip, Neji stated, and Naruto gulped. Not bad yourself, he retorted and doubled his efforts. Neji remained calm and cool, but he was close to breaking. Naruto wasn't too far off either. Hinata stopped the macho contest by placing her delicate hand over theirs. They both blinked and looked at her, almost as if she'd poured ice-cold water over their heads. Her smile was genuine but frightening. Are we done? The way she said it had suggested that it was more of a demand than a suggestion, but regardless, she expected an answer. Naruto and Neji gave each other one last squeeze before letting go. Yeah, they said simultaneously. They blinked. Stop it, they said at the same time. No, you stop. This time, Neji smirked as he said that. Shut up. This was getting old really quickly for Hinata as she rubbed her temples. Grow up, you first. Hinata grabbed Naruto's shoulder and began to drag him away. I'll be home soon, brother. Not too late. You know how Lord Hiashi worries, and with good reason, Neji said loudly, and Hinata nodded. I know. Neji watched them leave before smirking and shaking his head. Interesting. Off in the distance, Hinata pushed Naruto against a wooden fence and leveled him with a cold stare. You're such a troublemaker, she stated, and Naruto smiled excitedly. You're such a potty mouth, he mocked, hoping to get one of those cute laughs or giggles from Hinata. She didn't respond well. I'm serious, you picked a fight with everyone we ran into today. She looked away. It almost makes me hesitate to introduce you to the rest of my friends, much less my father, she said, adding the last part under her breath. I don't start it, he said defensively. Hell, I'd rather not meet them. He saw that his words hit home as Hinata frowned and hung her head, her bangs covering her eyes. She backed away from him and began to walk away. Naruto ran after her and put his right arm against the wooden fence a few feet in front of her, stopping her progress. What did I say? He demanded, but she refused to look at him. They're my friends and family, Naruto-kun. They mean a lot to me, and for you, someone who's also important to me, to say something like that really hurts. But you've seen the way those three acted towards me. They don't accept me. They hate me. I doubt your other friends will be any different. They're all the same here. He thought he heard a small gasp come from Hinata but saw that her body shook. I thought you were nice, different from all the other guys. I can see now that you're no different from every other thug that I've encountered on my missions, she said and brushed by him. It hurt. No, it stung him, right in the heart, to hear Hinata say things like that about him. Not only that, it also angered him. So I'm a thug, is that it? He asked, but she didn't stop. She didn't even reply. You're just gonna walk away from me? After all we've been through? Still nothing. Naruto swallowed down the pain in his throat and smirked. Fine, I see. That's how you wanna be, he said as he grabbed the front of his shirt and ripped it off him. I should have known better. The old man was right. He shouted as he also tore off his shorts, leaving him in his green boxers. I have no friends, I can see that now, he said, a lot lower than before. He hung his head low. I was a fool to believe someone like you could like someone like me. A fool, he said, adding the last part with a growl. He looked up to see Hinata turn the corner and disappear. His body shook with frustration and he turned and swiftly drove his right fist into the fence. It busted through the fence as though it was made of wet paper towels. He paused and then retracted his hand out of the fence. He inspected his fist and saw small cuts and splinters on his fist, but he didn't care. The Kyuubi would take care of those wounds without a second thought. I'm so stupid, he mumbled sadly as he turned and began to walk away. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. Hinata sat with her back to the fence, sobbing silently and shaking her head. Walking aimlessly had helped Naruto clear his head and helped him realize what he did wrong. He had insulted Hinata by metaphorically spitting on her friends and family. He should have been more sensitive to her feelings. It wasn't her fault that she didn't know how alone he was as a child, not knowing the importance of friends and family. Sure, he had Kuretsuchi and Han, but Han was always off on a mission and Kuretsuchi had her studies. The only person he had was himself. To play alone and train under the old man, who was no grandfather, either. Still, the stubborn part of him was angry at the fact that she didn't even try to understand his angle. She was only thinking of herself. And another, more rational part of him is angry at himself for being stupid enough to rip apart the only means of keeping his modesty modest. It didn't help that it was getting late and some of the more desperate women kept on giving his body an once over. He shivered but kept on the strong facade as he wondered where the hell he was. You, Naruto froze and turned to see a man in a uniform walk up to him with two followers in the same uniform. What the hell do you think you're doing walking around my village in only boxers? The officer demanded and Naruto groaned. My luck is fucking amazing. I accidentally locked myself out of my apartment and now I'm going to my friend's house, Naruto said off the top of his head. He internally smirked at his cleverness. He didn't, however, expect the officer to grab his arm. What apartment and what friend? He asked and Naruto gulped. The one, shit, I can't remember where those are. You know, the ones near the shopping district, he said, making a leap of faith. The officer seemed to accept the answer. And my friend that lives down the street here, Naruto said and smiled when the officer let him go. Why would you visit him? Does he have a spare key? The man continued, but Naruto felt more relaxed. 1 or 2 more lies and he'd be home free. No, but this isn't the first time this happened, so he lets me borrow some clothes and gives me a place to sleep till morning. I see, the officer said, and his 2 followers nodded. Naruto felt like he'd just fought 3 cages and lived. It was an incredible feeling, really. Let's go, the officer said, and Naruto blanched. What? Naruto stuttered and the officer gave him an odd look. Let's go to your friend's house. I want to make sure you get there safely, he informed Naruto, and they began walking in the direction Naruto mentioned. Naruto cursed his luck once more and they walked in silence. He thanked whatever divine being actually cared for him as soon as everything started to look familiar. He didn't recognize it immediately because it was night, but he could have sworn that he'd been there before. It didn't hit him until they were only 10 feet from the humongous home. More like mansion. Are you sure this is where your friend lives? One of the officer's lackeys asked skeptically. Naruto paused, looking down the road to see no other houses around. If he said no, they'd probably send him to jail or something. If he told them he'd gotten confused, they'd think he was stupid and then he'd have to think of another place where his friend might live. Neither of which was a good idea. He'd just have to wing it until he saw the perfect opportunity to run off. Yeah, Naruto said before looking up at the sky. You can stop this, he mumbled, and the 3 officers stared at him oddly. He just smiled. They walked up to the gate where they were greeted by 2 guards. What business do you have here, Uchiha? The man asked darkly, and the lead officer, presumably the Uchiha, scoffed. This punk claims that he comes here every so often whenever he gets locked out of his apartment. Naruto was behind the Uchiha officer, but he could hear the smirk in the man's voice. The guard looked at Naruto before shaking his head. Never seen him before in my life, he stated. Naruto could have sworn the guard had given a stare that looked like he'd seen a ghost, but he brushed it aside. Have you? The second guard did the same, shocked look and all, before composing himself and shaking his head in silent agreement. I see, the officer said as they turned and faced Naruto. There was a small light by the guards' posts, and with it, Naruto finally saw each of the officers' features. The 2 lackeys looked like they could be brothers, or at the very least, close cousins, and looked distantly related to the asshole Uchiha from earlier. What was his name? Bah, it didn't matter, though it did startle Naruto when he noticed that the lead officer had a stronger resemblance to the aforementioned asshole Uchiha. No, wait, Naruto said as the officers looked like they were about to arrest him. Halt! The Uchiha officers stopped in their tracks and turned to see someone walk towards them from inside the mansion. Naruto's eyes widened at the someone. I know him, the someone said with a smirk. Let him in. Naruto felt relieved and horrified at the same time. Still, he didn't let it show as he walked up to his savior. Follow me. Naruto did as he was told, somewhat reluctantly though. The 2 walked past the guards and into the mansion. Once inside, Naruto's savior still remained silent as he continued forward into his home and up the stairs nearby. Wait, take off your shoes before you enter. Make sure you stay close to me or you'll get lost. Naruto looked down at his feet, embarrassed. I'm not wearing any shoes. His savior paused before continuing up the stairs. I'm sorry, I seem to have mistaken your dirt black feet for shoes. Please wipe them on the rag before following me. Naruto grumbled as he wiped his feet and quickly ran up the stairs. No running. No running, blah blah, Naruto mocked to himself as he caught up to his savior and followed him silently. They walked past many rooms, made many turns, passing many framed pictures and artifacts that looked more expensive than the mansion did. They finally entered a room on the left, and when the door was closed, Naruto faced his savior. I know I owe you a thanks, but Naruto wasn't given a chance to finish as a chakra-powered palm was sent to his stomach and made him cough up some blood. He fell, first to his knees and then on his side. He struggled to breathe before glaring up at his savior attacker. That is for Hinata. The statement was cold and angry and amused at the same time. Naruto glared into Neji's silver eyes before standing, although sluggish and off-balanced. So I'm guessing you heard what happened back there, huh? Neji raised an eyebrow. I'll take that as a yes. Yes, I was there. And now, you're going to go find her and apologize to her, Neji said. Naruto scoffed. Says who? I just saved you from spending a not-so-lonely night in prison and am about to loan you clothes to wear so you won't approach my little sister so indignantly." True to his word, Neji began to search his closet for some clothes. He tossed Naruto a brown shirt and white shorts. Both were pretty dirty by Neji's standards, wearable by Naruto's. Naruto quickly put them on and watched as Neji looked at him and shrugged his shoulders. "It will do." "Wait. Whoa, I don't know who you think you are, but..." Neji hit Naruto with another palm to the stomach and sent him sprawling to the floor. Neji grabbed Naruto by his hair and made him look up at him. "I am the one who saved your ass from getting sodomized by lonely ex-shinobi. And you'll repay me by undoing the harm you've inflicted on my dear sister. Should you fail, I'll guarantee that you'll never have to worry about problems that only the living bother to worry about, got it?" Neji asked in a deadly voice. Naruto got the message and nodded abruptly. Neji smirked. "She's at the library. Asterisk. Naruto had no idea how he'd done it, but he finally found the fricking library that Neji spoke of. All the silver-eyed bastard said was that it wasn't too far to walk to but not close enough to see from the mansion. Bastard. At any rate, Naruto sighed and walked up to the library's doors and looked at it. The doors looked like they belonged on a giant's front door. He looked down at the doorknob and doubted that it was open, so he looked up and saw windows, 4 of them to be exact. And one so happened to be slightly opened. It was hard to see, but Naruto managed to see the gap, so he climbed up the wall with his chakra-powered feet and slowly opened the window. It squeaked as it moved, protesting against Naruto's hand. It was too loud and Naruto had hoped to sneak up on Hinata. If he tried to open the window, it'd reveal his arrival and spoil what little fun he found in the mission Neji assigned to him. So he walked around the buildings and found that all windows were closed. Except for the smallest window right at ground level. Naruto stared at it with a deadpan expression. It was unlocked and didn't squeak when he opened it. However, he doubted he could fit through it. He wasn't the fattest man in the world, but he wasn't exactly 6 anymore, either. He sighed and thrust his hands in first, then his head, and then his torso. Everything was going great until the window slid down its frame and onto Naruto's lower back. He let out a gasp of pain before biting his inner cheek. He swallowed down the pain and tried to push his body in, but to no avail. He tried to push it out again, same result. He cursed to himself, till he was blue in the face. He then felt light fall upon him and it stung his eyes. He blocked it out with his hands and groaned. Naruto. Naruto's body froze, stock still as he pretended to be invisible, or at least a rock. Naruto. He didn't even breathe, that was how dedicated he was to not be there. "I can see you, you know," Hinata said, and after a few more seconds, Naruto took in a breath and hung his upper body in defeat. Asterisk. You know, remaining still doesn't make you invisible, Hinata said after helping Naruto out of his predicament and into a nearby chair by the tables. Naruto just grumbled, his chin resting on his right palm and his elbow resting on the table. And the entrance doors weren't locked. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at Hinata. She just smiled a knowing smile as she waved a key ring with a single key. "Damn doors," he mumbled grumpily. "So," she said after letting him cool down. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I'm here because..." He paused, remembering what Neji told him before he left. "Don't tell her I sent you or so help me." He let the threat hang in the air, but it made no difference to Naruto. "I came here looking for you, to apologize," Naruto said reluctantly. Hinata blushed, surprised by his words. "What, you heard me," he said while looking away. He took in a breath. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be, well, mean." Hinata just stared at him and then at her hands. The shock eventually wore off and she smiled. "I know this must not be easy for you." "I'm sorry too," she said. Naruto looked at her through raised eyebrows. "I didn't mean to walk off like that. My friends mean the world to me, and for you to brush them off as if they were nothing made me feel sad," she admitted, and Naruto looked at her before sighing. "You have no reason to be sorry, I'm the idiot here," he told her and reached for her good hand. He rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb. "I should have known how important your friends are to you, but I decided to ignore that and call you selfish." "I'm sorry. I don't remember you calling me selfish," she mentioned, and his sweat dropped. "Well," he stopped and he looked into her eyes. He blushed and his eyes darted to the left. "Do you forgive me or what?" he asked, and Hinata giggled. "I do," Naruto smiled. "I'm glad," he said, and Hinata stood. "Well, I'm going home," she said and walked towards the entrance doors. She paused to look back at Naruto, who was getting up as well. "Mind walking me home? I bet you know how to get there now." Naruto began to sweat. What makes you say that? Because of my tour, remember? She asked and Naruto smiled sheepishly. Right. He ran up to her and they both headed for Hinata's home. Neji is a bully, isn't he? She asked and Naruto nodded subconsciously. You know he really wouldn't kill you, right? I know but, he paused as a revelation hit him. Hinata held back her fit of giggles. Hey, Hinata giggled as Naruto finally caught on. You knew the whole time. Did you set this whole thing up? No, but only he knows that I come to the library when I feel sad, she said and Naruto pocketed his hands. Or, he used to be the only one, she said and gave him a heartfelt smile. That sounds logical, Naruto confessed. And because those are Neji's training clothes. And there it is, I knew there was a simple explanation for it. All is well in the world again, Naruto joked and received an elbow to the ribs by Hinata's good arm. There was a smirk on her lips so Naruto knew she wasn't upset. Naruto returned the smile in kind. So why do you come to the library? The library has tons of books on stories that my mother used to read to me. It helps me relax when I read a story or two. Naruto nodded and they continued walking until Naruto could see the mansion. Did you really know he threatened me or did you guess? I know my brother, she answered and stopped. Naruto stopped with her. Before he could say anything, she kissed him. On the cheek. Good night, she said and walked off to the entrance where she greeted the guards with a happy smile and a nod before entering her home. Neji opened the door just before she touched the doorknob. He turned his head in the direction where Naruto was and smiled knowingly before closing the door. Naruto shivered and walked off in a random direction. I guess I could always go back and ask if they got an extra room I can sleep in. Naruto looked up and saw dark clouds start to appear. Looks like that's a no, as straight as a no, as you can get from the big guys upstairs. You can come home. Naruto jumped and turned to see Kushina smiling at him. He placed his hand over his heart before glaring. You should wear a bell, Kushina chuckled before walking up to him and hugging him. I love you, Naruto-chan, she said and Naruto blushed. He didn't know what to say so he just returned the hug. Let's go, it's getting late and only freaks and weirdos come out at this time. Just as she said that, Kakashi and Obito came walking along on the other side of the street. You should totally ask Anko out, Obito said to Kakashi, who was walking with a limp. They both had blushes on their faces and slurred when they spoke. Shut up, you know what she does to guys who like her, he scolded. Naruto and Kushina continued to watch as they argued on the same subject before changing it to the less than favorable subject of the Ika Ika series. Or at least to Kushina it was less than favorable. She'd deal with those two later, when there'd be less witnesses. I told you, Kushina said and Naruto sighed. Konoha is a strange place, he said and let his mother drag him past the shopping district and the Hokage's office. After a few minutes, they stopped in front of a giant house. Not too big to be considered a mansion, not too small to be considered a normal-sized house. Nice, Naruto commented and Kushina nodded with a smile. They entered and Naruto saw many personal possessions such as paintings and pictures hanging on the wall. Naruto ignored the ones with Minato and solely focused on his mother. I'll lead you to the guest room, Kushina said and Naruto nodded. He followed her past the living room and into the hallway. There were 4 doors in all, 2 on the left, 1 on the right and 1 across from the living room. Kushina opened the only one on the right. Naruto walked in and found a queen-sized bed with a nightstand, a TV, and a closet. The moonlight coming from the window helped him see everything in the room so he didn't need to turn on the light. It wasn't messy but Naruto could tell that it was occupied once in a while. Kushina decided against telling him that Minato would sleep in this room whenever she got upset with him. The door right across from this room is the bathroom, Kushina told him softly and then pointed to the door across from the living room. Naruto followed her finger. That leads the 2nd floor where my room is. Usually, Minato-kun comes home late so if you hear the door open and someone walking by your room, it's likely to be him. Naruto nodded vacantly and went to sit on the bed. Kushina wanted to sit by him and hold him, run her hands through his hair as she did so but decided not to. He was conflicted and her actions would only confuse him more. Good night Naruto-chan, she said and Naruto blushed but managed to mumble a night. She smiled before she stepped out of the room and closed the door behind her. Naruto heard her open a door and walk up a flight of stairs. He could faintly hear her footsteps walking around, doing some things, and then likely plopping herself on the bed to fall asleep. Naruto stayed on the bed, unmoving and silent, his mind going through 1,000 thoughts per second. He then got up and explored the room, finding all sorts of things he'd expected to find in the guest bedroom, except for one thing. Just like Kushina said, Naruto heard the front door open and close later that night. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Thanks to the moonlight, he saw that it was 2 in the morning. He heard footsteps pass his room, only to stop and turn. Naruto jumped back on his bed, silently thanking whatever deity was watching over him for giving him a non-squeaky bed, and pretended to be asleep. The door opened and Minato peered inside. He was sure he felt a chakra signature in the room and was surprised to see Naruto. He looked at Naruto's sleeping form for a long while before shaking his head and closing the door. Naruto opened one eye and heard Minato walk up the steps and directly to his room. Naruto sat there, his heart beating violently against his chest. This is it. This could be my chance, he thought as he sat up. A vindictive smile appeared on his lips. I just have to wait. Luckily, he didn't have to wait long as he heard snoring come from the room above his. He smiled as he opened the door and stepped into the hallway. He was glad that neither the floor nor door squeaked as he opened it. He tiptoed down the hall and opened the door Kushina told him would lead him to their room. He climbed them as silently as he could until he was on the second floor. He was met with a second hallway with 3 doors. The door on the left was open so he could see inside it. It was the bathroom. The door in front of him and the one on the left weren't closed, but they weren't open enough to show him what lay behind them. He didn't need them to be open anyway, he could hear the snoring come from the door on the right. He walked to the door and gently pushed it open. It squeaked, just once, and Naruto froze in his place. The darkness would give him cover, but it wouldn't save him if Minato or Kushina awoke and turned on the light. The snoring continued and Naruto heard no sound come from the room, so he took it as a sign that he hadn't been caught. He pushed the door again and this time, it made no protest. Naruto stepped into the room and saw that it was as plain as the guest bedroom. There was a TV on top of a dresser, a king-sized bed across from it and a closet to the right. The window was all the way on the left and the shades were drawn, painting the room in darkness. Thanks to the gifts he received for being the Jinchuriki of the infamous Kyuubi, Naruto was able to walk by the discarded clothes and shoes on the floor without tripping over them. Minato was on the right side of the bed, so that's where Naruto went to. He stood over the cage with malicious intent sparking in his eyes. He watched Minato breathing softly, not a peep coming from his nose or mouth. Naruto blinked and looked up to his mother, watching as her mouth remained open, the snore coming from her throat. Naruto bit his inner cheek to keep the laughter from coming out his throat. He shook it off and looked down at Minato again and took out a kunai he found in the guest bedroom. He held it over Minato and was about to thrust it forward but stopped when he replayed the events of the day. Minato meant a lot to his mother, to Hinata. He remembered her words, Hinata's and Kushina's, and silently growled, struggling to end Minato's life once and for all. Don't say that to your father. Kushina's words ran in his head. I don't expect it to, but please try, for me. Naruto's grip on the kunai loosened a bit and he thrust his hand forward. It stopped before the tip of the kunai even grazed Minato's nose. He couldn't do it. He didn't have the motivation, the drive to do it. Not anymore. He scoffed and sneered at the man. You're not my father, Naruto whispered lowly. You can't be. With that, Naruto walked out of the room, not caring if he woke Minato or Kushina anymore. He stepped into the hallway and tossed the kunai haphazardly. It landed on door in between the other 2 doors and gave it enough momentum to open it. It squeaked as it opened, but by then, Naruto was already halfway down the stairs. One singular azure orb looked at the dark hallway, having watched Naruto leave the room, before closing. 2 days have passed and just like Minato said, there was a meeting being held. Minato cursed himself for pushing the council meeting aside as if it was some kind of balloon. Sooner or later, they'd stick their nose where it didn't belong. Kushina, please hang on to your temper. You've got a reputation as a hothead for some reason, Minato pleaded. She scowled at him. I do not, and for being stubborn and contrary. I am not. Minato had a worn smile before it disappeared and he looked around the meeting room. It just sucked that his advisors decided to involve every Jonin and clan head in the entire Stickin village. The clan heads stood in a line in front of Minato's desk while everyone else was scattered throughout the room. Sigh, such a life. Quiet, Minato said in a soft voice and everyone in the room became silent. No one wanted to be the one who upset the infamous Yellow Flash. Lord Hokage, a random Jonin shouted from the back. I heard rumors of Kumo declaring war on us, he said, and Minato cursed under his breath. He hadn't heard anything like that, but he wouldn't doubt it. He looked at his wife who hung back with his students. She seemed worried but stubborn. I have heard no such things and I highly doubt that it will happen, he said, and he saw the crowd visibly relax. No, I have summoned you here because there is something I need to announce. Just then, they all heard murmurs coming from outside the room. They were from the secretary that stood guard of the meeting. Then, Minato heard a male's voice bark out something, followed by a softer voice, more hesitant. Then, the doors of the room burst open and there stood an impatient blonde with a shy indigo-haired teen. The blonde wore a blood-red sleeveless muscle shirt with black pants and black ninja shoes. Beside him, the indigo-haired teen wore the same tan sweater and navy blue pants she always wore. Everyone who glanced at him had their eyes widened in surprise and their mouths left agape. Only a handful of people gave the newcomers a small nod. I'm glad you've arrived, Minato said with a hint of humor. Naruto only growled out in response and scoffed. Like I care, Naruto replied and got a couple of sneers and glares from the Genin. Naruto glared back and felt a hand fall on his right shoulder. He didn't need to see who it was, he already knew. He sighed and nodded at Hinata without turning his head. What are two children doing here? A male Genin asked and Naruto growled. Minato cleared his throat before his wife could speak for him. I asked them to be here, he said with authority, and everyone stared at Minato as if he was insane. They are the reason I called for this meeting, Minato said, and the crowd started to murmur to themselves again. Naruto took this time to look around, to take in the room. It was a pretty big room and allowed a lot of breathing room, even with this many people in one room. Minato sat behind a giant desk and two old people sat at his sides, one a woman and the other a man. His hand slipped up and grabbed Hinata's left hand and he gave it a squeeze. Hinata smiled and returned the squeeze with one of her own. Off to the side, Naruto's eyes connected with silver ones. He stared back unflinching and Neji smirked. Minato looked on and felt his patience start to slip a bit. Only one person noticed, or at least cared enough to speak on his behalf. Quiet, everyone. Our youthful Hokage wishes to inform us with knowledge that will increase our own flames of youth. A man shouted and Naruto's gaze immediately went to a man with a bowl-cut hairstyle and giant centipede-like eyebrows. His outfit consisted of a green jumpsuit and a Genin vest. What the hell? Thank you, guy, Minato said, earning a nod from said man. I'm not going to beat around the bush about it, Minato said and gave Naruto one last look. Naruto's eyes widened. He wouldn't. Spit it out already, Obito declared impatiently and glared at the Genin who tried to shut him up. He even shoved Kakashi back when he tried to shut him up. The boy, right over there, is my son, he said, and everyone who didn't already know turned and faced Naruto with shocked eyes and opened mouths. Naruto growled at them and even suppressed the urge to hit every one of them when they either bowed or knelt in front of him. Hypocrites. Get up, Naruto barked, making everyone look at him oddly. I'm no different than the child that entered this room 10 minutes ago. And now that you know who I am, you start bowing. Cut the crap, he said, and received mixed emotions from the crowd. Minato, Kushina, Hiashi, Neji, Kakashi and Obito wanted to burst out laughing but instead, settled with a smile, smirk, or snigger. Hinata wished she could blend with the wall or at least turn back time and stop Naruto's outburst. I don't like suck-ups, he told them, and those who bowed sneered at him. Child, one of the two elders, the woman, said as she stood. It would be wise to behave and act respectful to your elders and superiors, she finished, in the way she said it made Naruto feel like she wasn't giving him a choice. I don't like bullies, either, he said, and for a quick second, his eyes flashed to Neji who continued to smirk. Anyway, Minato said and regained the attention of the room again. He's my son and after a long search, I have found him. Naruto was about to speak but someone beat him to it. What makes you so sure? Another old man, one that looked identical to a mummy, asked as he walked with a walking stick. Danzo, Minato growled under his breath. You say he's your son because he looks like you. How do we know it is not the work of cosmetics or surgery and he's just a spy from another village, sent here to gain the trust of the Hokage and learn of the village's secrets? The War Hawk asked, and Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. It was only thanks to Kakashi and Obito that Kushina didn't kill Danzo. There were silent murmurs from the crowd and Minato could hear the uncertainty in their tone. Paranoid old man, Naruto mumbled, breaking the tension and causing some of the less mature Genin to stifle out a laugh. Danzo turned his head to Naruto and stared him down. Naruto didn't flinch. I am only thinking of my village's safety, Danzo said and gave Naruto a fake smile. Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean there isn't an invisible shinobi waiting to strike me down when my back is turned. Obito flinched slightly, but other than that, he only glared at the old man. That's enough, Minato said, and everyone turned to him. I have proof that he is my son, Minato said before taking out a scroll from one of the pockets in his vest. The second Naruto saw it, he immediately recognized it. Everyone remembers the sealing jutsu my wife invented, right? The one that can steal your chakra with just a drop of your blood. Everyone stiffened but nodded in agreement. The one that can only be activated by Uzumaki or Namikaze blood. When the hell did you take one of my skulls? Kushina thought angrily, and when Minato met her gaze, he sweat dropped and smiled innocently. Still, it didn't take a genius to figure out where Minato was going with that. Naruto was way ahead of him. You tricked me, Naruto said, loud enough for Minato to hear him, and he shook his head. I did it to convince you that I was telling you the truth and to make sure you were my son, Minato retorted, and Naruto glared at him. He couldn't blame Minato for doing it. It was quite clever, really, and no one respected cleverness more than Naruto. Still, Naruto didn't like feeling used. What is this nonsense? Danzo asked, and Minato tossed the scroll to him. Try to activate it. Danzo looked at the scroll, then at him. Very simple, just concentrate and look for the bond trapped in the scroll. Danzo did, and after some time, he cursed and handed the scroll back to Minato. What did you feel? A bond. There's a connection between two chakra signatures surrounded by some sort of barrier. One of them is yours, I recognize it. But the other belongs to me, Naruto finished his statement, and someone in the room gasped. Ridiculous, the male elder declared. Naruto gave him a skeptical look before giving Minato a look of wonder. Minato threw the scroll to Naruto and he caught it in his left hand. He placed his right on top of Minato's blood and closed his eyes. In seconds, Minato began to pant and sweat as he placed both hands on the desk in front of him to help support his suddenly heavy body. Lord Hokage, one of the Jonin shouted as they rushed to help him. Stop, he ordered, and they did. Naruto continued to take chakra from Minato until he felt Hinata's eyes on him. He looked at her and bit his inner cheek before stopping and rolling up the scroll. Everyone in the room stared at Naruto, who took in a deep breath and wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It still took a lot of concentration to do, but Naruto was starting to get the hang of it. Naruto dropped the scroll and let it roll until it swerved to the left and stopped at the feet of a Jonin. The Jonin bent forward and picked up the scroll. He examined it for a second before looking into Naruto's eyes with his Sharingan. Another one. How many are there? Naruto could tell this guy was Sasuke's brother with some key differences. Sasuke's brother deactivated his Sharingan and then nodded, as if in approval. He walked up to Minato and handed him the scroll. Minato looked at it as he searched for his second wind. Do you believe me now? He asked breathlessly. Many of the Jonin looked at one another before nodding. Great, I feel so accepted, Naruto said sarcastically, earning more glares from the Jonin. Naruto glared back. What's this? Naruto froze when he heard Danzo's voice come from behind him. His eyes moved to focus on him and saw his Iwa forehead protector hanging limply in his hands. Minato groaned in his hands. An Iwa forehead protector? Both elder advisors asked. I was born and raised in Iwa. No big deal, Naruto said, though his confidence behind his words started to waver. He didn't have any delusions that he could take on the entire room in a head-on fight, but he didn't want to let them know he was scared or intimidated. Not showing them the fear was only half the battle after all. So, he is from an enemy village, Danzo said to himself, though everyone heard him. Yes, but he's no harm to us, Minato assured. That's all well and good, but can we take your word for it? Danzo asked, and Minato, Kushina and Naruto glared at him. He's starting his plan, Naruto thought as he remembered the talk he, Hinata, Kushina and Minato had before they arrived here. You will be faced with adversaries, Minato said as he paced in the middle of the living room, and Naruto scoffed as he leaned back on the couch in Minato's home. Hinata sat beside him while Kushina sat on the smaller couch adjacent to Naruto. I don't care, let them hate me, Naruto said, and Minato shook his head. Normally, I'd agree, but you have a very influential man up against you. His name is Danzo. Sounds like a punk, Naruto muttered, gaining a laugh from his mother. Minato ignored his comment. If you cross him, he just might force me to imprison you, enslave you, or maybe even execute you, Minato informed them, and Naruto gulped. So did Hinata. Kushina just tried to not go crazy. No way, Naruto said breathlessly. Minato only nodded. What are we going to do about it? Kushina asked. Nothing, he said, much to their surprise. At least, not yet. He kept looking at Naruto and Kushina intently. Keep your tempers, both of you. Danzo will have 3 plans to bring you down, Minato muttered, his eyes gleaming with something ugly. A plan, a backup plan, and an ace in the hole. I'll shoot the first one down, and Kushina and I will help you with the second. The third is all yours, though. Wah! Naruto began. We're running late, let's go, Minato interrupted and left the home. Before he got far, he paused and turned back to Naruto. And please, leave your forehead protector off, at least until after the meeting. Naruto growled but obliged as he undid his forehead protector and pocketed it. Maybe I should have left it home, Naruto thought a bit begrudgingly. He felt warm steel press against his arm and he looked down to see Hinata holding his forehead protector against him as her eyes remained focused on the area in front of her. I deny your request, Naruto heard Minato say and saw the mummy man fuming. Naruto turned to Hinata with a questioning gaze while grabbing his forehead protector. Thanks, what did I miss? He asked and Hinata's eyes never left Danzo. Elder Danzo tried to enslave you, interrogate you for Iwa's secrets and or weaknesses and basically turn you into a mindless tool. Naruto turned his glare to Danzo. But your father shut him down. There's no proof of that. You look like him. I also look like my sensei. Not really, and besides, you were able to activate the chakra-absorbing scroll. I could be Kushina's sister's kid or long-lost second cousin, Naruto said, and even he knew that that was a sad attempt at an excuse. He didn't need Hinata's deadpanned expression to tell him that. Shut up, I know. I understand that you might want to treat this boy like a king, Lord Hokage, but think of the village, Danzo persisted and Naruto groaned. He purposely did it loud enough for Danzo to hear, but Danzo didn't respond. Am I to understand that you are willing to put the safety of the entire village into the hands of this boy whose allegiance belongs to our enemy? He turned and faced the entire crowd of Genin and clan heads. Do you think it is fair to leave the decision up to one man? He asked, and everyone talked amongst themselves. Naruto could see some turn and look at him while they talked. It didn't look like it was falling in his favor. Minato slammed his hands on the table, eliciting a loud roar that echoed in the room. Everyone turned to face the man they all feared and respected. His face was impassive, but everyone could feel the amount of anger he was releasing. Whether or not he's my son is not the question, nor is it the problem here. I will refuse to enslave or interrogate any child, no matter what background or heritage. He gave Danzo a glare it could have frozen the man into a block of ice. You have managed to keep it hidden, but I know the truth, and when I find the proof I need, you will hang. The statement sent a chill down everyone's spine, but Danzo managed to recover. You let your emotions get the best of you, Hokage, he said as he put his hands behind his back. Lord Hokage to you, Minato snarled, and Danzo nodded. Regardless of his birthright, you cannot deny that this is the perfect opportunity to learn of Iwa's weaknesses and finally get the upper hand on them. Or at the very least, use him as a bargaining item. I already denied your request, Minato reminded, and Danzo rubbed his chin with his right hand. Yes, I know, but this is a new proposal, one that will be decided by the Genin and clan heads of Konoha. I already denied it, Minato growled, showing his displeasure at being disobeyed. Ah, yes, but didn't you once say that decisions that affect Konoha as a whole should not be made by one man alone? Danzo asked, and Minato clenched his fist. I did, Minato answered, although begrudgingly. He could see that Danzo had led him into a political corner. He had mentioned that if one should find his decision unfair and biased, that they could bring it up to vote. Damn his kindness. And I feel that this should be taken under consideration of the very people who fight to protect our home. Who knows, maybe Iwa plans to start another war because we hold one of their own, Danzo assumed, and many Genin started to mutter silent agreements. Minato, Kushina, Hinata and Naruto knew this wasn't good. Who are we to waste the lives of brave men and women for the life of one who is not even our own kind? More murmurs of agreement. Very well then, we vote upon what we will do with the Iwa Nin. Let those who wish to let the Hokage decide vote for, and those who favor to gather as much information about Iwa from him vote against. All in fav. Wait, Hiashi interjected. I invoke my right as clan head to reduce the vote to the clan heads and honored elders alone. On what grounds, Lord Hyuga? Minato asked, hiding his excitement behind a stoic facade. Hiashi faced Minato, his own mask stoic. Naruto gulped and looked at Hinata. Was that her father? On the grounds that there exists a great deal of information about this matter that everyone in this room is unaware of. It would be impractical to attempt to explain it all. Seconded, Shikaku murmured tiredly. Accord, Kushina added. 3 votes yea, honored elder, Kushina said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Let the clan heads and the honored elders make this decision. You are neither honored elder nor clan head, Danzo sneered, and Kushina smirked. Not true. I still retain my status as Uzumaki clan head, she answered and almost laughed at Danzo's sudden rage. I'm just married to Lord Hokage and bore his child. Naruto recoiled in disgust. Too much information. Still, his heart began to beat again. Hiashi had made the right call. In a room full of men and women who feared war, Naruto didn't have a prayer if it meant that he could be the proverbial lamb. With it reduced to the honored elders and clan heads, he still had a fighting chance. Danzo wasn't too far off, though. If Naruto knew the old man like he thought he did, Konoha would receive a letter from Iwa soon and chances were, it wasn't going to be good news. Hopefully, it wouldn't be for another few days, but by the amount of luck he'd been having recently, his heart started skittering in his chest. Minato could almost see Danzo try to worm his way out of this, but it was clear that he wasn't. Very well, Danzo said after taking in a deep breath. My interests lie in preserving the health and safety of the village. I vote for the child to be arrested and given a thorough interrogation. Another man walked up to Danzo and looked around at the people around him with a critical stare. Naruto recognized him as the officer from 2 nights ago. As do I, for the same reasons. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the two. Kushina spoke next. I've spent the last 3 days with him. In those 3 days, I've gotten to know him fairly well. He's a good kid. I vote to allow the Hokage to decide. I say to allow the Hokage to decide, Hiashi informed them, and Minato nodded a nod of gratitude. As do we, Shikaku said, speaking for him and his 2 friends, Choza and Inoichi. This is not a solution, it is merely an action. Naruto 5, bad guys 2. Naruto turned his eyes to the next person in line. This one was a woman who looked as feral as Kiba had. Naruto thought it over before slamming his palms into his forehead. Just his luck. My instincts tell me that he'd do more good behind a cell with INT searching for information in his skull. I vote for the interrogation, she said, and Naruto sighed. Logic tells me that if we can prevent any further fighting in the future between our 2 villages, we should not let opportunity slip our grasp, a man with sunglasses argued and nodded his head. I vote for the interrogation. We also agree with the Abarame's reasoning, the 2 honored elders said. Naruto felt sweat travel down his brow as he did the math in his head. Currently, it wasn't looking so good for him. The bad guys had 1 more vote than he did. Finally, Naruto noticed the last man standing off to the side. He wore a dark robe over him and a dark purple, almost black stole that had a deep cowl upon it as well. Even though the sun illuminated the entire room, no one could see past the shadows that rested under the cowl. He was tall, taller than anyone in the room. His arms were folded, hands hidden within the voluminous sleeves of his robe. Every eye in the room turned to the final member, and a silence deeper than that of the nearby valley of the end enveloped the room. It lasted for long moments, then Danzo prompted, quietly. Honored eldest one, what say you? Naruto tried to play it off, but he couldn't help but lean forward a bit, his mouth dry. If he voted against Naruto, then he didn't doubt that an Anbu would appear out of nowhere and knock him out before the sound of the eldest one's voice died away. Still, he said nothing. Eldest one, Danzo said, his voice more urgent. How do you vote? The eldest one's cowl rose up slightly. I must hear what word brings the messenger, he answered cryptically. What messenger? Obito blurted out, and right when he asked that, the doors burst open, hard, and a man with a Genin vest ran past his comrades and up to the Hokage. Azumo, what? Minato began, but was stopped by the sudden folded paper being placed on his desk. I have a message from Iwa, he said breathlessly, and everyone immediately laid their eyes on Naruto. He glared at them. What does the message say? Danzo asked in a tone that suggested that he knew. Minato read the message in the paper before it crumpled in his hands. The Tsuchikage wishes the return of his shinobi, Minato informed. And what if we say no? Danzo asked arrogantly, and Minato glared at him. War. The answer was short but surely not sweet. Panic quickly spread to everyone's faces, and even Naruto felt a bit fidgety. War. Hinata repeated with uncertainty and fear, and Minato nodded. Side conversations picked up as the thought of war sent the room into chaos. Kushina could hear majority of conversations consist of either simply giving Naruto back to them or threatened to kill him so the Tsuchikage could think twice about war. She looked up at her husband and could see that he heard them. Minato slammed his hands back on the desk. Bring back order into the room. We do not fear petty threats, Minato told everyone in the room, his voice filling the room with his power and authority. And we do not respond well to bullies. Then let them have the boy. Danzo suggested. They will leave us alone and we can get on with our lives. We can continue to live in peace. Peace cannot be bought, honored Danzo, Hiashi told Danzo. History teaches that lesson. I learned it. You should have, too. I don't know what you're babbling on about but. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's talking about the first Hokage capturing and spreading out the Biju to the other elemental nations, dolt. He had attempted to purchase peace with compromise, but look how each village acts towards each other, Naruto said and looked around to see people giving him odd looks, even Hinata, Minato and Kushina. What? I know my trivia, he murmured. You were not recognized, Iwa Nin. Until you have the floor, you will refrain from such outbursts or I will have you removed from this meeting. Naruto clenched his teeth and crossed his arms over his chest. Sorry. Here, I thought you guys wanted to protect your own people from death. What was I thinking? We will protect no one, child, if we are dead, Danzo snapped. Be silent or be removed. Danzo, Minato snarled, earning said man's attention. I don't know who you think you are, but you are not the Hokage of this village. I am. Danzo flinched at his tone but not at all the same. You will watch your tone of voice while in my presence, Minato ordered and the mummy nodded again. Can we get back to the vote? The feral clan head asked and Minato continued to stare at Danzo before nodding and turning his gaze to the eldest one. How do you vote? Minato asked and the eldest one just stared at Naruto. Or it seemed that way at least, his cowl was facing him. The Chunin exams is nearing, he mentioned, leaving everyone confused. What? Danzo questioned and the eldest one turned his cowl in his direction. I say we put the child through a trial, he continued. One mission, one Chunin exam. What kind of stupidity? The Uchiha clan head started before being interrupted. I see, Minato mumbled. A sort of test, he explained and the eldest one nodded. What kind of test is this? A test of loyalty. We already know where his loyalty stands. It stands beside our enemy, Danzo stated and the eldest one shook his head. The details are a bit sketchy at best, but I believe this trial will put to rest the fears of one side of the issue, or prove falsely place the faith of the other, the eldest explained indistinctly. Naruto eyed the eldest one and a sudden chill ran down his spine. This man was not normal. The trial seems vague at best, Danzo said. But when have I ever led the village astray? The eldest one asked and everyone in the room had to agree that whenever the eldest one spoke, it was always for the better of the village. Fine, Danzo admitted reluctantly. Minato just smiled. It's decided then. One mission and one chance at the Chunin exams, Minato repeated and the clan heads and honored elders nodded in agreement. But who says the boy will agree to it? Shikaku asked and once again, all eyes turned to Naruto. He felt Hinata tightened her grip on his hand and he gave her a gentle squeeze. Looks like it's sink or swim, Naruto mumbled under his breath. He released his hold on Hinata's hand and walked up to the Hokage. As he did, the crowd split down the middle to allow Naruto to approach Minato. Naruto looked up at Minato, straight in the eyes. Genin of the Hidden Rock, Naruto, Minato paused and Naruto laughed. Naruto of the Blazing Gale, Lord Hokage, he told him, straining a bit when he addressed Minato respectfully. Minato smiled proudly at his son. Naruto of the Blazing Gale. Do you accept the offer? Naruto looked at each of the clan heads and honored elders with his eyes staying on the eldest one. He wasn't sure if he was the only one who could see it, but power leaked from the man. It was no ordinary power. It was an ancient sort of power, the kind of power that the Kyuubi possessed, if not older. A defiant smirk appeared on Naruto's lips as he turned his eyes on Minato. Yeah, I accept. Excellent, Minato said. However, till then, I suggest the boy be put under probation, Danzo suggested and Minato glared at him. Nothing extreme. Just have him be under the supervision of a trustworthy shinobi. And I'm guessing you have a candidate in mind. Minato asked and Danzo smirked. I don't suppose I have much choice in this. Minato asked and looked around to see the expression on his fellow comrades' faces. They would seem more reassured if Naruto was always being under observation. Fine. Asterisk. Asterisk. The rest of the meeting consisted of boring issues. At least to Naruto they were boring. That is, until he mentioned Kumo kidnapping Hinata. The room exploded with outraged comments and ideas of retribution. Naruto didn't know what happened after that, he ran off before he got sucked into it again. He decided against taking Hinata with him. Although he didn't think it was fair to leave her in that chaos, she seemed to be somewhat accustomed to that sort of thing. That's what Naruto kept telling himself, anyway. Now, he just sat on a branch on a tree just outside the building where the meeting continued. It was a decent-sized building near the Hokage's office, hard to miss if you knew where to look. Naruto had his eyes closed as he replayed the entire meeting in his mind. Danzo had tried to imprison him and gain information on Iwa. Possibly even kill him if Iwa overstepped their boundaries. Naruto had no doubt that he'd be used as a human shield against Iwa should it come to that. But Minato had stopped that from happening. So had Kushina, and the Hyuga head, and those other three. They each defended him even though he hardly knew any of them and vice versa. He couldn't blame the glasses guy for choosing the other side. He was only looking out for peace through logic. The feral woman, however, was just a bitch. Plain and simple. The Uchiha head wasn't exactly a nice guy, either. Old fools, him and the two other geezers. But the eldest one, what was his story? Not a very good hiding spot. Naruto's eyes sprang open and looked down to see the eldest one. Wasn't hiding, that was a lie. May I speak to you for a second, my child? The elder of the two asked. Naruto groaned and fell back, flipping his body around in mid-fall, and managed to land on his feet. He walked up to the eldest one. What's up with everyone claiming me as their kid? Naruto muttered and the eldest one laughed. I never tell a lie, the man said in a humorous tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing as he watched the elder of the two try to place a hand on Naruto's head. Normally, Naruto wouldn't let anyone touch him the way the elder tried to, but he couldn't move his body. Time seemed to slow down as the hand of the eldest one crossed the gap and finally touched the top of Naruto's head. Naruto's eyes widened as images flashed through his head in under a second. He grasped his head and fell to his knees, his brain pounding against the walls of its imprisonment. Horrible images, ones of men and women lying on the ground, dead. Children burned to ashes where they stood and buildings torn down and burned. Naruto saw some of Konoha's people running in fear, dying as they were struck down by an unforeseen enemy. He saw his own people being killed and burned and washed away back in Iwa. Many more images rushed by, all the same. The message was clear. Death was inescapable. When Naruto came to, he found himself hugging his knees with tears running down his cheeks. He looked up to see the eldest one standing over him. My, he muttered. You're a very special child. What did you do to me? Naruto asked, afraid, nervous, and angry. I showed you a possibility, the older man answered. My left hand is quite the pessimistic, you see, the eldest one bent down and slowly stretched out his right hand. And no, Naruto cried out as he tried to put as much distance between him and the man in front of him. I never want to go through that again. And you won't, my child. His right hand landed on Naruto's head and once again, Naruto felt as if his brain was speeding through the air at 100 miles per hour. This time, the images came as fast and as gentle as a passing breeze. Images of children playing, women and men calmly walking around Konoha and Iwa respectfully, without a care in the world, invaded his head. He saw his friends, some old, some new, living new lives, with new family members and pets. Overall, a sense of calmness and happiness washed over Naruto's heart. He had never felt such tranquility in his life. All too soon, it ended and Naruto awoke to hear the sound of whimpering and found more tears streaming down his face. Except, they weren't of sadness or anger, but of joy and longing. Naruto looked up at the robed man. I am the eldest one, he said, and even though Naruto couldn't see it, he could hear the smile in the man's voice. Is this my future? Naruto asked hesitantly and the man nodded. Which one? Whichever you want. It is up to you to decide whether or not the future is a bright one or a dark one, the eldest one answered. Tell me what to do. Naruto begged as he got up. For the better one, I don't want to live in destruction. It is not for me to tell you, he denied. If I did, your future could easily change to one far worse than what I have showed you. Naruto growled. Then what was the point in showing me them? To let you know that the decisions you make will affect all of mankind, the eldest one lectured Naruto. You are but one man, one child. He paused and watched as Naruto hung on every word that came out of his mouth. But you are very powerful, very influential, only you can decide how you'll use it. I still don't understand. I know, child. Naruto flinched when the man's left hand came up and rested on Naruto's head but was glad when nothing happened. Someday you will come to understand, but for now, just know that we're all counting on you, even if not all of us know it. The eldest one took a step back. Farewell for now, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and with that, the man left and disappeared like dust in the wind. Naruto just stared at the area where the eldest one once stood before shaking his head and wiping his tears from his face. Crazy old fool, Naruto mumbled as he turned his back on the Hokage's office and began to walk aimlessly. Still, it was way too real to be a fake. Maybe he's right. Hey, you, Naruto stopped and looked to where the voice called out to him. He saw a man with long, white hair walk up to him. The man froze when he got close to Naruto and mumbled some incoherent things under his breath. "What do you want?" Naruto asked. He wasn't given time to react as the white-haired man knocked him out before he could even blink. What a day. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.